I do. The thing about Crichton was that there always seemed to be more of him than he ever revealed. She had overheard someone in the office refer to him as the Sphinx, and he did indeed wear an air of reticence that hinted at unexplored depths and suppressed secrets, some childhood harm, some magnificent obsession. His cryptic self, she thought, peeling a hard-boiled egg and dipping it into a little screw of paper that contained salt. Who had packed this picnic? Not Crichton, surely. Not Moira, heaven forfend. He had grown rather remorseful over the clandestine nature of their relationship. She had brought a little excitement into what had become a rather tedious life, he said. He had been at Jutland with Jellicoe, he had seen much, and now he was little better than a bureaucrat. He was restless, he said. You're either about to declare your love for me, Ursula said, or tell me that it's all over. There was fruit, peaches nestling inside tissue paper. It's a fine balance, he said, with a rueful smile. I am teetering. Ursula laughed, the word didn't suit him. He embarked on a tale about Moira, something to do with her life in the village and her need for committee work, and Ursula drifted off, more interested in the discovery of a Bakewell tart that had apparently been magicked from a kitchen somewhere deep in the Admiralty. We're well looked after, he said. Like Maurice, she thought. The privileges of men in power, unavailable to those adrift on the Sea of Buff. If Ursula's older female colleagues had got wind of the affair, there would have been a stampede for the smelling salts, especially if they had known just who in the Admiralty it was that she was dallying with. Crichton was rather senior. Ursula was good, very good, at keeping secrets. Your reputation for discretion precedes you, Miss Todd, Crichton had said when introduced to her. Goodness, Ursula said, that makes me sound so dull. Intriguing, rather. I suspect you would make a good spy. And how was Maurice? In himself? Ursula asked. Maurice is very well in himself, in that he is himself and will never change. Invitations to Sunday lunch in Surrey never come my way. Count yourself lucky. In fact, I hardly ever see him. You wouldn't think we worked in the same ministry. He walks the airy corridors of power. The hallowed walls. The hallowed walls. And I scurry around in a bunker. Are you? In a bunker? Well, it's above ground. In South Ken, you know, in front of the Geological Museum. Not Maurice, he prefers his Whitehall office to our war room. When she had applied originally for a job in the Home Office, Ursula had rather presumed that Maurice would put in a good word for her, but instead he had blustered on about nepotism and having to be seen to be above any suspicion of favoritism, Caesar's wife and so on, he said. And I take it Maurice is Caesar in this conceit, rather than Caesar's wife? Pamela said. Oh, don't put that idea into my head, Ursula laughed. Maurice as a woman, imagine. Ah, but a Roman woman. That would suit him more. What was Coriolanus's mother called? Volumnia. Oh, and I know what I had to tell you, Maurice invited a friend to lunch, Pamela said. From his Oxford days, that big American chap. Do you remember? I do. Ursula struggled to come up with the name. Oh, darn, what was he called? Something American. He tried to kiss me on my 16th birthday. The swine. Pamela laughed. You never said. Hardly what you want from a first kiss. More like a rugby tackle. He was a bit of a lout. Ursula laughed. I think I hurt his pride, or perhaps more than his pride. Howie, Pamela said. Only now he's Howard S. Lansdowne III to give him his full title, apparently. Howie, Ursula mused. I had quite forgotten. What's he doing now, Dot? Something diplomatic. He's even more secretive than Maurice. At the embassy, Kennedy's a god to him. I think Howie rather admires old Adolf. Maurice, too, probably, if he weren't quite so foreign. I saw him once at a blackshirt meeting. Maurice? Never. Perhaps he was spying, I can imagine him as an agent provocateur. What were you doing there? Oh, you know, espionage, like Maurice. No, really just happenstance. So many startling revelations for one pot of tea. Are there more to come? Should I brew another pot? Ursula laughed. No, I think that's it. Pamela sighed. It's bloody, isn't it? What about Harold? Poor man, I suppose he'll have to stay here. They can't really call up hospital doctors, can they? They'll need them if we're bombed and gassed. We will be bombed and gassed, you do know that, don't you? Yes, of course, Ursula said, as offhand as if they were talking about the weather. What an awful thought. Pamela sighed again, abandoning her needles and stretching her arms above her head. It's such a glorious day. It's hard to believe this is probably the last ordinary day we'll have for a long time. Ursula had been due to begin her annual leave on Monday. She had planned a week of leisurely day trips, Eastbourne and Hastings or perhaps as far afield as Bath or Winchester, but with war about to be declared it seemed impossible to think of going anywhere. She felt suddenly listless at the idea of what might lie ahead. She had spent the morning on Kensington High Street, stocking up, batteries for her torch, a new hot water bottle, candles, matches, endless amounts of black paper, as well as tins of baked beans and potatoes, vacuum-packed coffee. She had bought clothes too, a good woolen frock for £8, a green velvet jacket for £6, stockings and a pair of nice tan leather brogues that looked made to last. She had felt pleased with herself for resisting a yellow crepe de chine tea dress, patterned with little black swallows. "My winter coat's only 2 years old," she said to Pamela, "it'll see the war out, surely?" "Goodness, I would hope so. It's all so horrid." "I know," Pamela said, cutting more cake. "It's vile. It makes me so cross. Going to war is madness." "Have more cake, why don't you?" "May as well, while the boys are still at Olives. They'll come in and go through the place like locusts. God knows how we'll manage with rationing. You'll be in the country, you can grow things. Keep chickens. A pig. You'll be all right." Ursula felt miserable at the thought of Pamela going away. "You should come." "I should stay, I'm afraid." "Oh, good, here's Harold," Pamela said when Harold appeared, carrying a big bunch of dahlias wrapped in damp newspaper. She half rose to greet him and he kissed her on the cheek and said, "Don't get up." He kissed Ursula as well and presented the dahlias to Pamela. "A girl was selling them on the street corner, in Whitechapel," he said. "Very Pygmalion. Said they came from her grandfather's allotment." Crichton had given Ursula roses once but they had quickly drooped and faded. She rather envied Pamela her robust allotment flowers. "So, anyway," Harold said, when he had poured himself a lukewarm cup of tea from the pot, "we're already evacuating patients who are well enough to be moved. They're definitely going to declare war tomorrow. In the morning. It's probably time so that the nation can get down on its collective knees in church and pray for deliverance." "Oh, yes, war is always so Christian, isn't it?" Pamela said sarcastically. "Especially when one is English." "I have several friends in Germany," she said to Ursula. "Good people. I know. Are they the enemy now?" "Don't get upset, Pammy," Harold said. "Why is it so quiet? What have you done with the boys, Dot?" "Sold them," Pamela said, perking up. 3 for the price of 2. "You ought to stay the night, Ursula," Harold said kindly. "You shouldn't be on your own tomorrow. It'll be one of those awful days. Doctor's orders." "Thanks," Ursula said. "But I've already got plans." "Good for you," Pamela said, picking up her knitting again. "We mustn't behave as if the world is coming to an end." "Even if it is?" Ursula said. She wished now that she'd bought the yellow crepe de chine. November 1940. She was on her back, lying in a shallow pool of water, a fact that didn't worry her so much at first. The worst thing was the awful smell. It was a combination of different things, none of them good, and Ursula was trying to separate them into their components. The fetid stench of gas, domestic, for one, and, for another, the stink of sewage, disgustingly rank, that was making her gag. Added to that was a complex cocktail of damp, old plaster and brick dust, all mixed with the traces of human habitation, wallpaper, clothes, books, food, and the sour, alien smell of explosive. In short, the essence of a dead house. It was as if she were lying at the bottom of a deep well. Through a hazy veil of dust, like fog, she could make out a patch of black sky and a paired fingernail of moon that she remembered noticing earlier in the evening when she had looked out of the window. That seemed a long time ago. The window itself, or at least the frame, was still there, way above her, not where it should be at all. It was definitely her window. She recognized the curtains, charred rags now, flapping in the breeze. They had been, a thick jacquard brocade from John Lewis's that Sylvie had helped her pick out. The flat in Argyle Road was rented as furnished, but Sylvie declared the curtains and rugs to be completely shoddy and subbed Ursula for new ones when she moved in. At the time Millie had suggested that she move in with her in Phillimore Gardens. Millie was still playing ingenues and said she expected to go from Juliet to the nurse with nothing in between. It would be fun, Millie said, to share digs, but Ursula wasn't so sure that Millie's idea of fun coincided with her own. She often felt rather dull and sober against Millie's brightness. A done at keeping company with a kingfisher. And sometimes Millie burnt just a little too brightly. This was just after Munich and Ursula had already started her affair with Crichton and it seemed more practical to live on her own. Looking back, she realized that she had accommodated Crichton's needs a great deal more than he had hers, as if Moira and the girls somehow trumped her own existence. Think about Millie, she told herself, think about the curtains, think about Crichton if you must. anything except her present predicament. Especially the gas. It seemed particularly important to try to take her mind off the gas. After their purchases in soft furnishings, Sylvie and Ursula had taken afternoon tea in John Lewis's restaurant, served by a grimly efficient waitress. "I'm always so glad," Sylvie murmured, "that I don't have to take a turn at being other people." "You're very good at being yourself," Ursula said, aware that it didn't necessarily sound like a compliment. "Well, I've had years of practice." It was a very good afternoon tea, the kind you couldn't get any more in department stores. And then John Lewis itself was destroyed, no more than the black toothless skull of a building. How awful, Sylvie wrote, moved in a way that she didn't appear to have been by the dreadful raids on the East End. It was up and running again in days, blitz spirit everyone said, but really, what was the alternative? Sylvie had been in a good mood that day, and they had drawn closer over the subject of curtains and the idiocy of people who thought that Chamberlain's silly little piece of paper meant anything at all. It was very quiet and Ursula wondered if her eardrums were shattered. How did she get here? She remembered looking out of the window on Argyle Road, the window that was so far away now, and seeing the sickle moon. And before that she had been sitting on the sofa, doing some sewing, turning the collar on a blouse, with the wireless tuned to a shortwave German station. She was taking a German evening class, Know Your Enemy, but was finding it difficult to decipher anything beyond the occasional violent noun, Luftangriff, Verlust, in the broadcast. In despair at her lack of proficiency, she had turned the wireless off and put Ma Rainey on the gramophone. Before she left for America, Izzy had bequeathed Ursula her collection of records, an impressive archive of female American blues artistes. "I don't listen to that stuff anymore," Izzy said. "It's very passé. The future lies with something a little more soingy." Izzy's Holland Park house was shut up now, everything covered in dust sheets. She had married a famous playwright and they had decamped to California in the summer. "Cowards, the pair of them," Sylvie said. "Oh, I don't know," Hugh said, "I'm sure if I could sit out the war in Hollywood I would." "That's interesting music I hear you listening to," Mrs. Appleyard said to Ursula one day as they passed on the stairs. The wall between their flats was paper-thin and Ursula said, "I'm sorry. I don't mean to disturb you," although she could well have added that she heard Mrs. Appleyard's baby bawling its head off day and night and that was very disturbing. The baby at 4 months old was big for its age, fat and ruddy, as if it had leached all the life out of Mrs. Appleyard. Mrs. Appleyard, the dead weight of the baby asleep in her arms, its head on her shoulder, waved a dismissive hand and said, "Don't be concerned, it doesn't bother me." She was lugubriously East European, a refugee of some kind, Ursula supposed, although her English was precise. Mr. Appleyard had disappeared some months ago, gone for a soldier, perhaps, but Ursula hadn't asked as the marriage had been clearly, and audibly, unhappy. Mrs. Appleyard was pregnant when her husband left and, as far as Ursula could tell, or hear, he had never been back to meet his squawking infant. Mrs. Appleyard must have been pretty once but day by day she grew thinner and sadder until it seemed as though only the very, solid burden of the baby and its needs kept her tethered to everyday life. In the bathroom that they shared on the first floor there was always an enamel pail in which the baby's foul-smelling nappies lay soaking before being boiled in a pan on Mrs. Appleyard's 2-ring stove. On the neighboring ring there was usually to be found a pan of cabbage and, perhaps as a result of this twin boiling, she always carried on her person a faint perfume of old vegetables and damp laundry. Ursula recognized it, it was the smell of poverty. The Mrs. Nesbit, nesting on the top floor, fretted a good deal about Mrs. Appleyard and the baby in the way that old maids were inclined to. The two Nesbits, Lavinia and Ruth, slight spinsters, lived in the attic rooms, beneath the eaves, like swallows, they twittered. They might as well have been twins for all the difference between them and Ursula had to make a tremendous effort to remember which was which. They were long retired, they had both been telephonists in Harrods, and were a frugal pair, their only indulgence being an impressive collection of costume jewelry, purchased mainly from Woolworths in their lunch hour, during their working years. Their flat smelled quite different to Mrs. Appleyard's, lavender water and mansion house polish, the scent of old ladies. Ursula sometimes did shopping for both the Nesbits and Mrs. Appleyard. Mrs. Appleyard was always ready at the door with the exact money that she owed, she knew the price of everything, and a polite thank you, but the Nesbits were forever trying to inveigle Ursula inside with weak tea and stale biscuits. Below them, on the second floor, were to be found Mr. Bentley, a queer fish, they were all agreed, whose flat smelt, appropriately, of the fin and haddock he boiled in milk for his supper, and next door to him the aloof Miss Hartnell, whose flat smelt of nothing at all, who was a housekeeper at the Hyde Park Hotel and rather severe, as if nothing could ever hope to meet her standards. She made Ursula feel distinctly wanting. "Disappointed in love, I believe," Ruth Nesbit whispered in mitigation to Ursula, clamping her bird-bone hand on her chest as if her own frail heart might be about to jump ship and attach itself to someone unsuitable. Both the Mrs. Nesbit were deeply sentimental about love, never having experienced its rigors. Miss Hartnell looked more as if she would mete out disappointment than receive it. "I also have some records," Mrs. Appleyard said with the earnestness of a conspirator. "But, alas, no gramophone." Mrs. Appleyard's alas seemed freighted with all the tragedy of a broken continent. It could hardly bear the weight it was asked to carry. "Well, do please feel welcome to come and play them on mine," Ursula said, rather hoping that the downtrodden Mrs. Appleyard wouldn't take up the offer. She wondered what kind of music Mrs. Appleyard possessed. It seemed impossible that it could be anything very jolly. "Brahms," Mrs. Appleyard said, answering the unasked question. "And Mahler." The baby shifted restlessly as if disturbed by the prospect of Mahler. Whenever Ursula met Mrs. Appleyard on the stairs or the landing, the baby was asleep. It was as if there were two babies, the one inside the flat who never stopped crying and the one outside who never started. "Would you mind holding Emile for a moment while I find my keys?" Mrs. Appleyard asked, handing the cumbersome child over without waiting for an answer. "Emile," Ursula murmured. She hadn't thought of the baby as having a name. Emile was, as usual, dressed for some kind of Arctic winter, bulked out with nappies and rubber knickers and romper suits and all kinds of knitted and beribboned garments. Ursula wasn't a stranger to babies. Both she and Pamela had mothered Teddy and Jimmy with the same enthusiasm they accorded puppies and kittens and rabbits, and she was the very picture of a doting aunt where Pamela's boys were concerned, but Mrs. Appleyard's baby was of a less appealing order. The Todd babies smelt sweetly of milk and talcum powder in the fresh air that their clothes were dried in, whereas Emile had a slightly gamey scent. Mrs. Appleyard rummaged for her keys in her large battered handbag, an item that looked as if it, too, had crossed Europe from a faraway country, of which Ursula, patently, knew nothing. With a great sigh, Mrs. Appleyard finally located the keys at the bottom of the bag. The baby, perhaps sensing the proximity of the threshold, squirmed in Ursula's arms as if preparing itself for the transition. It opened its eyes and looked rather quarrelsome. "Thank you, Miss Todd," Mrs. Appleyard said, reclaiming the baby. "It was nice talking to you." "Ursula," Ursula said. "Do please call me Ursula." Mrs. Appleyard hesitated before saying, almost shyly, "Erica." Eryka. They had lived next door to each other for a year now, but this was the nearest they had come to intimacy. Almost as soon as her door closed, the baby began its customary roaring. "Does she stick pins in it?" Pamela wrote. Pamela produced placid babies. "They don't tend to turn feral until they're 2, she said. She had given birth to another boy, Gerald, just before last Christmas. "Better luck next time," Ursula said when she saw her. She had taken a train north to visit the new arrival, a long and challenging journey, most of which was spent in the guard's van, on a train packed with soldiers on their way to a training camp. She had been subjected to a barrage of sexual innuendo which had started as amusing and ended as tedious. "Not exactly perfect gentle nights," she said to Pamela when she finally arrived, the last part of the journey being accomplished in a donkey cart as if time had slipped into some other century, some other country even. Poor Pammy was bored with the phony war and with being shut up with so many little boys, like being a matron in a boys' school. Not to mention Jeanette, who had proved to be a bit of a slacker, not to mention a moaner and a snorer. "One expects better of a vicar's daughter," Pamela wrote, although goodness knows why. She had decamped back to Finchley in the spring, but since the nightly raids had started she had retreated with her brood to Fox Corner for the duration, despite her previous misgivings about living with Sylvie. Harold, now at St. Thomas's, was working on the front line. The nurses' home there had been bombed a couple of weeks ago and 5 nurses killed. "Every night is hell," Harold reported. It was the same report that Ralph gave from the bomb sites. Ralph! Of course, Ralph. Ursula had quite forgotten him. He had been in Argyle Road too. Was he there when the bomb exploded? Ursula struggled to turn her head to look around, as if she would find him among the wreckage. There was no one, she was alone. Alone and corralled in a cage of smashed wooden beams and jagged rafters, the dust settling all around her, in her mouth, her nostrils, her eyes. No, Ralph had already left when the sirens went. Ursula was no longer bedded by her man from the Admiralty. The declaration of war had brought on a sudden flush of guilt in her lover. They must stop their affair, Crichton said. The temptations of the flesh were apparently secondary to martial pursuits, as if she were Cleopatra about to destroy his Antony for love. There was enough excitement in the world now, it seemed, without the added hazards of keeping a mistress. I'm a mistress? Ursula said. She had not thought of herself as sporting a scarlet letter, a rubric that belonged to a racier woman, surely? The balance had shifted. Crichton had teetered. And apparently tottered. Very well, she had said equably. If that's what you want. She had begun to suspect by then that there was not, in fact, a different, more intriguing Crichton hidden beneath the enigmatic surface. He was not so very inscrutable, after all. Crichton was Crichton, Moira, the girls, Jutland, although not necessarily in that order. Despite the fact that the end of the affair was at his instigation, he was cut up. Wasn't she? You're very cool, he said. But she had never been in love with him, she said. And I expect we can still be friends. I don't think that we can, I'm afraid, Crichton said, already wistful for what was now history. Nonetheless, she had spent the following day dutifully crying for her loss. Her liking for him had not been quite the negligent emotion that Pamela seemed to think. Then she dried her tears, washed her hair and went to bed with a plate of Bovril on toast and a bottle of 1929 Chateau Hautbriand that she had filched from Izzy's excellent wine cellar, left casually behind in Melbury Road. Ursula had the keys to Izzy's house. Just help yourself to anything you can find, Izzy had said. So she did. It was rather a shame though, Ursula thought, that she no longer had assignations with Crichton. The war made indiscretions easier. The blackout was the perfect screen for illicit liaisons, and the disruption of the bombing, when it finally started, would have provided him with plenty of excuses for not being in Wargrave with Moira and the girls. Instead, Ursula was having an entirely above-board relationship with a fellow student on her German course. After the initial class, Guten Tag. Mein Name ist Ralph. Ich bin 30 Jahre alt. The two of them had retired to the Cardoma on Southampton Row, almost invisible behind a wall of sandbags these days. It turned out that he worked in the same building as she did, on the bomb damage maps. It was only as they left the class, held in a stuffy room, 3 floors up in Bloomsbury, that Ursula noticed that Ralph was limping. Wounded at Dunkirk, he said, before she could ask. Shot in the leg while wading in the water to get into one of the little boats that were shuttling back and forth between the shore and the bigger boats. He was hauled on board by a fisherman from Folkestone who was shot in the neck minutes later. There, he said to Ursula, now we don't need to talk about it again. No, I don't suppose we do, Ursula said. But how awful. She had watched the newsreels, of course. We played a bad hand well, Crichton said. Ursula had run into him in Whitehall not long after the evacuation of the troops. He missed her, he said. He was teetering again, she thought. Ursula was determinedly nonchalant, said she had reports she needed to take to the War Cabinet office, clutching buff folders to her chest like a cuirass. She had missed him too. It seemed important not to let him see that. You liaise with the War Cabinet? Crichton said, rather impressed. Just an assistant to an undersecretary. Actually, not even to the assistant, just another girl like me. The conversation had gone on long enough, she decided. He was gazing at her in a way that made her want to feel his arms around her. Must push off, she said brightly, there's a war on, you know. Ralph was from Bexhill, gently sardonic, left-wing, utopian. Aren't all socialists utopians? Pamela said. Ralph was nothing like Crichton, who with hindsight seemed rather too powerful. Being courted by a Red? Maurice asked, coming across her within the hallowed walls. She felt sought out by him. It might not look good for you if anyone knew. He's hardly a card-carrying communist, she said. Still, Maurice said, at least he won't be betraying battleship positions in his pillow talk. What did that mean? Did Maurice know about Crichton? Your personal life isn't personal, not while there's a war on, he said with a look of distaste. And why, by the way, are you learning German? Are you awaiting the invasion? Getting ready to welcome the enemy? I thought you were accusing me of being a communist, not a fascist, Ursula said crossly. What an ass, Pamela said. He's just terrified of anything that might reflect badly on him. Not that I'm defending him. Heaven forbid. Star. From her position at the bottom of the well, Ursula could see that most of the insubstantial wall between her flat and Mrs. Appleyard's had disappeared. Looking up through the fractured floorboards and the shattered beams, she could see a dress hanging limply on a coat hanger, hooked to a picture rail. It was the picture rail in the Miller's Lounge on the ground floor. Ursula recognized the wallpaper of sallow, overblown roses. She had seen Lavinia Nesbit on the stairs wearing the dress only this evening, when it had been the color of pea soup, and equally limp. Now it was a grey bomb dust shade and had migrated down a floor. A few yards from her head she could see her own kettle, a big brown thing, surplus to requirements in Fox Corner. She recognized it from the thick twine wound around the handle one day long ago by Mrs. Glover. Everything was in the wrong place now, including herself. Yes, Ralph had been in Argyle Road. They had eaten bread and cheese, accompanied by a bottle of beer. Then she had done the crossword, yesterday's Telegraph. Recently Ursula had been forced to buy a pair of spectacles for close work, rather ugly things. It was only after she had brought them home that she realized they were almost identical to the pair that one of the Mrs. Nesbit wore. Was this her fate too, she thought, contemplating her bespectacled reflection in the mirror above the fireplace? Would she, too, end up as an old maid? The proper sport of boys and girls. And could you be an old maid if you had worn the scarlet letter? Yesterday an envelope had mysteriously appeared on her desk while she was snatching a sandwich lunch in St. James's Park. She saw her name in Crichton's handwriting. He had a surprisingly nice italic hand, and tore the whole thing to bits and threw it in the bin without reading it. Later, when all the clerical assistants were flocking like pigeons around the tea trolley, she had retrieved the scraps and pieced them together. I have mislaid my gold cigarette case. You know the one, my father gave it me after Jutland. You wouldn't have come across it by any chance, would you? Yours, C. But he was never hers, was he? On the contrary, he belonged to Moira. Or perhaps the Admiralty. She dropped the pieces of paper back in the bin. The cigarette case was in her handbag. She had found it beneath her bed a few days after he had left her. Penny for them? Ralph said. Not worth it, trust me. Ralph was stretched out next to her, resting his head on the arm of the sofa, his socked feet in her lap. Although he looked as though he were asleep, he gave a murmured response every time she tossed a clue in his direction. A Roland for an Oliver? How about Paladin? She said. What do you think? An odd thing had happened to her yesterday. She had been on the tube. She didn't like the tube. Before the bombing she cycled everywhere, but it was difficult with so much glass and rubble around. She had been doing the telegraph crossword, trying to pretend she wasn't underground. Most people felt safer underground, but Ursula didn't like the idea of confinement. There had been an incident only a couple of days previously of a bomb falling onto an underground entrance. The blast had traveled down and into the tunnels, and the result was pretty awful. She wasn't sure that it had made the papers. These things were so bad for morale. On the tube, a man sitting next to her had suddenly leaned across. She had shrunk back, and, nodding at her half-filled grid, said, "You're rather good at that. Can I give you my card? Pop into my office if you like. I'm recruiting clever girls." I bet you are, she thought. He got off at Green Park, tipping his hat to her. The card had an address in Whitehall, but she had thrown it away. Ralph shook 2 cigarettes from a packet and lit them both. He passed one to her and said, "You're a clever thing, aren't you?" "Pretty much," she said. "That's why I'm in the intelligence department and you're in the map room." Ha, ha, clever and funny. There was an easy camaraderie between them, that of pals more than lovers. They respected each other's character and made few demands. It helped that they both worked in the war room. There were a lot of things they never had to explain to each other. He touched the back of her hand with his and said, "How are you?" And she said, "Very well, thank you." His hands were still those of the architect he had been before the war, unspoilt by battle. He had been safely away from the fighting, a surveyor in the Royal Engineers, poring over maps and photographs and so on, and hadn't expected to become a combatant, wading through filthy, oily, bloody seawater being shot at from all quarters. For he had, after all, spoken a little more of it. Although the bombing was awful, he said, you could see that something good could come out of it. He was hopeful about the future, unlike Hugh or Crichton. All those hovels, he said. Woolwich, Silvertown, Lambeth and Limehouse were being destroyed, and after the war they would have to be rebuilt. It was an opportunity, he said, to build clean, modern homes with all the facilities, a community of glass and steel and air in the sky instead of Victorian slums. A kind of San Gimignano for the future. Ursula was unconvinced by this vision of modernist towers. If it were up to her, she would rebuild the future as garden cities, comfortable little houses with cottage gardens. "What an old Tory you are," he said affectionately. Yet he loved the old London too. What architect wouldn't? Wren's churches, the grand houses and elegant public buildings, the stones of London, he said. 1 or 2 nights a week he was part of the St. Paul's Night Watch, men who were ready to climb into the rafters if necessary to keep the great church safe from incendiaries. The place was a fire trap, he said, old timbers, lead everywhere, flat roofs, a multitude of staircases and dark forgotten places. He had answered an advertisement in the Royal Institute of British Architects Journal, appealing for architects to volunteer to be fire watchers because they would understand the plans, and so on. We might have to be pretty nimble, he said, and Ursula wondered how he would do that with his limp. She had visions of him beleaguered by flames on all those staircases and in the dark forgotten places. It seemed a chummy kind of watch. They played chess and had long conversations about philosophy and religion. She imagined that it suited Ralph very well. Only a few weeks ago they had watched together, spellbound in horror, as Holland House burnt. They had been in Melbury Road, raiding the wine cellar. "Why not stay in my house?" Izzy had said casually before she embarked for America. "You can be my caretaker. You'll be safe here. I can't imagine the Germans will want to bomb Holland Park." Ursula thought that Izzy might be rather overestimating the Luftwaffe's precision with bombs. And if it was so safe, why was Izzy turning tail and running? "No thanks," she said. The house was too big and empty. She had taken the key though and occasionally foraged in the house for useful things. There was still some tinned food in the cupboards that Ursula was keeping for a last-ditch emergency, and, of course, the full wine cellar. They were scanning the wine racks with their torches. The electricity had been turned off when Izzy left, and Ursula had just pulled a rather fine-looking bottle of Petrus from the rack and said to Ralph, "Do you think this would go with potato scallops and spam?" When there was a terrific explosion and, thinking the house had been hit, they had thrown themselves on the hard stone floor of the cellar with their hands over their heads. This was Hugh's advice, instilled in Ursula at a recent visit to Fox Corner. Always protect your head. He had been in a war. She sometimes forgot. All the wine bottles had shaken and shivered in their racks, and with hindsight Ursula dreaded to think what damage those bottles of Chateau Latour and Chateau d'Yquem could have done if they had rained down on them, the splintered glass like shrapnel. They had run outside and watched Holland House turn into a bonfire, the flames eating everything, and Ursula thought, "Don't let me die in a fire. Let it be quick, please God." She was tremendously fond of Ralph. Not hounded by love the way some women were. With Crichton she had been teased endlessly by the idea of it, but with Ralph it was more straightforward. Again, not love, more like the feelings you would have for a favorite dog, and, no, she would never have said such a thing to him. Some people, a lot of people, didn't understand how attached one could be to a dog. Ralph lit another cigarette and Ursula said, "Harold says smoking is very bad for people. Says he's seen lungs on operating tables that look like unswept chimneys." "Of course it's not good for you," Ralph said, lighting one for Ursula too. "But being bombed and shot at by the Germans isn't good for you either." "Don't you wonder sometimes," Ursula said. "If just one small thing had been changed, in the past, I mean. If Hitler had died at birth, or if someone had kidnapped him as a baby and brought him up in, I don't know, say, a Quaker household, surely things would be different." "Do you think Quakers would kidnap a baby?" Ralph asked mildly. "Well, if they knew what was going to happen they might. But nobody knows what's going to happen. And anyway he might have turned out just the same, Quakers or no Quakers. You might have to kill him instead of kidnapping him." "Could you do that? Could you kill a baby? With a gun? Or what if you had no gun, how about with your bare hands? In cold blood?" "If I thought it would save Teddy," Ursula thought. Not just Teddy, of course, the rest of the world, too. Teddy had applied to the RAF the day after war was declared. He had been working on a small farm in Suffolk. After Oxford he had done a year at an agricultural college and then had worked on different farms and smallholdings around the country. He wanted to know everything, he said, before he got his own place. "A farmer?" Sylvie still said. He didn't want to be one of those idealistic back-to-the-land types who ended up knee-deep in muddy yards with sickly cows and dead lambs, their crops not worth picking. He had worked on one of those places apparently. Teddy still wrote poetry and Hugh said, "A poet farmer, eh? Like Virgil. We'll expect a new Georgix from you." Ursula wondered how Nancy felt about being a farmer's wife. She was awfully smart, doing research at Cambridge into some arcane and bewildering aspect of maths. "All gibberish to me," Teddy said. And now his childhood dream of becoming a pilot was suddenly and unexpectedly within reach. At the moment he was safe in Canada at an Empire training school, learning to fly, sending home letters about how much food there was, how great the weather was, making Ursula green with envy. She wished he could stay over there forever, out of harm's way. "How did we end up talking about murdering babies in cold blood?" Ursula said to Ralph. Mind you, she cocked her head towards the wall and the rise and fall of Emil's siren wail. Ralph laughed. "He's not so bad tonight. Mind you, I'd go batty if my children made a racket like that." Ursula thought it was interesting that he said my children, not our children. Strange to be thinking of having children at all during a time when the very existence of the future was in doubt. She stood up rather abruptly and said, "The raids will be starting soon." Back at the beginning of the Blitz they would have said, "They can't come every night," now they knew they could. "Is this to be life forever?" she wrote to Teddy, "to be harried without rest by the bombs?" 56 nights in a row now, so that it was beginning to seem possible that there really would be no end to it. "You're like a dog," Ralph said. "You've got a sixth sense for the raiders, Dot. Well, you'd better believe me then and go. Or you'll have to come down to the dark hole of Calcutta, and you know you won't like that." The sprawling Miller family, Ursula had counted at least 4 generations, lived on the ground floor and in the semi-basement of the house in Argyle Road. They also had access down to a further level, a subterranean cellar that the residents of the house used as an air raid shelter. It was a maze, a moldy, unpleasant space, full of spiders and beetles, and felt horribly crowded if they were all in there, especially once the Miller's dog, a shapeless rug of fur called Billy, was dragged reluctantly down the stairs to join them. They had also, of course, to put up with the tears and lamentations of Emil, who was passed around between the cellar occupants like an unwanted parcel in a futile attempt to pacify him. Mr. Miller, in an effort to make the cellar homely, something it could never be, had taped some reproductions of great English art, as he called it, against the sandbagged walls. These color plates, the Haywen, Gainsborough's Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, how smug they looked, and Bubbles, the most sickly Malay possible, in Ursula's opinion, looked suspiciously as if they had been pilfered from expensive reference books on art. Culture, Mr. Miller said, nodding sagely. Ursula wondered what she would have chosen to represent great English art. Turner perhaps, the smudged, fugitive content of the late works. Not to the Miller's taste at all, she suspected. Star. She had sewn the collar on her blouse. She had switched off the Sturm und Drang of the wireless broadcast and listened instead to Ma Rainey singing Yonder Come the Blues, an antidote to all the easy sentiment that was beginning to pour out of the wireless. And she had eaten bread and cheese with Ralph, attempted the crossword and then hurried him out of the door with a kiss. Then she had turned off the light and moved the blackout aside so that she could catch a glimpse of him walking away down Argyle Road. Despite his limp, or perhaps because of it, he had a buoyant gait as if he was expecting something interesting to cross his path. It reminded her of Teddy. He knew that she was watching him, but he didn't look back, simply raised an arm in silent salute and was swallowed by the dark. There was some light though, a bright slice of crescent moon and a scattering of the faintest stars as though someone had flung a handful of diamond dust into the dark. The Queen Moon, surrounded by all her starry phase, although she suspected Keats was writing about a full moon and the moon above Argyle Road seemed more like a moon in waiting. She was in a rather poor, poetic mood. It was the enormity of war, she thought, it left you scrabbling for ways to think about it. Bridget always said it was bad luck to look at the moon through glass, and Ursula let the blind fall back into place and closed the curtains tightly. Ralph was casual with his safety. After Dunkirk, he said, he felt proofed against sudden violent death. It seemed to Ursula that in a time of war, when one was surrounded by an immense amount of sudden violent death, the odds were quite changed and it was impossible to be protected from anything. As she knew it would, the caterwauling commenced, followed swiftly by the guns in Hyde Park starting up and the noise of the first bombs, over the docks again by the sound of it. She was galvanized into action, snatching her torch from the hook beside the front door where it lived like a holy relic, picking up her book, also kept by the door. It was her shelter book, Du Côté de chez Swann. Now that the war looked as if it were going to last forever, Ursula had decided she might as well embark on Proust. The planes whined overhead and then she heard the fearsome swish of a bomb descending and then a walloping thump as it landed somewhere nearby. Sometimes an explosion sounded much closer than it actually was. How quickly one acquired new knowledge in the most unlikely subjects. She looked for her shelter suit. She was wearing a rather flimsy dress considering the season and it was horribly cold and damp in the cellar. The shelter suit had been bought by Sylvie, up in town for the day not long before the bombing started. They had gone for a stroll along Piccadilly and Sylvie had spotted an advertisement in Simpson's window for tailored shelter suits and insisted that they go in and try them on. Ursula couldn't imagine her mother in a shelter, let alone a shelter suit, but it was clearly a garment, a uniform even, that attracted Sylvie. "It'll be rather good for mucking out hens," she said and bought them one each. The next massive bang had an urgency to it and Ursula abandoned her search for the drat suit and instead she grabbed the blanket of woolen squares crocheted by Bridget. "I was going to parcel it up and send it off to the Red Cross," Bridget had written in her round schoolgirl's hand, "but then I thought you might need it more. You see, even within my own family I have the status of a refugee," Ursula wrote to Pamela. She passed the Nesbit sisters on the stairs. "Ooh, bad luck, Miss Todd," Lavinia giggled. "Crossing on the stairs, you know." Ursula was going down, the sisters were coming up. "You're going the wrong way," she said, rather pointlessly. "I forgot my knitting," Lavinia said. She was wearing an enamel brooch shaped like a black cat. A little rhinestone winked for an eye. "She's knitting leggings for Mrs. Appleyard's baby," Ruth said. "It's so cold in their flat." Ursula wondered how many more knitted garments could be applied to the poor child before it resembled a sheep. Not a lamb. Nothing lamb-like about the Appleyard infant. "Emile," she reminded herself. "Well, do hurry, won't you?" she said. "Hail, hail, the gang's all here," Mr. Miller said as they trooped, one by one, into the cellar. A ragtag assortment of chairs and temporary bedding filled the dank space. There were 2 ancient army camp beds that Mr. Miller had scrounged from somewhere and on which the Nesbits were persuaded to rest their elderly bones. In the current absence of either sister, Billy the dog had installed himself on one of them. There was also a small spirit stove and an Aladdin paraffin stove, both of which seemed to Ursula extraordinarily dangerous items to be in such proximity when people were dropping bombs on you. The Millers were effortlessly sanguine in the face of jeopardy. The roll call was almost complete: Mrs. Appleyard and Emile, the queer fish Mr. Bentley, Miss Hartnell, and the full complement of Millers. Mrs. Miller voiced her concern for the whereabouts of the Nesbits and Mr. Miller volunteered to go and hurry them up, ruddy knitting and all, but just then a tremendous explosion rocked the cellar. Ursula felt the foundations trembling as the blast moved through the earth beneath her. Obedient to Hugh's directive, she dropped to the floor with her hands over her head, grabbing the nearest of the smaller Miller boys. "Oi, get your hands off me." On the way down, she crouched awkwardly over him, but he wriggled away from her. All went quiet. "That wasn't our house," the boy said dismissively, swaggering a little to restore his wounded male dignity. Mrs. Appleyard had also thrown herself to the floor, the baby soft-shelled beneath her. Mrs. Miller had clutched not one of her brood but the old Ferris Harrogate toffee tin that contained her savings and insurance policies. Mr. Bedley, his voice sounding a quaver higher than normal, asked, "Was that us?" "No," thought Ursula, "we would be dead if it had been." She sat down again on one of the rickety bentwood chairs provided by Mr. Miller. She could feel her heart, too loud. She began to shiver and wrapped herself in Bridget's crochet. "Nah, the boy's right," Mr. Miller said, "that sounded like Essex villas." Mr. Miller always professed to know where the bombs were dropping. Surprisingly, he was often correct. All of the Millers were adept at wartime language as well as wartime spirit. They could all take it. "And we can give it out too, can't we?" Pamela wrote. "You would think we had no blood on our hands." "The backbone of England, no doubt," Sylvie said to Ursula on first and last acquaintance with them. Mrs. Miller had invited Sylvie down to her kitchen for a cup of tea, but Sylvie was still cross at the state of Ursula's curtains and rugs, for which she blamed Mrs. Miller, under the apprehension that she was the landlady and not merely another renter. She was deaf to Ursula's explanations. Sylvie behaved as though she were a duchess visiting the cottage of one of her rustic tenants. Ursula imagined Mrs. Miller later saying to Mr. Miller, "Hoity-toity, that one." Up above, the racket of a steady bombardment was now underway. They could hear the timpani of the big bombs, the whistling of shells and the thunder of a nearby mobile artillery unit. Every now and then the foundations of the cellar shook with a crump and thump and bump as the bombs hammered down on the city. Emil howled, Billy the dog howled, a couple of the smallest Millers howled. All in discord with each other, an unwelcome counterpoint to the Donner und Blitzen of the Luftwaffe. A terrible, endless storm. Despair behind, and death before. "Crikey, old Fritz is really trying to put the wind up us tonight," Mr. Miller said, calmly adjusting a lamp for all the world as if they were on a camping trip. He was responsible for morale in the cellar. Like Hugh, he had lived through the trenches and claimed that he was impervious to threats from Jerry. There was a whole club of them: Crichton, Ralph, Mr. Miller, even Hugh, who had undergone their ordeal by fire and mud and water and who presumed it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. "What's old Fritz up to, eh?" he said soothingly to one of the smaller, more frightened children. "Trying to stop me getting my beauty sleep?" The Germans always came singularly for Mr. Miller in the person of Fritz and Jerry, Otto, Hermann, Hans. Sometimes Adolf himself was 4 miles up dropping his high explosive. Mrs. Miller, Dolly, an embodiment of the triumph of experience over hope, unlike her spouse, was doling out refreshments of tea, cocoa, biscuits, and bread and margarine. The Millers, a family of generous morals, were never short of rations thanks to Renee, their eldest daughter, who had connections. Renee was 18 and fully formed in every way and seemed to be a girl of most easy virtue. Miss Hartnell made it clear that she found Renee very wanting indeed, although she was not averse to sharing in the provender that she brought home. Ursula got the impression that one of the smaller Miller children was actually Renee's rather than Mrs. Miller's and had, in a pragmatic way, simply been absorbed into the family pool. Renee's connections were ambiguous, but a few weeks ago Ursula had spotted her in the first-floor coffee lounge of the Charing Cross Hotel sipping daintily on gin in the company of a sleek and rather prosperous-looking man who had racketeer written all over him. "There's a sleazy gent if ever I saw one," Jimmy had laughed. Jimmy, the baby produced to celebrate the peace after the war to end all wars, was about to fight in another one. He had a few days' leave from his army training and they had taken refuge in the Charing Cross Hotel while an unexploded bomb in the Strand was being dealt with. They could hear the naval guns that had been stationed on trolleys between Vauxhall and Waterloo, boom boom boom, but the bombers were looking for other targets and seemed to have moved on. "Doesn't it ever stop?" Jimmy asked. "Apparently not. It's safer in the army," he laughed. He had joined the ranks as a private even though the army had offered him a commission. He wanted to be one of the chaps, he said. "But someone has to be an officer, surely?" Hugh puzzled. "Better if it's someone with a bit of intelligence." He wanted the experience. He wanted to be a writer, he said, and what better than a war to reveal to him the heights and depths of the human condition? "A writer?" Sylvie said. I fear the hand of the evil fairy rocked his cradle. She meant Izzy, Ursula supposed. It had been lovely spending time with Jimmy. Jimmy was dashing in his battle dress and gained an entrance wherever they went, risque venues in Dean Street and Archer Street, the Bersurlutoid in Orange Street that was very risque indeed, if not downright risky, places that made Ursula wonder about Jimmy. All in the pursuit of the human condition, he said. They got very drunk and a little silly, and it was all rather a relief from cowering in the miller's cellar. Promise you won't die, she said to Jimmy as they groped like a blind couple along the Haymarket, listening to some other part of London being blown out of existence. Do my best, Jimmy said. Star. She was cold. The water she was lying in was making her even colder. She needed to move. Could she move? Apparently not. How long had she been lying here? 10 minutes? 10 years? Time had ceased. Everything seemed to have ceased. Only the awful concoction of smells remained. She was in the cellar. She knew that because she could see bubbles, still miraculously taped to a sandbag near her head. Was she going to die looking at this banality? Then banality seemed suddenly welcome as a ghastly vision appeared at her side. A terrible ghost, black eyes and a grey face and wild hair, was clawing at her. Have you seen my baby? The ghost said. It took Ursula a few moments to realize that this was no ghost. It was Mrs. Appleyard, her face covered in dirt and bomb dust and streaked with blood and tears. Have you seen my baby? She said again. No, Ursula whispered, her mouth dry from whatever filth had been falling. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again Mrs. Appleyard had disappeared. She might have imagined her, perhaps she was delirious. Or perhaps it really had been the ghost of Mrs. Appleyard and they were both trapped in some desolate limbo. Her attention was caught again by Lavinia Nesbit's dress hanging from the miller's picture rail. But it wasn't Lavinia Nesbit's dress. A dress didn't have arms in it. Not sleeves, but arms. With hands. Something on the dress winked at Ursula, a little cat's eye caught by the crescent moon. The headless, legless body of Lavinia Nesbit herself was hanging from the miller's picture rail. It was so absurd that a laugh began to boil up inside Ursula. It never broke because something shifted, a beam, or part of the wall, and she was sprinkled with a shower of talcum-like dust. Her heart thumped uncontrollably in her chest. It was sore, a time-delay bomb waiting to go off. For the first time she felt panic. No one was coming to help her. Certainly not the deranged ghost of Mrs. Appleyard. She was going to die alone in the cellar of Argyle Road, with nothing but Bubbles and the headless Lavinia Nesbit for company. If Hugh were here, or Teddy or Jimmy, or even Pamela, they would be fighting to get her out of here, to save her. They would care. But there was no one here to care. She heard herself mewling like an injured cat. How sorry she felt for herself, as if she were someone else. Star. Mrs. Miller had said, well, I think we could all do with a nice cup of cocoa, don't you? Mr. Miller was fretting about the Nesbits again, and Ursula, utterly fed up with the claustrophobia of the cellar, said, I'll go and look for them, and got up from the rickety dining chair just as the swish and phew announced the arrival of a high-explosive bomb. There was a giant thunderclap, a great cracking noise as the wall of hell suddenly split open and let all the demons out, and then the tremendous suction and compression, as if her insides, her lungs, her heart and stomach, even her eyeballs were being sucked from her body. Salute the last and everlasting day. This is it, she thought. This is how I die. A voice broke into the silence, almost next to her ear, a man's voice saying, Come on then, miss, let's see if we can get you out of here, shall we? Ursula could see his face, grimy and sweaty as if he had tunneled to reach her. She supposed he had. She was surprised to recognize him. It was one of their local ARP wardens, a new one. What's your name, miss? Can you tell me? Ursula muttered her name, but she knew it hadn't come out right. Yuri? He queried. What's that then, Mary? Susie? She didn't want to die as a Susie. But did it matter? Baby, she mumbled to the warden. Baby? He said sharply. You've got a baby? He backed away slightly and shouted something to someone unseen. She heard other voices and realized there were lots of people now. As if to verify this, the warden said, We're all here to get you out. The gas boys have turned the gas off and will be moving you in a tick. Don't you worry. Now tell me about your baby, Susie. Were you holding him? Is he just a little un? Ursula thought of Emile, as heavy as a bomb, who had been caught out holding him when the music stopped and the house exploded, and tried to speak but found herself mulling again. Something creaked and groaned overhead and the warden grabbed her hand and said, It's all right, I'm here, and she felt immensely grateful to him, and to all the people toiling to get her out. And she thought how grateful Hugh would be too. The thought of her father made her start to cry, and the warden said, There, Susie, everything's all right, soon have you out of here, like a winkle out of a shell. Get you a nice cup of tea, eh? How does that sound? Lovely, eh? Fancy one myself. Snow seemed to be falling, tiny icy needles on her skin. So cold, she murmured. Don't worry, we'll have you out of here in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, you'll see, the warden said. He struggled out of the coat he was wearing and covered her with it. There wasn't room for such a generous maneuver and he knocked something, causing a shower of debris to fall on them both. Oh, she said to the warden because she felt suddenly violently sick, but it passed and she felt calmer. Leaves were falling now mixed with the dust and ash and flakes of the dead, and suddenly she was blanketed in piles of wafery beech leaves. They smelt of mushrooms and bonfires and something sweet. Mrs. Glover's gingerbread. So much nicer than sewage and gas. Come on, girl, the warden said. Come on, Susie, don't go to sleep on me now. He held her hand tighter, but Ursula was looking at something glinting and twirling in the sunlight. A rabbit? No, a hare. A silver hare, spinning slowly in front of her eyes. It was mesmerizing. It was the prettiest thing she had ever seen. She was flying off a roof into the night. She was in a cornfield with the sun beating down. Picking raspberries in the lane. Playing hide and seek with Teddy. She's a funny little thing, someone said. Not the warden, surely? And then the snow began to come down. The night sky was no longer high above, it was all around her, like a warm dark sea. She was floating into the blackout. She tried to say something to the warden. Thank you. But it didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered. The darkness had fallen. A lovely day tomorrow. September 2nd, 1939. Don't get upset, Pammy, Harold said. Why is it so quiet? What have you done with the boys? Sold them, Pamela said, perking up. 3 for the price of 2. You ought to stay the night, Ursula, Harold said kindly. You shouldn't be on your own tomorrow. It'll be one of those awful days. Doctor's orders. Thanks, Ursula said. But I've already got plans. She tried on the yellow crepe de chine tea dress that she'd bought earlier that day in an Eve of War spending spree on Kensington High Street. The crepe de chine had a pattern, tiny black swallows in flight. She admired it, rather admired herself, or what she could see in the dressing table mirror as she had to stand on her bed in order to see her lower half. Through Argyle Road's thin walls Ursula could hear Mrs. Appleyard having a row, in English, with a man, the mysterious Mr. Appleyard presumably, whose comings and goings at all times of the day and night kept no noticeable timetable. Ursula had encountered him in the flesh only once, in passing on the stairs, when he had glared moodily at her and hurried on without a greeting. He was a big man, ruddy and slightly porcine. Ursula could imagine him standing behind a butcher's counter or hauling brewery sacks, although according to the Mrs. Nesbit he was in fact an insurance clerk. Mrs. Appleyard, in contrast, was thin and sallow, and when her husband was out of the flat Ursula could hear her singing mournfully to herself in a language that she couldn't place. Something Eastern European by the sound of it. How useful Mr. Carver's Esperanto would be, she thought. Only if everyone spoke it, of course. And especially these days with so many refugees flooding into London. She's Czech, the Nesbits had eventually informed her. We didn't used to know where Czechoslovakia was, did we? I wish we still didn't. Ursula presumed Mrs. Appleyard was also some kind of refugee who, looking for safe harbor in the arms of an English gentleman, had found instead the pugnacious Mr. Appleyard. Ursula thought that if she ever heard Mr. Appleyard actually hitting his wife, then she would have to knock on their door and somehow put a stop to it, although she had no idea how she would do that. The dispute next door reached a crescendo, and then the Appleyard's front door slammed decisively in conclusion and all went quiet. Mr. Appleyard, a great one for noisy exits and entrances, could be heard stomping down the stairs, a trail of profanity in his wake on the subject of women and foreigners, of which the oppressed Mrs. Appleyard was both. The sour aura of dissatisfaction that seeped through the walls, along with the even less appetizing smell of boiled cabbage, was really quite depressing. Ursula wanted her refugees to be soulful and romantic, fleeing for their cultural lives, rather than the abused wives of insurance clerks. Which was ridiculously unfair of her. She stepped down from the bed and did a little twirl for the mirror. The dress suited her, she decided. She still had her figure, even at nearly 30. Would she one day develop Sylvie's matronly girth? It was beginning to seem unlikely now that she would ever have children of her own. She remembered holding Pamela's babies, remembered Teddy and Jimmy, too, how overwhelming the feelings of love and terror, the desperate desire to protect. How much stronger would those feelings be if it were her own child? Perhaps too strong to bear. Over their afternoon tea in John Lewis, Sylvie had asked, "Do you never get broody? Like your hens?" A career woman, Sylvie said, as if the two words had no place in the same sentence. A spinster, she added, contemplating the word. Ursula wondered why her mother was working so hard to rile her. Perhaps you will never marry, Sylvie said, as if in conclusion, as if Ursula's life was as good as over. Would that be such a bad thing? The unmarried daughter, Ursula said, tucking into an iced fancy. It was good enough for Jane Austen. She lifted the dress over her head and, in petticoat and stocking feet, padded through to the little scullery and filled a water glass at the tap before hunting down a cream cracker. Prison fare, she thought, good practice for what was to come. All she had had to eat since her breakfast toast was Pamela's cake. She was hoping to be stood, at the very least, a good dinner by Crichton tonight. He had asked her to meet him at the Savoy. They rarely had such public assignations, and she wondered if there was going to be drama, or if the shadow of war was drama enough and he wanted to talk to her about it. She knew that war was to be declared tomorrow, even though she had played rather dumb with Pammy. Crichton told her all kinds of things he shouldn't, on the basis that they had both signed the Official Secrets Act. She, on the other hand, told him almost nothing. He had been teetering again lately and Ursula wasn't at all sure which way he was going to fall, wasn't sure which way she wanted him to fall. He had asked her to meet him for a drink, a request conveyed on an Admiralty docket that had arrived mysteriously while she was briefly out of the office. Not for the first time Ursula wondered who brought these notes that seemed to appear on her desk as if delivered by elves. I think your department may be due an audit, it read. Crichton liked code. Ursula hoped that the Navy's encryptions weren't as rudimentary as Crichton's. Miss Fawcett, one of her clerical assistants, spotted the note lying in full view and gave her a panic-stricken look. Crikey, she said. Are we? Do an audit? Someone's idea of a joke, Ursula said, dismayed to find herself blushing. There was something un-Crichton-like about these salacious, if not downright filthy, but seemingly innocent messages. I believe there is a shortage of pencils. Or are your ink levels sufficiently topped up? Ursula wished he would learn Pitman's, or more discretion. Or, better still, stop altogether. When she was ushered inside the Savoy by a doorman, Crichton was waiting for her in the expansive foyer and instead of escorting her up to the American bar he shepherded her up the stairs to a suite on the second floor. The bed seemed to dominate the room, enormous and pillowy. Oh, so this is why we're here, she thought. The crepe de chine had been deemed unsuitable for the occasion and she had donned her royal blue satin, one of her 3 good evening dresses, a decision she now regretted as Crichton, if form was anything to go by, would soon be divesting her of it rather than treating her to a slap-up meal. He liked undressing her, liked looking at her. Like a Renoir, he said, although he knew little about art. Better a Renoir than a Rubens, she thought. Or a Picasso, for that matter. He had bestowed on her the great gift of regarding herself naked with little, if any, criticism. Moira, apparently, was a floor-length flannelette and lights-out woman. Sometimes Ursula wondered if Crichton didn't exaggerate his wife's sturdy qualities. Once or twice it had crossed her mind to journey out to Wargrave to catch a glimpse of the wronged wife and find out if she really was a dowd. The problem, of course, with Moira in the flesh, Rubenesque, not Renoir, she imagined, would be that Ursula would find it difficult to betray a real person rather than an enigma. But she is a real person, Pamela puzzled. It's a specious argument. Yes, I am aware of that. This later, at Hugh's 60th birthday, a rather querulous affair in the spring. The suite had a magnificent view of the river, from Waterloo Bridge to the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben, all shadowy now, in the encroaching twilight. The violet hour. She could just make out Cleopatra's Needle, a dark finger poking skywards. None of the usual blaze and twinkle of London lights. The blackout had already begun. The bolt hole wasn't available then? We're out in the open? Ursula said while Crichton opened a bottle of champagne that had been waiting for them in a sweating silver bucket. Are we celebrating? Saying our adieus, Crichton said, joining her at the window and handing her a glass. Our adieus? Ursula said, bemused. You've brought me to a good hotel and are plying me with champagne in order to end it all between us? Adieu to the peace, Crichton said. We're saying goodbye to the world as we know it. He raised his glass in the direction of the window, to London, in its dusky glory. To the beginning of the end, he said grimly. I've left Moira, he added, as if it were an afterthought, a nothing. Ursula was caught by surprise. And the girls? Just checking, she thought. All of them. Life is too precious to be unhappy. Ursula wondered how many people across London were saying the same thing that night. Perhaps in less salubrious surroundings. And there would be others, of course, who would be saying the same words to cleave to what they already had, not to discard it on a whim. Suddenly and unexpectedly panicked, Ursula said, I don't want to marry you. She hadn't realized quite how strongly she felt until the words came out of her mouth. I don't want to marry you either, Crichton said, and, perversely, she felt disappointed. I've taken a lease on a flat in Edgerton Gardens, he said. I thought perhaps you would come and join me. To cohabit? To live in sin in Knightsbridge? If you will. My, you are bold, she said. What about your career? He made a dismissive sound. So, she, and not the war, was to be his new Jutland then. Will you say yes? Ursula? Ursula stared through the window at the Thames. The river was almost invisible now. We should have a toast, she said. What is it they say in the Navy, sweethearts and wives, may they never meet? She chinked her glass against Crichton's and said, I'm starving, we are going to eat, aren't we? April 1940. A car horn down in the street below broke the Sunday morning silence of Knightsbridge. Ursula missed the sound of church bells. There were so many simple things she had taken for granted before the war. She wished that she could go back and appreciate them properly. Why the horn, Crichton said, when we have a perfectly good doorbell? He looked out of the window. He's here, he said, if he's a young man in a three-piece suit puffed up like a Christmas robin. That does sound like him. Although Ursula didn't think of Maurice as young, had never thought of him as young, but she supposed he was to Crichton. Hugh's 60th birthday and Maurice had grudgingly offered her a lift to Fox Corner for the celebrations. It was going to be a novelty, and not necessarily a good one, to spend time cloistered in a car with Maurice. They were rarely alone with each other. He has petrol? Crichton had said, raising an eyebrow, but really it was more a statement than a question. He has a driver, Ursula said. I knew Maurice would squeeze the most out of the war. What war? Pamela would have said. She was marooned in Yorkshire with only 6 small boys for company and Jeanette, who had turned out to be not merely a moaner but quite the fainéant. I expected better of a vicar's daughter. She's so lazy, I run around all day long after her boys as well as mine. I've had enough of this evacuation lark, I think we'll come home soon. I suppose he could hardly turn up at home in a car without having given me a lift, Ursula said. Maurice wouldn't want to be seen to be behaving badly, even by his own family. He has a reputation to keep up. Besides, his family are staying there and he's bringing them back to London tonight. Maurice had sent Edwina and the children to stay at Fox Corner for the Easter holidays. Ursula had wondered if he knew something about the war that the public didn't. Was Easter to be a particularly hazardous time? There must be so many things that Maurice knew that others didn't, but Easter had passed off without incident and she supposed it was merely a case of grandchildren visiting grandparents. Philip and Hazel were very uninventive children and Ursula wondered how they were getting on with Sylvie's rambunctious evacuees. It'll be horribly crowded on the way back, with Edwina and the children. Not to mention the driver. Still, needs must and so on. The car horn sounded again. Ursula ignored it as a matter of principle. How wickedly satisfying it would be, she thought, to have Crichton in tow, in full naval fig, all those medals, all that gold braid, outranking Maurice in so many ways. You could come with me, you know, she said to him. We just wouldn't mention Moira. Or the girls. Is it your home? Sorry? You said, he could hardly turn up at home. Isn't this your home? Crichton said. Yes, of course, Ursula said. Maurice was pacing impatiently up and down on the pavement and she rapped on the window pane to get his attention and held up her index finger, mouthing 1 minute to him. He frowned at her. It's a figure of speech, she said, turning back to Crichton. One always refers to one's parents' place as home. Does one? I don't. No, thought Ursula, you don't. Wargrave was home for Crichton, even if only in his thoughts. And he was right, of course, she didn't consider the flat in Edgerton Gardens to be her home. It was a point in time, a temporary stopping-off place on yet another journey that the war had interrupted. We can argue the point if you want, she said amiably. It's just, you know. Maurice, marching up and down out there like a little tin soldier. Crichton laughed. He never looked for arguments. I would love to join you and meet your family, he said, but I'm going to the Citadel. The Admiralty was constructing an underground fortress, the Citadel, on Horse Guards Parade, and Crichton was in the process of moving his office over. I'll see you later then, Ursula said. My carriage awaits and Maurice is pawing the ground. Ring, Crichton reminded her and Ursula said, oh, yes, of course, I nearly forgot. She had started wearing a wedding ring when not at work, for appearance's sake, tradesmen, and so on. The boy who delivered the milk, the woman who came in to clean twice a week, she didn't want them thinking she was in an illicit relationship. She had surprised herself with this bashfulness. You can imagine how many questions there would be if they saw that, she said, slipping the ring off and leaving it on the hall table. Crichton kissed her lightly on the cheek and said, have a nice time. No guarantee of that, she said. Still not caught yourself a man? Izzy asked Ursula. Of course, she said, turning brightly to Sylvie. You have how many grandchildren now? 7, 8? 6. Perhaps you're a grandmother, Izzy. What? Maurice said. How could she be? Anyway, Izzy said airily, it takes the pressure off Ursula to produce one. Produce? Ursula said, a forkful of salmon in aspic suspended on its way to her mouth. Looks like you're left on the shelf, Maurice said. Pardon? The fork returned to the plate. Always the bridesmaid. Once, Ursula said. I have been a bridesmaid once only, to Pamela. I'll have that if you're not eating it, Jimmy said, filching the salmon. I was, actually. Even worse then, Maurice said. Nobody even wants you as a bridesmaid except for your sister. He sniggered, more schoolboy than man. He was, annoyingly, seated too far away for her to kick him beneath the table. Manners, Maurice, Edwina murmured. How many times would he disappoint you in a day if you were married to him, Ursula wondered. It seemed to her that in the search for arguments against marriage the existence of Maurice presented the very best one of all. Of course, Edwina's nose was currently out of joint on account of the driver, who turned out to be a rather attractive ATS girl in uniform. Sylvie, to the girl's embarrassment, her name was Penny, but everyone immediately forgot this, insisted that she join them at the table when she would clearly have been more comfortable staying with the car, or in the kitchen with Bridget. She was stuck at the cramped end of the table with the evacuees and was the object of constant frosty scrutiny from Edwina. Maurice, on the other hand, studiously ignored her. Ursula tried to read some meaning into this. She wished Pamela were here. She was very good at deciphering people, although not perhaps as good as Izzy. So, Maurice has been a naughty boy, I see. Mind you, she's a looker. Women in uniform, what man can resist? Philip and Hazel sat passively between their parents. Sylvie had never been particularly fond of Maurice's children, whereas she seemed to delight in her evacuees, Barry and Bobby, my two busy bees, currently crawling beneath the Regency Revival dining table, giggling in a rather manic fashion. Full of mischief, Sylvie said indulgently. The evacuees, as everyone else referred to them, as if they were entirely defined by their status, had been scrubbed and polished into apparent innocence by Bridget and Sylvie, but nothing could disguise their impish nature. What little horrors, Izzy said with a shudder. Ursula rather liked them, they reminded her of the small Millers. If they had been dogs, their tails would have been constantly wagging. Sylvie now had a pair of real puppies as well, excitable black Labradors who were also brothers. They were called Hector and Hamish but seemed to be known collectively and indistinguishably as the dogs. The dogs in the evacuees appeared to have contributed to a new shabbiness in Fox Corner. Sylvie herself seemed more reconciled now to this war than she had ever been to the last one. Hugh less so. He had been pushed into training the Home Guard and had only this morning after Sunday service been instructing the ladies of the local church in the use of the stirrup pump. Is that suitable for the Sabbath? Edwina asked. I'm sure God's on our side, but, she tailed off, incapable of sustaining a theological position despite being a devout Christian, which meant, according to Pamela, that she slapped her children hard and made them eat for breakfast what they left at tea. Of course it's suitable, Maurice said. In my role organizing the civil defense. I don't consider myself to be on the shelf as you so charmingly put it, Ursula interrupted him irritably. Again, she experienced a fleeting wish for Crichton's be-metalled, braided presence. How horrified Edwina would be to know of Edgerton Gardens. And how is the Admiral? Izzy asked later in the garden, sotto voce, like a conspirator, for, of course, she knew. Izzy knew everything, and if she didn't know it she could mouse it out with ease. Like Ursula, she had the character for espionage. He's not an admiral, Ursula said. But he is well, thank you. You do all right on your own, Teddy said to Ursula. Contracted to thine own bright eyes, and so on. Teddy had faith in poetry, as if merely to quote from Shakespeare would mollify a situation. Ursula thought the sonnet he was quoting from was about being selfish, but didn't say so as Teddy meant it kindly. Unlike everyone else, it seemed, all of whom appeared quite fixed on her unmarried status. She's only 30, for heaven's sake, Izzy said, putting in her oar again. If only they would all be quiet, Ursula thought. After all, Izzy persisted, I was over 40 when I married. And where is your husband? Sylvie asked, looking around the Regency Revival, both leaves extended to accommodate their numbers. She feigned perplexity, it didn't suit her. I don't seem to see him here. Izzy had chosen the occasion to turn up, uninvited, as usual, Sylvie said, to offer her congratulations on Hugh's 6 decades. A landmark. Hugh's other sisters had deemed the journey to Fox Corner too challenging. What a parcel of vixens they are, Izzy said later to Ursula. Izzy might have been the baby, but she was never the favorite. Hugh has always been so good to them, He's always been good to everyone, Ursula said, surprised, alarmed even, to find tears starting up at the thought of her father's sound character. Oh, don't, Izzy said, handing her a froth of lace that apparently passed as a handkerchief. You'll make me cry as well. It seemed unlikely, it had never happened before. Izzy had also chosen the occasion to announce her imminent departure for California. Her husband, the famous playwright, had been offered a job writing screenplays in Hollywood. All the Europeans are going there, she said. You're European now, are you? Hughes said. Aren't we all? The whole family had gathered, apart from Pamela, for whom the journey was genuinely too challenging. Jimmy had managed to wangle a couple of days' leave and Teddy had brought Nancy along. On arrival, she gave Hugh a disarming hug, said, "Happy birthday, Mr. Todd," before handing him a parcel, wrapped prettily in old wallpaper scavenged from the Shawcross household. It was a copy of The Warden. It's a first edition, Nancy said. Ted said that you liked Trollope. A fact that none of the rest of his family appeared to know. Good old Ted, Hugh said, kissing her on the cheek. And to Teddy, what a sweetheart you have here. When are you going to pop the question? Oh, Nancy said, blushing and laughing, plenty of time for that. I hope so, a somber Sylvie said. Teddy had graduated now from the initial training school, he has wings. Nancy said. Like an angel. And was waiting to sail to Canada, to train as a pilot. When he was qualified he would head back here and take up a place in an operational training unit. He was more likely to be killed in an OTU, he said, than on an actual bombing run. It was true. Ursula knew a girl in the air ministry. She knew girls everywhere, everyone did. They ate their sandwiches together in St. James's Park and gloomily traded statistics, despite the dead hand of the Official Secrets Act. Well, that's a great comfort to me, Sylvie said. Ow. One of the evacuees squealed beneath the table. Some bugger just kicked me. Everyone instinctively looked at Maurice. Something cold and wet nosed itself up Ursula's skirt. She hoped very much that it was the nose of one of the dogs and not one of the evacuees. Jimmy pinched her arm, rather hard, and said, "They do go on, don't they?" The poor ATS girl, like the evacuees and the dogs, defined by her status, looked as if she were about to cry. I say, are you all right? Ever solicitous Nancy asked her. She's an only child, Maurice said matter-of-factly. They don't understand the joys of family life. This knowledge of the ATS girl's background seemed to particularly infuriate Edwina, who was gripping the butter knife in her hand as if she were planning to attack someone with it, Maurice or the ATS girl, or anyone within stabbing distance by the look of it. Ursula wondered how much harm a butter knife could do. Enough, she supposed. Nancy jumped up from the table and said to the ATS girl, "Come on, let's go for a walk, it's such a lovely day. The bluebells will be out in the wood, if you fancy a bit of a hike." She hooked arms with her and almost pulled her out of the room. Ursula thought about running after them. Courtship to marriage, as a very witty prologue to a very dull play, Izzy said as if nothing had interrupted them. Someone said that. Congreve, Sylvie said. What on earth does that have to do with anything? Just saying, Izzy said. Of course, you're married to a playwright, aren't you? Sylvie said. The one we never see. The journey is different for everyone, Izzy said. Oh, please, Sylvie said. Spare us your cod philosophy. For me, marriage is about freedom, Izzy said. For you it has always been about the vexations of confinement. What on earth are you talking about? Sylvie said. A bafflement shared by the rest of the table. You talk such nonsense. And what life would you have led otherwise? Izzy continued blithely, or relentlessly, depending on your viewpoint. I seem to remember you were 17 and on your uppers, a dead, bankrupt artist's daughter. Heaven only knows what would have happened to you if Hugh hadn't charged in and rescued you. You remember nothing, you were still in the nursery at the time. Barely. And, I, of course. Oh, do shut up, Hugh said wearily. Bridget broke the tension, often her starring role at Fox Corner now that Mrs. Glover was gone, entering the dining room bearing aloft a roast duck. Duck a la surprise, Jimmy said, for, naturally, they had all been expecting a chicken. Nancy and the ATS girl, Penny, Nancy reminded everyone, returned in time to be handed warmed-up plates. You're lucky there's any duck on that, Teddy said to Nancy when he handed her a plate. The poor bird was picked clean, . There's so little eating on a duck, Izzy said, lighting up a cigarette. There's barely enough for 2 people, I can't imagine what you were thinking. I was thinking there's a war on, Sylvie said. If I'd known you planned a duck, Izzy plowed on, I would have sought out something a little more generous. I know a man who can get anything. I bet you do, Sylvie said. Jimmy offered Ursula the wishbone and they both wished loudly and pointedly for a nice birthday for Hugh. An amnesty was brought about by the advent of the cake, an ingenious confection that, naturally, relied mainly on eggs. Bridget brought it to the table. She had no flair for making an occasion of anything and dumped it in front of Hugh without ceremony. She was coerced by him into taking a place at the table. "I wouldn't if I were you," Ursula heard the ATS girl mutter quietly. "You're part of the family, Bridget," Hugh said. No one else in the family, Ursula thought, slaved away from dawn to dusk the way Bridget did. Mrs. Glover had retired and gone to live with one of her sisters, a move prompted by George's sudden but not unexpected death. Just as Hugh filled his lungs, rather theatrically, for there was only one token candle to blow out, there was a great commotion out in the hallway. One of the evacuees went out to investigate and ran back with the news that it was a woman and loads of bloody kids. Star. How was it? Crichton asked, when she finally arrived home. Pammy came back, for good, I think, she said, deciding on the highlight. She looked done in. She came by train, 3 little boys plus a babe in arms, can you imagine? It took her hours. A nightmare, Crichton said with feeling. Pammy. Hugh said. He looked enormously pleased. Happy birthday, Daddy, Pamela said. No presents, I'm afraid, just us. More than enough, Hugh said, beaming. And suitcases, and the dog. She's such a stalwart. My journey home, on the other hand, was a different kind of nightmare. Maurice, Edwina, their uninspiring offspring and the driver. Turned out to be a rather lovely ATS girl. Good God, Crichton said, how does he do it? I've been trying to get my hands on a wren for months. She laughed and hovered in the kitchen while he made cocoa for both of them. While they drank it in bed, she regaled him with tales from the day, somewhat embellished. She felt it her duty to entertain him. What, after all, she thought, was there to distinguish them from any married couple? Perhaps the war. Perhaps not. I think I'm going to have to join up, or something, she said. She thought of the ATS girl. Do my bit, as they say. Get my hands dirty. I read reports every day about people doing brave things and my hands stay very clean. You're doing your bit already, he said. What? Supporting the Navy? He laughed and rolled over and pulled her into his arms. He nuzzled her neck, and as she lay there it struck her that it was just possible that she was happy. Or at any rate, she thought, qualifying the idea, as happy as was possible in this life. Home, it had struck her on the torturous drive back to London, wasn't Edgerton Gardens, wasn't even Fox Corner. Home was an idea, and like Arcadia it was lost in the past. She had already ticketed the day in her memory as Hugh's 60th birthday, one more in a roll call of family occasions. Later, when she understood that it was the last time they would all be together, she wished she had paid more attention. Star. She was woken in the morning by Crichton bringing her a tray of tea and toast. She had the senior service to thank for his domesticity rather than Wargrave. Thank you, she said, struggling to sit up, still worn out from yesterday. Bad news, I'm afraid, he said, opening the curtains. She thought of Teddy and Jimmy, although she knew that for this morning at least they were safely tucked up in their beds in Fox Corner, sharing their boyhood room, once Morris's. What bad news? She asked. Norway has fallen. Poor Norway, she said and sipped the hot tea. November 1940. Pamela had sent a parcel of baby clothes that Gerald had grown out of, and Ursula thought of Mrs. Appleyard. She might not have thought of Mrs. Appleyard as she hadn't kept up with the residents of Argyle Road since she left for Edgerton Gardens, something she had rather regretted as she had been fond of the Mrs. Nesbit and often wondered how they were faring under the relentless bombardment. But then she had had a chance encounter with Renee Miller a few weeks ago. Ursula had been on the town, as he put it, with Jimmy, who had a couple of days' furlough in the capital. They had been stranded in the Charing Cross Hotel thanks to a UXB. Sometimes she thought unexploded bombs were more of a nuisance than exploded ones, and had taken refuge in the first-floor coffee lounge. There's a rather tardy girl, all lipstick and teeth, over there who seems to know you, Jimmy said. Ye gods, Renee Miller, Ursula said when she spotted Renee waving eagerly at her. And who on earth is that man with her? He looks like a gangster. Renee was effusive, as though she had been best pals with Ursula in some former life. She's a lively girl, Jimmy laughed after they'd escaped, and insisted that they join her and Nicky for a drink. Nicky himself seemed less than enthusiastic about the idea but nonetheless shook hands and signaled to the waiter. Renee filled Ursula in on the doings in Argyle Road, although little seemed to have changed since she left a year ago for Edgerton Gardens, except that the army now had Mr. Appleyard and his wife had a baby. A boy, Renee said. Ugly little thing. Jimmy guffawed and said, I like a girl who knows when a spade's a spade. Nikki was rather put out by Jimmy's personable presence, especially as by the time she had downed another watery gin Renee had begun to flirt, almost professionally it seemed, with him. Ursula overheard someone say that the unexploded bomb had been dealt with, and when Renee said, "Get us another round in, Nikki," and Nikki began to glower, Ursula thought it might be politic to move on. Nikki refused to let them pay, as if it were a matter of principle. Ursula wasn't sure she wanted to be beholden to someone of his caliber. Renee hugged and kissed her and said, "Come and see the old dears, they'd love it," and Ursula promised that she would. "Good God, I thought she was going to eat me," Jimmy said as they maneuvered around rubble on Henrietta Street. She made good on her promise to Renee, prompted by the parcel of Gerald's old clothes. She reached Argyle Road not long after 6, getting away from work early for once. She had not, after all, donned a uniform of any kind yet, as there seemed hardly enough time to eat and breathe between work and the bombs. "Your job is war work," Crichton pointed out. "I would have thought that you would have enough on your plate. How is the Ministry of some obscurity these days?" "Oh, you know. Busy. There was so much information to be logged. Each individual incident, what type of bomb, the damage done, how many killed or injured, the tally was mounting horribly, streamed across their desks." Occasionally, she would open a buff folder and find what she thought of as the raw material, RP-type reports or even the handwritten reports they were based on, and wonder what it was like to be in the heat of battle, for that's what the Blitz was, wasn't it? Sometimes she saw bomb damage maps, once one that had been drawn by Ralph. He had signed it in faint, almost indecipherable pencil on the back. They were friends, she had met him at her German class, although he had made it clear that he would like them to mean more to each other. "Your other man," Crichton called him, amused. "How kind," Mrs. Appleyard said when Ursula appeared on her doorstep with the parcel of clothes. "Please come in." Ursula crossed the threshold reluctantly. The previous smell of boiled cabbage now mingled with the more unappetizing smells that could accompany an infant. Sadly, Renee's judgment on Mrs. Appleyard's baby's pulchritude, or lack of it, turned out to be true. He was an ugly little thing. "Emile," Mrs. Appleyard said, handing him over to Ursula to hold. She could feel the dampness of him through his rubber knickers. She almost handed him straight back. "Emile?" she said to him, making a face and grinning at him with forced jollity. He stared back at her, rather truculently, his paternity not in doubt. Mrs. Appleyard offered tea and Ursula excused herself and scurried up the stairs to the Nesbit's airy. They were their usual benign selves. It must be quite nice to live with one's sister, Ursula thought. She wouldn't mind living out her days with Pamela. Ruth grasped one of her fingers with her own twig-like ones. "You're married. How wonderful." Oh darn, Ursula thought, she had forgotten to take off the wedding ring. She demurred, "Well," and then, seeing the complexity, finally, modestly, "Yes, I suppose so." They both offered triumphant congratulations, as if she had achieved something spectacular. "What a shame you have no engagement ring," Lavinia said. Ursula had forgotten their penchant for costume jewelry and wished she had brought them something. She had a little box of old Diamante buckles and clips that Izzy had given her that she knew they would have appreciated. Lavinia was wearing an enamel brooch shaped like a black cat. A little rhinestone winked for an eye. Ruth sported a weighty carbuncle of topaz pinned to her sparrow chest. It looked like it might topple her insubstantial frame. "We're like magpies," Ruth laughed. "We love all the shiny little things." They had the kettle on and were happily fussing over what to feed her, toast with Marmite or toast with jam, when the siren began its infernal warble. Ursula looked out of the window. No sign of any raiders yet, although a searchlight was already sweeping the black sky. A beautiful new moon had stamped a crescent of light out of the blackness. "Come along, dear, down to the miller's cellar," Lavinia said, surprisingly chipper. "Every night an adventure," Ruth added, as they gathered up a great amount of stuff, shawls and cups, books and darning. Torch, don't forget the torch," Lavinia said gaily. As they reached the ground floor, a bomb thudded down a couple of streets away. "Oh, no," Lavinia said. "I forgot my knitting, Dot." "We'll go back, dear," Ruth said, and Ursula said, "No, you must take shelter." "I'm knitting leggings for Mrs. Appleyard's baby," Lavinia said, as if that were a good enough reason to risk her life. "Don't worry about us, dear," Ruth said, "we'll be back before you know we've gone." "For heaven's sake, if you must have it then I'll go," Ursula said, but they were already creaking their old bones up the stairs and Mr. Miller was bustling her down to the cellar. "Renee, Dolly, everyone, look who's come to join her old pals," he announced to the occupants as if Ursula were a music hall turn. She had forgotten how many Millers there were, and how starchy Miss Hartnell could be and how downright odd Mr. Bentley was. And as for Renee, she seemed to have quite forgotten the ardor of their previous encounter, saying only, "Oh, Lord, another body using up the air in this hellhole." Renee was, reluctantly, dandling a fractious Emile. She was right, it was a hellhole. In Edgerton Gardens they had a rather salubrious basement that they retired to, although Ursula, and Crichton too if he was there, often took her chances and stayed in her own bed. Ursula remembered the wedding ring and thought how confused Hugh and Sylvie would be if they saw it on her body if she were to die in a raid. Would Crichton come to her funeral and explain? She was prevented from slipping it off by Renee suddenly thrusting Emile into her arms just before a massive explosion rocked the building. "Crikey, old Fritz is really trying to put the wind up us tonight," Mr. Miller said cheerfully. Her name was Susie, apparently. She had no idea, she really couldn't remember anything. A man kept calling her out of the darkness. "Come on, Susie, don't go to sleep now, and how about we have a nice cuppa when we get out of here, Susie?" She was choking on ash and dust. She sensed something inside her was torn beyond repair. Cracked. She was a golden bull. Quite Jamesian, really, she heard Teddy say. Had he said that? She was a great tree, how odd. She was very cold. The man was holding her hand, squeezing it. "Come on, Susie, stay awake now." But she couldn't, the soft dark was beckoning to her with the promise of sleep, endless sleep, and the snow began to fall gently until she was entirely shrouded and everything was dark. A lovely day tomorrow. September 1940. She missed Crichton more than she had let on to either him or Pamela. He had taken a room at the Savoy on the night before war was declared and she had got dressed up in her good royal blue satin only for him to announce that they should call an end to things, to say our adieus. "It's going to get awfully bloody," he said, but whether he meant the war or them she wasn't sure. Despite or perhaps because of their adieus, they went to bed together and he spent a lot of time telling her how much he would miss this body, the lineaments of your flesh, this pretty face, and so on, until she got rather fed up and said, "Well, it is you that wants out of this, not me." She wondered if he made love to Moira in the same way, detachment and passion in equal measure, but it was one of those questions you couldn't ask in case he were to tell the truth. What did it matter? Moira was getting him back. Soiled goods perhaps, but hers nonetheless. The next morning they breakfasted in the room and then listened to Chamberlain's speech. There was a wireless in the suite. Not long after, a siren sounded but strangely neither of them panicked. It all seemed very unreal. "I expect it's a test," Crichton said. Ursula thought that from now on everything would probably be a test. They left the hotel and walked along the embankment to Westminster Bridge, where air raid wardens were blowing their whistles and shouting that the scare was over. Others were riding along on bicycles with all clear signs attached to them, and Crichton said, "Good God, I fear for us if this is the best we can muster in a raid." Sandbags were being stacked along the bridge, being stacked everywhere, and Ursula thought it was just as well there was so much sand in the world. She tried to remember the lines from The Walrus and the Carpenter. If 7 maids with 7 mops, but they had reached Whitehall by now, and Crichton broke into her thoughts by taking both her hands in his and saying, "I must go now, darling," and for a moment he sounded like a rather cheap and sentimental movie star. She decided she would live out the war as a nun. Much easier. She had watched him walk along Whitehall and suddenly felt horribly alone. She might, after all, go back to Finchley. November 1940. On the other side of the wall she could hear Emile complaining in Mrs. Appleyard's soothing remonstrance. She began to sing a lullaby in her own language, the mother tongue, Ursula thought. It was an extraordinarily sad song, and Ursula vowed that if she ever had a child, difficult when you had decided to live as a nun, she would sing to it nothing but jolly jigs and ditties. She felt alone. She would have liked a warm body for comfort. A dog would be better than being on her own on nights like this. A living, breathing presence. She moved the blackout aside. No sign of bombers yet, just the long finger of a solitary searchlight poking into the blackness. A new moon hung in the sky. Pale for weariness, according to Shelley, but queen and huntress, chaste and fair for Ben Jonson. To Ursula it betrayed an indifference that made her suddenly shiver. There was always a second before the siren started when she was aware of a sound as yet unheard. It was like an echo, or rather the opposite of an echo. An echo came afterwards, but was there a word for what came before? She heard the whine of a plane overhead and the bang 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 of the first bombs dropping, and she was about to replace the blackout and make a run for the cellar when she noticed a dog cowering in a doorway opposite, almost as if she'd wished it into existence. Even from where she was, she could sense its terror. She hesitated for a second and then thought, "Oh, damn," and raced down the stairs. She passed the Nesbit sisters. "Ooh, bad luck, Miss Todd," Ruth giggled. "Crossing on the stairs, you know." Ursula was going down, the sisters were coming up. "You're going the wrong way," she said, rather pointlessly. "I forgot my knitting," Lavinia said. She was wearing an enamel brooch shaped like a black cat. A little rhinestone winked for an eye. "She's knitting leggings for Mrs. Appleyard's baby," Ruth said. "It's so cold in her flat." It was incredibly noisy on the street. She could hear incendiaries clattering down on a roof nearby, sounding like a giant coal scuttle being emptied. The sky was alight. A chandelier flare fell, as graceful as fireworks, illuminating everything below. A stream of bombers was roaring overhead as she dashed across the street to the dog. It was a nondescript terrier, whimpering and shaking all over. Just as she grabbed hold of it, she heard a terrific swish and knew she was for it, that they were both for it. A colossal growling noise was followed by the loudest bang she'd heard so far in the blitz. This is it, she thought, this is how I die. She took a blow to the forehead, a brick or something, but didn't lose consciousness. A blast of air, like a hurricane, knocked her off her feet. There was a horrendous pain in her ears and all she could hear was a high-pitched whistling, singing noise, and she knew that her eardrums must have gone. Debris was showering down on her, cutting her and digging into her. The blast seemed to come in successive waves and she could feel a grumbling, grinding vibration in the ground beneath her. From a distance an explosion seemed to be over almost immediately, but when you were in the middle of it seemed to go on forever, to have a character that changed and developed as it went along so that you had no idea how it was going to end up, how you were going to end up. She was half sitting, half lying on the ground and tried to hang on to something, but she couldn't let go of the dog, this thought uppermost in her mind for some reason, and she found herself being blown slowly along the ground. The pressure began to decrease a little, but the dirt and dust were still raining down and the blast had life in it yet. Then something else hit her on the head and everything went dark. Star. She was woken by the dog licking her face. It was very hard to understand what had happened, but after a while she realized that the doorway where she had grabbed the dog didn't exist anymore. The door had been blown inwards, the pair of them with it, and now they were lying among debris in the passage of a house. The staircase of the house behind them, choked with broken bricks and splintered wood, now led nowhere as the upper floors had gone. Still stunned, she struggled to a sitting position. Her head felt thick and stupid, but nothing seemed to be broken and she couldn't find any bleeding, although she supposed she must be covered in cuts and bruises. The dog too, although very quiet, seemed to be uninjured. "Your name must be Lucky," she said to it, but her voice hardly came out at all, there was so much choking dust in the air. Cautiously, she got to her feet and walked down the passage to the street. Her house had also gone, everywhere she looked there were great heaps of smoking rubble and skeletal walls. The paired fingernail of the moon was bright enough, even through the veil of dust, to cast light on the horror. If she hadn't run to save the dog she would be cinders in the miller's cellar now. Was everyone dead? The Nesbits, Mrs. Appleyard and Emile? Mr. Bentley? All the Millers? She stumbled into the street where two firemen were unreeling a hose. While they were attaching it to the hydrant one of them spotted her and shouted, "Are you all right, miss?" It was funny, but he looked exactly like Fred Smith. And then the other fireman yelled, "Watch out, the wall's coming down." It was. Slowly, incredibly slowly, as if in a dream, the whole wall tilted on an invisible axis and without a single brick detaching itself it inclined towards them, as if taking a graceful bow, and fell in one piece, bringing the darkness down with it. August 1926. Als das Zimmer verlassen hadwust, was sie aus dieser Erststimmung machen soll. Bees buzzed their summer afternoon lullaby in Ursula, in the shade of the apple trees, drowsily abandoned die Marquise von O. Through half-open eyes she watched a small rabbit a few yards away nibbling contentedly on grass. He was either unaware of her or very bold. Maurice would have shot it by now. He was home after graduation, waiting to start his training in the law, and had spent the entire vacation being thoroughly and noisily bored. He could always get a summer job, Hugh said. It's not unheard of for vigorous young men to work. Maurice was so bored in fact that he had agreed to teach Ursula to shoot and even agreed to use old bottles and cans as targets rather than the many wild creatures that he was forever taking potshots at, rabbits, foxes, badgers, pigeons, pheasants, even once a small roe deer, for which neither Pamela nor Ursula would ever forgive him. As long as they were inanimate, Ursula rather liked shooting things. She used Hugh's old wildfowler, but Maurice had a splendid pity, his 21st birthday present from his grandmother. Adelaide had been threatening to die for some years now but never came good on her promises, Sylvie said. She lingered on in Hampstead, like a giant spider, Izzy said, shuddering, over the veal cutlets à la Russe, although it may have been the cutlets themselves that caused this reaction. It was not one of the better dishes in Mrs. Glover's repertoire. One of the few things, perhaps the only thing Sylvie and Izzy had in common, was their antipathy towards Hugh's mother. "Your mother too," Hugh pointed out to Izzy, and Izzy said, "Oh, no, she found me by the side of the road. She often told me so. I was so naughty that even the gypsies didn't want me." Hugh came to watch Maurice and Ursula shooting and said, "Why, little bear, you're a real Annie Oakley." "You know," Sylvie said, appearing suddenly and startling Ursula into full wakefulness, "long, lazy days like these will never come again in your life. You think they will, but they won't. Unless I become incredibly rich," Ursula said. "Then I could be idle all day long. Perhaps, Sylvie said, but summer would still have to come to an end one day. She sank down on the grass next to Ursula and picked up the Kleist. A suicidal romantic, she said dismissively. Are you really going to do modern languages? Your father says Latin might be more useful. How can it be useful? Nobody speaks it, Ursula said reasonably. This was an argument that had been rumbling genteelly all summer. She stretched her arms above her head. I shall go and live in Paris for a year and speak nothing but French. That will be very useful there. Oh, Paris, Sylvie shrugged. Paris is rather overrated. Berlin, then. Germany's a mess. Vienna. Stuffy. Brussels, Ursula said. No one can object to Brussels. It was true, Sylvie could think of nothing to say about Brussels, and their grand tour of Europe came to an abrupt halt. After university anyway, Ursula said. That's years away yet, you can stop worrying. University won't teach you how to be a wife and mother, Sylvie said. What if I don't want to be a wife and mother? Sylvie laughed. Now you're just talking nonsense to provoke. There's tea on the lawn, she said, rousing herself reluctantly. And cake. And, unfortunately, Izzy. Star. Ursula went for a walk along the lane before supper, Jock happily trotting ahead. He was a wonderfully cheerful dog. It was hard to believe that Izzy could have chosen so well. It was the kind of summer evening that made Ursula want to be alone. Oh, Izzy said, you're at an age when a girl is simply consumed by the sublime. Ursula wasn't sure what she meant. No one is ever sure what she means, Sylvie said, but she thought she understood a little. There was a strangeness in the shimmering air, a sense of imminence that made Ursula's chest feel full, as if her heart was growing. It was a kind of high holiness, she could think of no other way of describing it. Perhaps it was the future, she thought, coming nearer all the time. She was 16, on the brink of everything. She had even been kissed, on her birthday at that, by the rather alarming American friend of Morris's. Just one kiss, she told him before batting him away when he got too fresh with her. Unfortunately, he stumbled over his huge feet and fell backwards into a cotoneaster, which looked rather uncomfortable and certainly undignified. She told Millie, who hooted with laughter. Still, as Millie said, a kiss was a kiss. Her walk took her to the station, where she said hello to Fred Smith, who doffed his railwayman's cap as if she were already a grown-up. The imminence remained imminent, receded even, as she watched his train huff off to London. She walked back and met Nancy, grubbing for things for her nature collection, and they walked companionably together before they were overtaken by Benjamin Cole on his bicycle. He stopped and dismounted and said, "Shall I escort you home, ladies?" Rather in the way that Hugh might have done, and Nancy giggled. Ursula was glad that the heat of the afternoon had already made her cheeks pink, because she could feel herself blushing. She grabbed some cow parsley from the hedgerow and fanned herself, ineffectually, with it. She had not, after all, been so wrong about the imminence. "Benjamin, oh, do call me Ben," he said. "Only my parents call me Benjamin these days." Walked with them as far as the Shawcross's gate, where he said, "Goodbye, then," and climbed back on his bicycle for the short ride home. "Oh," Nancy whispered, disappointed on her behalf, "I thought maybe he would walk you home, just the two of you." "Am I so obvious?" Ursula asked, her spirits drooping. "You are rather." "Never mind." Nancy patted her on the arm as if she were the elder by 4 years rather than Ursula. "And then, I'm late, I think. I don't want to miss dinner," she said, and, clutching her foraged treasure, she skipped along the path towards her house, singing tra-la-la. Nancy was a girl who really did sing tra-la-la. Ursula wished she was that kind of girl. She turned to go. She supposed she was late for supper too, but then she heard the mad ringing of a bicycle bell announcing Benjamin, Ben, zooming towards her. "I forgot to say," he said, "we're having a party next week, Saturday afternoon. Mother said to ask you. It's Dan's birthday. She wants some girls to dilute the boys. I think that was her phrase. She thought maybe you and Millie." "Nancy's a bit young, isn't she?" "Yes, she is," Ursula agreed quickly. "But I'd love to come. So would Millie, I'm sure." "Thank you." Imminence had returned to the world. She watched him cycle away, whistling as he went. When she turned round, she nearly bumped into a man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and was hovering, waiting for her. He tipped his cap and muttered, "Evening, miss." He was a rough-looking fellow, and Ursula took a step back. "Tell me the way to the station, miss?" he said, and she pointed down the lane and said, "It's that way." "Care to show me the way, miss?" he said, moving closer to her again. "No," she said, "no thank you." Then his hand suddenly shot out and he grabbed her forearm. She managed to tug her arm away and set off running, not daring to look behind until she reached her doorstep. "All right, little bear?" Hugh asked as she flung herself into the porch. You look all puffed out, he said. No, I'm fine, really, she said. Hugh would only worry if she told him about the man. Veal cutlets à la Russe, Mrs. Glover said as she put a large white china dish on the table. I'm only telling you because last time I cooked it someone said they couldn't begin to imagine what it was. The Coles are having a party, Ursula said to Sylvie. Millie and I are invited. Lovely, Sylvie said, distracted by the contents of the white porcelain dish, much of which would later be fed to a less discerning, or, as Mrs. Glover would have it, less fussy, West Highland terrier. The party was a disappointment. It was a rather daunting affair with endless games of charades, Millie in her element, needless to say, and quizzes to which Ursula knew most of the answers but was left unheard, beaten by the ferociously competitive speed of the Cole boys and their friends. Ursula felt invisible, and the only intimacy that she shared with Benjamin, he no longer seemed like Ben, was when he asked her if she would like some fruit cup and then forgot to come back with any. There was no dancing but piles of food, and Ursula comforted herself picking and choosing from an impressive selection of desserts. Mrs. Cole, patrolling the food, said to her, Goodness, you're such a little scrap of a thing, where do you put all that food? Such a little scrap of a thing, Ursula thought as she tramped dejectedly home, that no one even seemed to notice her. Did you get cake? Teddy asked eagerly when she came in the door. Masses, she said. They sat on the terrace and shared the large slice of birthday cake doled out on departure by Mrs. Cole, Jock receiving his fair share. When a large dog fox trotted onto the twilit lawn, Ursula tossed a piece in its direction, but it regarded the cake with the disdain of a carnivore. The land of Begin Again. August 1933. Air Comte. Air Comte. One of the girls shouted. He's coming? Finally? Ursula said, glancing at Clara. Apparently. Thank goodness. Before we die of hunger and boredom, she said. They were both equally bemused and amused by the younger girl's hero-worshipping antics. They had been waiting by the roadside for the best part of a hot afternoon, with nothing to eat or drink except for a pail of milk that two of the girls had fetched from a farm nearby. Some of the girls had heard a rumor that the Führer would be arriving today at his mountain retreat, and they had been waiting patiently for hours now. Several of the girls had taken a siesta on the grass verge, but none of them had any intention of giving up without a glimpse of the Führer. There was some cheering further down the steep, crooked road that led up to Berchtesgaden, and they all jumped to their feet. A big black car swept past them and some of the girls squealed with excitement, but he wasn't in it. Then a second car, a magnificent open-topped black Mercedes, came into view, a swastika pennant fluttering on the bonnet. It drove slower than the previous car and did indeed contain the new Chancellor of the Reich. The Führer gave an abbreviated version of his salute, a funny little flap of the hand backwards so that he looked as if he were cupping his ear to hear them better as they shouted out to him. At the sight of him, Hilda, standing next to Ursula, said simply, "Oh," investing the single syllable with religious ecstasy. And then, just as quickly, it was all over. Hannah crossed her hands over her chest, looking like a rather constipated saint. My life is fulfilled, she laughed. He looks better in his photographs, Clara murmured. The girls were all in remarkably high spirits, had been all day, and under their Gruppenführerin's orders, Adelheid, a blonde Amazon, an admirably competent 18-year-old, they now quickly formed themselves into a squad and started cheerfully on the long march back to the youth hostel, singing as they went. They sing all the time, Ursula wrote to Millie. It's all a little too lustig for my liking. I feel like I'm in the chorus of a particularly jolly folk opera. Their repertoire was varied folk songs, quaint love songs and rousing, rather savage, patriotic anthems about flags dipped in blood, as well as the obligatory sing-songs around the campfire. They especially liked Schunkeln, linking arms and swaying to songs. When Ursula was pushed into rendering a song, she gave them Auld Lang Syne, perfect for Schunkeln. Hilda and Hannah were Clara's younger sisters, keen members of the BDM, the Bund Deutscher Madel, the girls' equivalent of the Hitlerjugend, Hajat, we call them, Hilda said, and she and Hannah fell about giggling at the idea of handsome boys in uniform. Ursula had heard of neither the Hitlerjugend nor the BDM before arriving in the Brenner household, but in the 2 weeks she had been living there she had heard little else from Hilda and Hannah. It's a healthy hobby, their mother, Frau Brenner, said. It promotes peace and understanding between young people. No more wars. And it keeps them away from boys. Clara, like Ursula, a recent graduate, she had been an art student at the academy, was indifferent to her sister's obsession but had offered to be a chaperone on their Bergwanderung, their summer camping trip, hiking from one Jugendherberge to the next in the Bavarian mountains. You'll come, won't you? Clara said to Ursula. I'm sure we'll have fun and you'll see some of the countryside. And if you don't, you'll be stuck in town with Moody and Veitai. I think it's like the Girl Guides, Ursula wrote to Pamela. Not quite, Pamela wrote back. Ursula was not intending to spend long in Munich. Germany was no more than a detour in her life, part of her adventurous year in Europe. It will be my own grand tour, she said to Millie, although I'm afraid it's a little second-rate, a not quite so grand tour. The plan was to take in Bologna rather than Rome or Florence, Munich not Berlin, and Nancy instead of Paris. Nancy Shawcross much amused by this choice, all cities where her tutors from university knew of good homes in which she could lodge. To keep herself she was to do a little teaching, although Hugh had arranged for a modest but regular money order to be sent to her. Hugh was relieved that she would be spending her time in the provinces, where people are, on the whole, better behaved. He means duller, Ursula said to Millie. Hugh had completely vetoed Paris, he had a particular aversion to the city, and was hardly more keen on Nancy, which was still uncompromisingly French. Because it's in France, Ursula pointed out. He had seen enough of the continent during the Great War, he said, he couldn't see what all the hullabaloo was about. Ursula had, despite Sylvie's reservations, studied for a degree in modern languages, French and German and a little Italian, very little. Recently graduated and failing to think of anything else, she had applied and been given a place on a teacher training course. She had deferred for a year, saying that she wanted an opportunity to see a little of the world before settling down to a lifetime at the blackboard. That was her rationale anyway, the one that she paraded for parental scrutiny, whereas her true hope was that something would happen in the course of her time abroad that would mean she need never take up the place. What that something was she had no idea, love perhaps, Millie said wistfully. Anything really that would mean she didn't end up as an embittered spinster in a girls' grammar school, spooling her way through the conjugation of foreign verbs, chalk dust falling from her clothes like dandruff. She based this portrait on her own schoolmistresses. It wasn't a profession that had garnered much enthusiasm in her immediate circle either. You want to be a teacher? Sylvie said. Honestly, if her eyebrows had shot up any further they would have left the atmosphere, Ursula said to Millie. But do you really want to teach? Millie said. Why does every single person I know ask me that question in that same tone of voice? Ursula said, rather piqued. Am I so clearly unsuited to the profession? Yes. Millie herself had done a course at a drama academy in London and was now playing in Rep in Windsor, in second-rate crowd-pleasers and melodramas. Waiting to be discovered, she said, striking a theatrical pose. Everyone seems to be waiting for something, Ursula thought. Best not to wait, Izzy said. Best to do. Easier for her to say. Millie and Ursula were sitting in the wicker chairs on the lawn at Fox Corner, hoping that the foxes would come and play on the grass. A vixen and her litter had been visiting the garden. Sylvie had been putting out scraps and the vixen was half tame now and would sit quite boldly in the middle of the lawn, like a dog waiting for its dinner, while her cubs, already rangy, long-legged things by June, squabbled and somersaulted around her. What am I to do then? Ursula said helplessly, hopelessly. Bridget appeared with a tray of tea and cake and placed it on a table between them. Learn shorthand and typing and work in the civil service? That sounds pretty dismal too. I mean, what else is there for a woman to do if she doesn't want to go from the parental to the marital home with nothing in between? An educated woman, Millie amended. An educated woman, Ursula agreed. Bridget muttered something incomprehensible and Ursula said, Thank you, Bridget. You have seen Europe, she said, rather accusingly, to Sylvie. When you were younger. I was not on my own, I was in the company of my father, Sylvie said. But surprisingly this argument seemed to have some effect and it was, in the end, Sylvie who championed the trip against Hugh's objections. Before she departed for Germany Izzy took her shopping for silk underwear and scarves, pretty lace-edged handkerchiefs, a really good pair of shoes, 2 hats and a new handbag. Don't tell your mother, she said. In Munich she was to lodge with the Brenner family, mother, father and 3 daughters, Clara, Hildegard and Hannelore, and a son, Helmut, who was away at school, in an apartment on the Elisabethstrasse. Hugh had already had an extensive correspondence with Herr Brenner to assess his suitability as a host. I'll be a terrible disappointment, she said to Millie, Herr Brenner will be expecting the second coming, given the preparations that have been made. Herr Brenner was himself a teacher at the Deutsche Academy and had arranged for Ursula to give some classes to beginners in English and had also procured several introductions to people looking for private tuition. This he told her when he met her off the train. She felt rather downcast, she hadn't set her mind to the idea of work just yet and she was exhausted after a long and decidedly trying rail journey. The Schnellzug from the Gare de l'Est in Paris had been anything but Schnell and she had shared the compartment with, among others, a man who alternated smoking a cigar with eating his way through an entire salami, both actions which made her feel rather discomfited. And all I saw of Paris was a station platform, she wrote to Millie. The salami-eating man had followed her out into the corridor when she went in search of the ladies. She thought he was going to the buffet car but then as she reached the lavatory compartment he attempted, to her alarm, to push in after her. He said something to her that she didn't understand, although its meaning seemed lewd, the cigar and the salami seemed strange preludes. Las Michigan in Rua, leave me in peace, she said stoutly but he continued to push her and she continued to push back. She suspected their struggle, polite as opposed to violent, might have looked quite comical to an observer. Ursula wished there was someone in the corridor that she could appeal to. She couldn't imagine what the man would do to her if he succeeded in confining her in the tiny lavatory compartment. Afterwards she wondered why she hadn't simply screamed. What a dunce she was. She was saved by a pair of officers, smart in their black uniforms and silver insignia, who materialized out of nowhere and took a firm hold of the man. They gave him a stern talking to, although she couldn't recognize half the vocabulary, and then very gallantly they found her a different carriage, one where there were only women, which she hadn't known about. When the officers had gone, her fellow female travelers couldn't stop talking about how handsome the SS officers were. Schutzstaffel, one of the women murmured admiringly. Not like those louts in brown. The train was late pulling into the station in Munich. There had been some kind of incident, Herr Brenner said, a man had fallen from the train. How awful, Ursula said. Despite it being summer, it was chilly and raining heavily. The gloomy atmosphere didn't lift with her arrival at the Brenners' enormous apartment, where no lamps were lit against the evening and where the rain was beating against the lace-curtained windows as if it was determined to break in. Between them, Ursula and Herr Brenner had lugged her heavy trunk up the stairs, a somewhat farcical procedure. Surely there was someone who could help them, Ursula thought irritably. Hugh would have employed a man, or two, and not expected her to manage it herself. She thought of the SS officers on the train, how efficiently and courteously they would have dealt with the trunk. The female Brenners of the house proved to be absent. Oh, not back yet, Herr Brenner said, unconcerned. They went shopping, I think. The apartment was full of heavy furniture and shabby rugs and leafy plants that gave the impression of a jungle. She shivered, it seemed inhospitably cold for the time of year. They maneuvered the trunk into the room that was to be hers. This used to be my mother's room, Herr Brenner said. This is her furniture. Sadly, she died last year. The way that he gazed at the bed, a large, Gothic affair that looked as if it were built specifically to induce nightmares in its occupant, clearly hinted that Frau Brenner Sr.'s demise had taken place within its downy coverlets. The bed seemed to dominate the room and Ursula felt suddenly nervous. Her experience on the train with the salami-eating man was still embarrassingly vivid, and now here she was again alone in a foreign country with a complete stranger. Bridget's lurid tales of the white slave trade came to mind. To her relief, they both heard the front door open and a great commotion taking place in the hallway. Ah, Herr Brenner said, beaming with delight, they're back. The girls spilled and tumbled into the apartment, all wet from the rain, laughing and carrying parcels. Look who's arrived, Herr Brenner said, inducing much excitement in the youngest two girls. Hilda and Hannah would prove to be the most excitable girls Ursula had ever encountered. You're here, Clara said, clasping both her hands in her own cold, damp ones, herzlich willkommen in Deutschland. While the younger girls chattered 19 to the dozen, Clara moved quickly round the apartment, turning on lamps, and the place was suddenly transformed. The rugs were worn, but they were figured richly, the old furniture gleamed with polish, the cold jungle of plants turned into a pretty, ferny bower. Herr Brenner lit a big porcelain Kachelofen in the living room, like having a big warm animal in the room. She wrote to Pamela, and assured her that tomorrow the weather would be back to normal, warm and sunny. A table was quickly laid with an embroidered cloth and supper produced, a platter of cheese, salami, sliced sausage, salad, and a dark bread that smelt of Mrs. Glover's seed cake, as well as a delicious kind of fruit soup that confirmed that she was in a foreign country. Cold fruit soup. She wrote to Pamela. What would Mrs. Glover have to say about that? Even Herr Brenner's dead mother's room was more accommodating now. The bed was soft and inviting, the sheets edged with hand-worked crochet, and the bedside lamp had a pretty pink glass shade that cast a warm glow. Someone, Clara, Ursula suspected, had placed a posy of marguerites in a little vase on the dressing table. Ursula was dropping with fatigue by the time she clambered into the bed. It was so high it required a small footstool, and fell gratefully into a deep, dreamless sleep, untroubled by the ghost of the previous occupant. But of course you're going to have some holiday time, Frau Brenner said next morning at breakfast, a meal that was oddly similar to supper the night before. Clara was at a bit of a loose end. She had finished her art course and didn't know what to do next. She was chafing at the bit to leave home and be an artist, but not much money in Germany to spare for art, she grumbled. Clara kept some of her work in her room, big, harsh abstract canvases that seemed at odds with her kind and temperate nature. Ursula couldn't imagine she would make a living from them. Perhaps I shall have to teach, she said miserably. Fate worse than death, Ursula agreed. Clara occasionally did some framing for a photography studio in Skellingstrasse. The daughter of one of Frau Brenner's acquaintances worked there and had put in a word for her. Clara and the daughter, Eva, had been in kindergarten together. But framing, it's hardly art, is it? Clara said. The photographer, Hoffman, was the personal photographer of the new chancellor, so I am intimately acquainted with his features, she said. The Brenners didn't have much money either. Ursula supposed that was why they were renting her a room, and everyone Clara knew was poor, but then in 1933 everyone everywhere was poor. Despite the lack of funds, Clara was determined that they should make the most of the remainder of the summer. They went to the Carlton Tea House or Café Heck by the Hofgarten and ate Pfännkuchen and drank chocolate until they felt sick. They walked for hours in the Englischer Garten and then ate ice cream or drank beer, their faces pink with the sun. They also spent time boating or swimming with friends of Helmut, Clara's brother, a revolving carousel of Walters, Werners, Ketts, Heinzes, and Gerhards. Helmut himself was in Potsdam, a cadet, a young man at a new kind of military school that the Führer had founded. "He's very keen on the party," Clara said, in English. Her English was quite good and she was enjoying practicing with Ursula. "On parties," Ursula corrected her. "We would say he's very keen on parties." Clara laughed and shook her head. No, the party, the Nazis. "Don't you know that since last month it's the only one that we're allowed?" When Hitler came to power, Pamela wrote didactically to her, he passed the Enabling Act. In Germany it's called Gesetz zur Behebung der Notwendigkeit und Reich, which translates as something like the law to remedy the distress of people and Reich. That's a fancy title for the overthrow of democracy. Ursula wrote blithely back, but democracy will right itself as it always does. This too shall pass. Not without help, Pamela replied. Pamela was a grouch about Germany and was easy to ignore when you could spend long hot afternoons sunbathing with Walters, Werners, Ketts, Heinzes and Gerhards, lolling lazily by the municipal swimming pool or the river. Ursula was taken aback at how these boys were near enough naked with their short shorts and disconcertingly small swimming trunks. Germans generally, she discovered, were not averse to stripping off in front of others. Clara also knew a different, more cerebral set, her friends from art school. They tended to prefer the dark, the smoky interiors of cafes or their own scruffy apartments. They drank and smoked a great deal and spoke a lot about art and politics. So by and large, she wrote to Millie, between these two groups of people I am getting an all-round education. Clara's art school friends were a ragged, dissident bunch who all seemed to dislike Munich, which was a seat of petit bourgeois provincialism apparently, and talked all the time about moving to Berlin. They talked a lot about doing things, she noticed, but actually did very little. Clara was in the grip of a different kind of inertia. Her life had stalled. She was secretly in love with one of her professors from art school, a sculptor, but he was away in the Black Forest on a family holiday. Reluctantly, she admitted that the family was actually his wife and 2 children. She was waiting for her life to resolve itself, she said. More prevarication, Ursula thought. Although she was hardly one to talk. Ursula was still a virgin, of course, intact as Sylvie would have it. Not for any moral reason, simply because she hadn't yet met anyone that she liked enough. You don't have to like them, Clara laughed. Yes, but I want to. She seemed instead to be a magnet for unsavory types, the man on the train, the man in the lane, and worried that they could read something in her that she couldn't read herself. She felt rather stiff and English compared to Clara and her artist friends or the absent Helmut's confreres, who were actually terrifically well behaved. Hanna and Hilda had persuaded Clara and Ursula to accompany them to an event in the local sports stadium. Ursula was under the misapprehension that it was a concert, but it turned out to be a rally of Hitlerjugend. Despite Frau Brenner's optimism, the BDM had done nothing to counter Hilda and Hanna's interest in boys. To Ursula, these ranks of hearty, healthy boys all looked the same, but Hilda and Hanna spent a lot of time animatedly pointing out Helmut's friends, those same Walters, Werners, Ketts, Heinzes and Gerhards who loafed by the swimming pool in next to nothing. Now, squeezed into their immaculate uniforms, more short shorts, they looked like very fierce and upstanding Boy Scouts. There was a lot of marching and singing to a brass band and several speakers who attempted the same declamatory style as the Führer, and failed, and then everyone leapt to their feet and sang Deutschland über alles. As Ursula didn't know the words, she quietly sang glorious things of the air spoken to Haydn's lovely tune, a hymn they had often sung in school assembly. When the singing finished, everyone shouted Sieg Heil! And saluted, and Ursula was almost surprised to find herself joining in. Clara was convulsed with laughter at the sight, but nonetheless Ursula noticed she had her arm raised too. I should think so too, she said, nonchalantly. I don't want to be set upon on the way home. No, thank you. Ursula didn't want to stay home with Veti and Mutti Brenner in hot, dusty Munich, so Clara rummaged through her wardrobe and found a navy skirt and white blouse that suited requirements, and the group leader, Adelheid, provided a spare khaki battle dress jacket. A 3-cornered scarf drawn through a braided leather Turk's head not completed the outfit. Ursula thought she looked rather dashing. She found herself regretting never having been a Girl Guide, although she supposed it was about more than just the uniform. The upper age limit for the BDM was 18, so neither Ursula nor Clara was qualified to join. They were old ladies, alte Damen, according to Hanna. Ursula didn't think that the troop really needed to be escorted by them, as Adelheid was as efficient as a sheepdog with her girls. With her statuesque figure and Nordic blonde plaits, she could have passed for a youthful Freya visiting from Folkvanger. She was perfect propaganda. At 18 she would soon be too old for the BDM, what would she do then? Why, I will join the National Socialist Women's League, of course, she said. She already wore a small silver swastika pinned to her shapely bosom, the runic symbol of belonging. They took a train, their rucksacks stowed on the luggage racks, and by evening they had arrived in a small alpine village, near to the Austrian border. From the station they marched in formation, singing, naturally, to their Jürgenherberge. People stopped to watch them and some clapped appreciatively. The dormitory they were allotted was full of two-tier bunks, most of which were already occupied by other girls and they had to squeeze themselves in, sardine fashion. Clara and Ursula elected to share a mattress on the floor. They were given supper in the dining room, seated at long trestle tables, served with what turned out to be the standard fare of soup and knackebrot with cheese. In the morning they breakfasted on dark bread, cheese, and jam and tea or coffee. The clean mountain air made them ravenous and they wolfed down everything in sight. The village and its surroundings were idyllic, there was even a small castle that they were allowed to visit. It was cold and dank, full of suits of armor and flags and heraldic shields. It seemed like a very uncomfortable place to live. They took long walks around the lake or in the forest and then they hitched lifts back to the youth hostel on farm lorries and hay carts. One day they hiked all the way along the river to a magnificent waterfall. Clara had brought her sketchpad with her and her quick, lively little charcoal drawings were much more appealing than her paintings. "ACH," she said, "they're gemütlich. Cozy little sketches. My friends would laugh." The village itself was a sleepy little place where the houses had windows full of geraniums. There was an inn on the river where they drank beer and ate veal and noodles until they thought they would burst. Ursula never mentioned the beer to Sylvie in her letters, she wouldn't have understood how commonplace it was here. And even if she had, she wouldn't have approved. They were to move on the next day, they would be living under canvas for a few days, a big encampment of girls, and Ursula felt sorry to be leaving the village. A fair was taking place on their last night there, a combination of an agricultural show and a harvest festival, a lot of it incomprehensible to Ursula. "To me too," Clara said. "I'm a city girl, remember." The women all wore local costume and variously garlanded farm animals were paraded around a field and then awarded prizes. Flags, again with swastikas, decorated the field. There was plenty of beer and a brass band played. A big wooden platform had been set up in the middle of the field and, accompanied by an accordion, some boys in lederhosen gave a demonstration of Schuppladler, clapping and stamping and slapping their thighs and heels in time to the music. Clara scoffed at them but Ursula considered it rather clever. Ursula thought that she would quite like to live in an alpine village, like Heidi, she wrote to Pamela. She wrote less to Pamela as her sister was so aggravated by the new Germany. Pamela, even at a distance, was the voice of her conscience, but then it was very easy to have a conscience from a distance. The accordionist took his place in a band and people began to dance. Ursula was led onto the platform by a succession of terrifically shy farm boys who had an odd clod-hopping way of moving around the dance floor which she recognized as the rather awkward three-quarters time of the Schuppladler. Between the beer and the dancing she began to feel quite lightheaded so that she was confused when Clara appeared, dragging by the hand a very handsome man who was clearly not local, saying, "Look who I found." "Who?" Ursula asked. "None other than our cousin's half-cousin's cousin once removed," Clara said gaily. "Or something to that effect. May I present Jürgen Fuchs?" "Just a half-cousin," he said, smiling. "Delighted to meet you, I'm sure," she said. He clicked his heels and kissed her hand, she was reminded of Prince Charming and Cinderella. "It's the Prussian in me," he said and laughed, as did the Brenners. "We have no Prussian blood at all," Clara said. He had a lovely smile, amused and thoughtful at the same time, and extraordinarily blue eyes. He was undoubtedly handsome, rather like Benjamin Cole, except Benjamin was his dark polar opposite, the negative to Jürgen Fuchs's positive. A Todd and a Fuchs, a pair of foxes. Had fate intervened in her life? Dr. Kellett might have appreciated the coincidence. "He is so handsome," she wrote to Millie after that encounter. All those awful words used in trashy romances come to mind, heart-stopping, breathtaking. She had read enough of Bridget's novels on idle wet afternoons to know. "Love at first sight," she wrote giddily to Millie. But of course such feelings weren't true love, that was what she would feel for a child one day, merely the false grandeur of madness. "Folie à deux," Millie wrote back. "How delicious." "Good for you," Pamela wrote. "Marriage is based on a more enduring kind of love," Sylvie cautioned. "I am thinking of you, little bear," Hugh wrote, "so far away from here." When darkness fell there was a torchlit procession through the village and then fireworks from the battlements of the small castle. It was rather thrilling. "Wunderschön, nicht wahr?" Adelheid said, her face radiant in the light of the torches. "Yes," Ursula agreed, "it's lovely." August 1939. Der Zauberberg. The magic mountain. Ah. Sie ist so niedlich. Click, click, click. Eva loved her Rolleiflex. Eva loved Frida. She is so cute, she said. They were on the enormous terrace of the Berghof, bright with alpine sun, waiting for lunch to be brought out. It was much nicer to eat out here, al fresco, rather than in the big, gloomy dining room, its massive window full of nothing but mountains. Dictators loved everything to be on a grand scale, even their scenery. Det lächeln. Big smile. Frida obliged. She was an obliging child. Eva had persuaded Frida out of her serviceable English handsmock dress, born in Hollingsworth, purchased by Sylvie and sent for Frida's birthday, and had arrayed her instead in Bavarian costume, dirndl, apron, knee-length white socks. To Ursula's English eyes, more English every day, she felt, the outfit still looked as though it belonged in a dressing-up box, or perhaps a school play. Once, at her own school, how long ago and far away that seemed now, they had put on a performance of the Pied Piper of Hamelin and Ursula had played a village girl, clad in much the same get-up that Frida was now attired in. Millie had been King Rat, a bravura performance, and Sylvie said, "Those Shawcross girls thrive on attention, don't they?" There was something of Millie and Eva, a restless, empty gaiety that needed continual feeding. But then Eva was an actress too, playing the greatest part of her life. In fact, her life was her part, there was no difference. Frida, lovely little Frida, just 5 years old, with her blue eyes and stubby blonde plaits. Frida's complexion, so pale and wan when she had first arrived, now pink and gold from all the alpine sunshine. When the Führer saw Frida, Ursula caught the zealot gleam in his own blue eyes, as cold as the Königssee down below, and knew he was seeing the future of the Tausendjähriges Reich rolling out in front of him, Mädchen after Mädchen. "She doesn't take after you, does she?" Eva said, without malice. She had no malice. When she was a child, a period in her life that Ursula seemed to find herself returning to almost compulsively these days, she had read fairy tales of wronged princesses who saved themselves from lustful fathers and jealous stepmothers by smearing their fair faces with walnut juice and rubbing ashes in their hair to disguise themselves, as the gypsy, the outsider, the shunned. Ursula wondered how one obtained walnut juice. It didn't seem the kind of thing you could just walk into a shop and buy. And it was no longer safe to be the nut-brown outsider, much better if one wanted to survive to be here, on Obersalzberg, der Zauberberg, in the kingdom of make-believe, the Berg, as they called it with the intimacy of the elect. What on earth was she doing here, Ursula wondered, and when could she leave? Frida was well enough now, her convalescence drawing to a close. Ursula determined to say something to Eva today. After all, they weren't prisoners, they could leave any time they chose. Eva lit a cigarette. The Führer was away and the mouse was being naughty. He didn't like her to smoke or drink, or wear makeup. Ursula rather admired Eva's small acts of defiance. The Führer had come and gone twice since Ursula first arrived at the Berghof with Frida 2 weeks ago, his arrivals and departures moments of heightened drama for Eva, for everyone. The Reich, Ursula had concluded a long time ago, was all pantomime and spectacle, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, she wrote to Pamela. But unfortunately not signifying nothing. Frida, on a prompt from Eva, did a twirl and laughed. She was the molten core at the center of Ursula's heart, she was the better part of everything she did or thought. Ursula would be willing to walk on knives for the rest of her life if it would protect Frida. Burn in the flames of hell to save her. Drown in the deepest of waters if it would buoy her up. She had explored many extreme scenarios. Best to be prepared. She had had no idea, Sylvie gave little indication, that maternal love could be so gut-achingly, painfully physical. "Oh, yes," Pamela said, as if it were the most casual thing in the world, "it turns you into a regular she-wolf." Ursula didn't think of herself as a she-wolf, she was, after all, a bear. There were real she-wolves prowling everywhere on the Berg, Magda, Emmy, Margaret, Gerda, the broodwives of the senior party officials, all jostling for a little power of their own, producing endless babies from their fecund loins, for the Reich, for the Führer. These she-wolves were dangerous, predatory animals and they hated Eva, the silly cow, die-blowed coup, who somehow or other had managed to trump them all. They, surely, would have given anything to be the mate of the glorious leader rather than insignificant Eva. Wasn't a man of his stature worthy of a Brunhilde, or at the very least a Magda or a Leni? Or perhaps the Valkyrie herself, the Mitford woman, das Fräulein Mitford, as Eva referred to her. The Führer admired England, especially aristocratic, imperial England, although Ursula doubted that his admiration would stop him from trying to destroy it if the time came. Eva disliked all the Valkyries who might be a rival for the Führer's attentions, her strongest emotions conceived in fear. Her greatest antipathy was reserved for Bormann, the eminence grise of the Berg. It was he who held the purse strings, he who shopped for Eva's gifts from the Führer and who doled out the money for all those fur coats and Ferragamo shoes, reminding her in many subtle ways that she was merely a courtesan. Ursula wondered where the fur coats came from, most of the furriers she had seen in Berlin were Jewish. How it must stick in the collective craw of the she-wolves that the Führer's consort was a shopgirl. When she first met him, Eva told Ursula, when she was working in Hoffmann's photo house, she had addressed him as her wolf. Adolf means noble wolf in German, she said. How he must like that, Ursula thought. She had never heard anyone call him Adolf. Did Eva call him Mein Führer even in bed? It seemed perfectly possible. And do you know that his favorite song, Eva laughed, is Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? From the Disney film Three Little Pigs? Ursula said, incredulous. Yes. Oh, thought Ursula, I cannot wait to tell that to Pamela. And now one with Moody, Eva said. Hold her in your arms. Sehr schön. Smile. Ursula had watched Eva gleefully stalking the Führer with her camera, hunting down a photograph of him where he hadn't turned away from the lens or pulled the brim of his hat down comically low, like a spy in poor disguise. He disliked having his photograph taken by her, preferring flattering studio lighting or a more heroic pose than the snaps Eva liked of him. Eva, on the other hand, loved being photographed. She didn't just want to be in photographs, she wanted to be in a film. Ein movie. She was going to go to Hollywood, one day, and play herself, the story of my life, she said. The camera made everything real somehow for Eva. The Führer had promised, apparently. Of course, the Führer promised a lot of things. It was what had got him where he was today. Eva refocused the Rolleiflex. Ursula was glad she hadn't brought her old Kodak, it would hardly have stood up to comparison. I'll have copies made for you, Eva said. You can send them to England, to your parents. It looks very pretty with the mountains in the background. Now give me a big smile. Jetzt lock doch mal richtig. The mountain panorama was the backdrop to every photo taken here, the backdrop to everything. At first Ursula had thought it beautiful, now she was beginning to find its magnificence oppressive. The great icy crags and the rushing waterfalls, the endless pine trees, nature and myth fused to form the Germanic sublimated soul. German romanticism, it seemed to Ursula, was writ large and mystical, the English lakes seemed tame by comparison. And the English soul, if it resided anywhere, was surely in some unheroic back garden, a patch of lawn, a bed of roses, a row of runner beans. She should go home. Not to Berlin, to Savigniplatz, but to England. To Fox Corner. Eva perched Frida on the parapet and Ursula promptly removed her. She has no head for heights, she said. Eva was forever lolling precariously on the same parapet, or parading dogs or small children along it. The drop below was dizzying, all the way down past Berchtesgaden to the Conic Sea. Ursula felt rather sorry for little Berchtesgaden with its innocent window boxes of cheerful geraniums, its meadows sloping down to the lake. It seemed a long time since she was here in 33 with Clara. Clara's professor had divorced his wife and Clara was now married to him and they had 2 children. The Nibelungen live up there, Eva told Frida, pointing at the peaks all around them, and demons and witches and evil dogs. Evil dogs? Frida echoed uncertainly. She had already been scared by the irksome Negus and Stasi, Eva's annoying Scotties, without needing to hear about dwarves and demons. And I have heard, Ursula thought, that it was Charlemagne who hid out in the Untersberg, sleeping in a cave, waiting to be woken for the final battle between good and evil. She wondered when that would be. Soon perhaps. And one more, Eva said. Big smile. The Rolleiflex glinted relentlessly in the sun. Eva owned a cine camera too, an expensive gift from her own Mr. Wolf, and Ursula supposed she should be glad that they weren't being recorded for posterity in moving color. Ursula imagined in a future time someone leafing through Eva's many albums and wondering who Ursula was, mistaking her perhaps for Eva's sister Gretel or her friend Herta, footnotes to history. One day, of course, all this would be consigned to that same history, even the mountains, sand, after all, was the future of rocks. Most people muddled through events and only in retrospect realized their significance. The Führer was different, he was consciously making history for the future. Only a true narcissist could do that. And Speer was designing buildings for Berlin so that they would look good when they were in ruins 1,000 years from now, his gift to the Führer. To think on such a scale. Ursula lived hour by hour, another consequence of motherhood, the future as much a mystery as the past. Speer was the only one who was nice to Eva and therefore Ursula afforded him a latitude in her opinion that perhaps he didn't deserve. He was also the only one of these would-be Teutonic knights who had good looks, who wasn't gimpy or toad squat or a corpulent pig, or, worse somehow, resembled a low-level bureaucrat. And they are all in uniform. She wrote to Pammy. But it's all pretend. It's like living in the pages of The Prisoner of Zenda. They're awfully good at hogwash. How she wished Pammy was here by her side, how she would have enjoyed dissecting the characters of the Führer and his henchmen. She would conclude that they were all charlatans, spouting cant. In private, Jürgen claimed to find them all tremendously flawed, and yet in public he behaved like any good servant of the Reich. Lippenbekenntnis, he said. Lip service. Needs must, Sylvie would have said. This was how you got on in the world, he said. Ursula supposed in this respect he was rather like Maurice, who said you had to work with fools and donkeys to advance your career. Maurice was also a lawyer, of course. He was quite senior in the Home Office these days. If they went to war, would this be a problem? Would the armor of German citizenship, donned so reluctantly, be enough to protect her? If they went to war, could she really countenance being on this side of the channel? Jürgen was a lawyer. If he wanted to practice law, he had to join the party, he had no choice. Lippenbekenntnis. He worked for the Ministry of Justice in Berlin. At the time he proposed to her, a bit of a whirlwind courtship, she wrote to Sylvie, he had barely ceased being a communist. Now Jürgen had abandoned his leftist politics and was staunch in his defense of what had been achieved. The country was working again, full employment, food, health, self-respect. New jobs, new roads, new factories, new hope. How else could they achieve this, he said? But it came with an ecstatic for-religion and a wrathful false messiah. Everything comes with a price, Jürgen said. Perhaps not as high as this one. How had they done it, Ursula often wondered. Fear and stagecraft mostly. But where had all the money and jobs come from? Perhaps just from manufacturing flags and uniforms, enough of those around to rescue most economies. The economy is recovering anyway, Pamela wrote. It's a happy coincidence for the Nazis that they can claim this recovery. Yes, he said, there was violence to begin with, but it was a spasm, a wave, the Sturmabteilung letting off steam. Everything, everybody, was more rational now. In April they had attended the parade for the Führer's 50th birthday in Berlin. Jürgen had been allotted seats, in the guests' grandstand. An honor, I suppose, he said. What had he done, she wondered, to deserve the honor? Did he seem happy about it? It was hard to tell sometimes. He hadn't been able to get them tickets for the Olympics in 36 yet here they were now, rubbing shoulders with the VIPs of the Reich. He was always busy these days. Lawyers never sleep, he said. Yet as far as Ursula could see they were prepared to sleep throughout the 1,000 years. The parade had gone on forever, the greatest expression yet of Goebbels' showmanship. A great deal of martial music and then the overture provided by the Luftwaffe, an impressive, noisy flypast along the east-to-west axis and over the Brandenburg Gate by squadrons of aircraft in formation, wave after wave. More sound and fury. Heinkels and Messerschmitts, Jürgen said. How did he know? All boys know their planes, he said. There followed the march past of the regiments, a seemingly inexhaustible supply of soldiers goose-stepping along the road. They reminded Ursula of high-kicking tiller girls. Stechschritt, Ursula said, who on earth invented that? The Prussians, Jürgen laughed, of course. She took out a bar of chocolate and broke off a piece and offered it to Jürgen. He frowned and shook his head as though she had showed a lack of respect to the assembled military might. She ate another piece. Small acts of defiance. He leaned in close so she could hear him. The crowd were making an abominable racket. You really have to admire their precision, if nothing else, he said. She did admire it. It was extraordinary. Robotic in its perfection, as if each member of each regiment was identical to the next, as if they had been produced on a factory line. It wasn't quite human, but then it wasn't the job of armies to look human, was it? It was also very masculine, she reported to Pamela. Would the British Army be capable of achieving such mechanical drilling on this scale? The Soviets perhaps, but the British were less committed somehow. Frida, on her knee, was already asleep and it had hardly begun yet. All the while Hitler took the salute, his arm stiff in front of him the whole time. She could catch a glimpse of him from where they were sitting, just the arm, like a poker. Power obviously provided a peculiar kind of stamina. If it was my 50th birthday, Ursula thought, I would like to spend it on the banks of the Thames, Bray or Henley or thereabouts, with a picnic, a very English picnic, a thermos of tea, sausage rolls, egg and cress sandwiches, cake and scones. Her family was all there in this picture, but was Jürgen part of the idyll? He would fit in well enough, lounging on the grass in boating flannels, talking cricket with Hugh. They had met and got on well. They had gone to England, to Fox Corner, in 35 for a visit. He seems like a nice chap, Hugh said, although when he learned that she had taken German citizenship he wasn't so keen. It had been an awful mistake, she knew that now. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, Clara said. If we all had it there would be no history to write about. She should have stayed in England. She should have stayed at Fox Corner, with the meadow and the copse and the stream that ran through the bluebell wood. The machinery of war started to roll past. Here come the tanks, Jürgen said in English, as the first of the Panzer appeared, carried on the back of lorries. His English was good, he had spent a year at Oxford, hence his knowledge of cricket. Then came the Panzer under their own steam, motorbikes with sidecars, armored cars, the cavalry trotting smartly along, a particular crowd pleaser. Ursula woke Frida up for the horses, and then the artillery, from light field guns to massive anti-aircraft guns and huge cannons. K3s, Jurgen said appreciatively, as if that would mean something to her. The parade showed a love of order and geometry that was incomprehensible to Ursula. In this, it was no different from all the other parades and rallies, all that theater, but this one seemed so bellicose. So much weaponry was staggering, the country was armed to the teeth. Ursula had had no idea. No wonder there were jobs for everyone. If you want to rescue the economy, you need a war, Maurice says, Pamela wrote. And what did you need weaponry for if not war? Refitting the military has helped to rescue our psyche, Jurgen said, given us back our pride in our country. When in 1918 the generals surrendered, Ursula stopped listening. It was an argument she had heard too many times. They started the last war, she wrote crossly to Pamela. And honestly, you would think they were the only ones who struggled afterwards, and that no other people were poor or hungry or bereaved. Frida woke up again and was cranky. She fed her chocolate. Ursula was cranky too. Between them they finished the bar. The finale was actually rather moving. The massed colors of the regiments formed a long file several ranks deep in front of Hitler's podium, a formation so precise its edges might have been cut with a razor, and then they dipped their colors to the ground in honor of him. The crowd went wild. What did you think? Jurgen asked as they shuffled out of the grandstand. He carried Frida on his shoulders. Magnificent, Ursula said. It was magnificent. She could feel the beginnings of a headache worming its way into her temple. Frida's illness had begun one morning several weeks ago with a raised temperature. I feel sick, Frida said. When Ursula felt her forehead it was clammy and she said, you don't have to go to kindergarten, you can stay home with me today. A summer cold, Jurgen said, when he came home. She was always a chesty child, takes after my mother, Sylvie said gloomily, and they were accustomed to sniffling colds and sore throats, but the cold got worse very quickly and Frida turned feverish and listless. Her skin felt as though it were ready to catch fire. Keep her cool, the doctor said, and Ursula laid cold wet cloths on her forehead and read her stories, but Frida, try as she did, could summon no interest in them. Then she grew delirious and the doctor listened to her rattling lungs and said, bronchitis, you have to wait for it to pass. Late that night Frida grew suddenly, horribly worse, and they wrapped the almost inanimate little body in a blanket and rushed in a taxi to the nearest hospital, a Catholic one. Pneumonia was diagnosed. She's a very sick little girl, the doctor said, as if somehow they were to blame. Ursula didn't leave Frida's bedside for 2 days and nights, holding on to the little hand to keep her in this world. If only I could have it for her, Jurgen whispered across the starchy white sheets that were also helping to pin Frida to this world. Nuns floated around the ward like galleons in their enormous, complicated wimples. How long, Ursula wondered in an absent moment when all her attention wasn't focused on Frida, did it take them to put these contraptions on in the morning? Ursula was sure she would never have managed without making a mess of it. The headdress alone seemed a good enough reason not to be a nun. They willed Frida to live and she did. Triumph de Willens. The crisis passed and she started the long road to recovery. Pale and weak, she was going to need to convalesce, and one evening when Ursula returned home from the hospital she found an envelope, hand-delivered to their door. From Eva, she said to Jurgen, showing him the letter when he returned from work. Who's Eva? He asked. Smile. Click, click, click. Anything to help keep Eva amused, she supposed. She didn't mind. Eva had been very kind to invite them so that Frida could breathe good mountain air and eat the fresh vegetables and eggs and milk from the Gutshof, the model farm on the slopes beneath the Berghof. Is it a royal command? Jurgen asked. Can you say no? Do you want to say no? I hope not. And it will do your headaches good too. She'd noticed recently that the more he rose through the echelons in the ministry, the more one-sided their conversations had become. He made statements, raised questions, answered the questions and drew conclusions without ever needing to involve her in the exchange. A lawyer's way perhaps. He didn't even seem to be aware that he was doing it. The old goat has a woman after all then, does he? Who would have guessed? Did you know? No, you would have said. And to think you know her. It can only be good for us, can't it? To be so close to the throne. For my career, which is the same thing as us. Liebeling, he added, rather perfunctorily. Ursula thought that being close to a throne was a rather dangerous place to be. I don't know Eva, Ursula said. I've never met her. It's Frau Brenner who knows her mother, Frau Braun. Clara used to work at Hoffman's sometimes, with Eva. They were at kindergarten together. Impressive, Jürgen said, from Kaffeeklatsch to the seat of power in 3 easy moves. Does Fräulein Eva Braun know her old kindergarten pal, Clara, is married to a Jew? It was the way he said the word that surprised her. Jude. She'd never heard him say it that way before, sneering and dismissive. It drove a nail into her heart. I have no idea, she said. I am not part of the Kaffeeklatsch, as you call it. The Führer took up so much room in Eva's life that when he wasn't here she was an empty vessel. Eva kept nightly telephone vigils when her lover was absent and was like a dog, one ear fretfully cocked every evening for the call that brought her master's voice to her. And there was so little to do up here. After a while all the tramping along forest paths and swimming in the freezing cold, Königssee became enervating rather than invigorating. There were only so many wildflowers you could pick, only so much sunbathing on the loungers on the terrace before you went slightly mad. There were battalions of nursemaids and nannies on the Berg, all eager to be with Frida, and Ursula found herself with much of the same empty time on her hands as Eva. She had, stupidly, packed only one book, at least it was a long one, Manster Zauberberg. She hadn't realized it was on the ban list. A Wehrmacht officer saw her reading it and said, "You're very bold, that's one of their forbidden books, you know." She supposed the way he said there implied he wasn't one of them. What was the worst they could do? Take the book off her and put it in the kitchen stove? He was nice, the Wehrmacht officer. His grandmother was Scottish, he said, and he had spent many happy holidays in the Highlands. Im Grand hat es ein merkwürdig Bewandtnis mit diesem Sichelben in fremdem Orte, dieser, sei es auch, Musseligen and passing und Umschwonung. She read and translated laboriously and rather badly. There is something strange about getting this settling into a new place, the laborious adaptation and familiarization. How true, she thought. Man was hard work. She would have preferred a boxload of Bridget's Gothic romances. She was sure they wouldn't be verboten. The mountain air had done her headaches no good at all, nor had Thomas Mann. They were, if anything, worse. Kopfschmerzen, the very word made her head sore. I can't find anything wrong with you, the doctor at the hospital told her. It must be your nerves. He gave her a prescription for Veronal. Eva herself had no intellect to sustain her, but then the Berg wasn't exactly the court of an intelligentsia. The only person whom you might have called a thinker was Speer. It wasn't that Eva led an unexamined life, far from it, Ursula suspected. You could sense the depression and neuroses hidden beneath all that Lebenslust, but anxiety wasn't what a man looked for in a mistress. Ursula supposed that to be a successful mistress, although she had never been one herself, either successful or unsuccessful, a woman should be a comfort and a relief, a restful pillow for the weary head. Gemütlichkeit. Eva was amiable, she chatted about inconsequential things and made no attempt to be brainy or astute. Powerful men needed their women to be unchallenging, the home should not be an arena for intellectual debate. My own husband told me this, so it must be true. She wrote to Pamela. He hadn't meant it in the context of himself, he was not a powerful man. Not yet, anyway, he laughed. The political world was of concern only in that it took the object of Eva's devotion away from her. She was shunted rudely out of the public eye, allowed no official status, allowed no status at all, as loyal as a dog but with less recognition than a dog. Blondie was higher in the hierarchy than Eva. Her greatest regret, Eva said, was not being allowed to meet the Duchess when the Windsors visited the Berghof. Ursula frowned on hearing this. But she's a Nazi, you know, she said unthinkingly. I suppose I should be more careful in what I say. She wrote to Pamela. Eva had merely replied, yes, of course, she is, as if it were the most natural thing in the world for the consort of the once and never again King of England to be a Hitlerite. The Führer must be seen to tread a noble, solitary path of chastity. He couldn't marry because he was wedded to Germany. He had sacrificed himself to his country's destiny, at least that was the gist of it. Ursula thought she might have discreetly nodded off at this point. It was one of his endless after-dinner monologues. Like our own Virgin Queen, she thought, but didn't say so, as she expected the Führer would not like to be compared to a woman, even an English aristocratic one with the heart and stomach of a king. At school, Ursula had had a history teacher who had been particularly fond of quoting Elizabeth I. Do not tell secrets to those whose faith and silence you have not already tested. Eva would have been happier back in Munich, in the little bourgeois house that the Führer had bought for her, where she could lead a normal social life. Here, in her gilded cage, she had to amuse herself, flicking through magazines, discussing the latest hairstyles and love lives of film stars, as if Ursula knew anything on the subject, and parading one outfit after another like a quick-change artist. Ursula had been in her bedroom several times, a pretty, feminine boudoir quite different from the heavy-handed decor of the rest of the Berghof, spoilt only by the portrait of the Führer that was given pride of place on the wall. Her hero. The Führer had not hung a reciprocal portrait of his mistress in his rooms. Instead of Eva's face smiling at him from the wall, he was challenged by the stern features of his own beloved hero, Frederick the Great. Friedrich der Gross. I always miss Herr Grosser for great, she wrote to Pamela. Grossers were not, generally speaking, warmongers and conquerors. What had the Führer's apprenticeship for greatness been? Eva shrugged, she didn't know. He's always been a politician. He was born a politician. No, Ursula thought, he was born a baby, like everyone else. And this is what he has chosen to become. The Führer's bedroom, adjoining Eva's bathroom, was out of bounds. Ursula had seen him sleeping though, not in that sacrosanct bedroom but in the warm postprandial sunshine on the Berghof's terrace, the great warrior's mouth slackly open in lèse majesté. He looked vulnerable but there were no assassins on the Berg. Plenty of guns, thought Ursula, easy enough to get hold of a Luger and shoot him through the heart or the head. But then what would happen to her? Worse, what would happen to Frida? Eva sat next to him, watching fondly as one might a child. In sleep he belonged to no one but her. She was, fundamentally, nothing more nor less than a nice young woman. You couldn't necessarily judge a woman by the man she slept with. Or could you? Eva had a wonderful athletic figure, one that Ursula felt quite envious of. She was a healthy, physical girl, a swimmer, a skier, a skater, a dancer, a gymnast, who loved the outdoors, who loved movement. And yet she had attached herself like a limpet to an indolent middle-aged man, a creature of the night, literally, who didn't rise from his bed before midday, and yet who could still take an afternoon nap, who didn't smoke or drink or dance or overindulge, Spartan in his habits although not his vigor. A man who had never been seen stripped off further than his lederhosen, comically unattractive to the non-Bavarian eye, whose halitosis had repelled Ursula on first meeting and who swallowed tablets like sweets for his gas problem. I hear he farts, Jürgen said, be warned. Must be all those vegetables. He was concerned for his dignity but he wasn't really vain, as such. Merely a megalomaniac, she wrote to Pamela. A car and a driver had been sent for them and when they arrived at the Berghof the Führer himself had greeted them, on the great steps, where he welcomed dignitaries, where he had welcomed Chamberlain last year. When Chamberlain returned to Britain he said that he now knew what was in Hitler's mind. Ursula doubted that anyone knew that, not even Eva. Particularly not Eva. You're very welcome here, gnädiges Frau, he said. You should stay until the Liebeklein is better. He likes women, children, dogs, really what can you fault? Pamela wrote. It's just a shame he's a dictator with no respect for the law or common humanity. Pamela had quite a few friends in Germany from her university days, many of them Jewish. She had a full house, well, 3 of a kind, of boisterous boys. Quiet little Frida would be quite overwhelmed in Finchley, and now wrote that she was pregnant again, fingers crossed for a girl. Ursula missed Pammy. Pamela would not fare well under this regime. Her sense of moral outrage would be too great for her to remain silent. She wouldn't be able to bite her tongue like Ursula did, a scold's bridle. They also serve who only stand and wait. Did that apply to one's ethics? Is this my defense? Ursula wondered. It might be better to misquote Edmund Burke rather than Milton. All that is necessary for the forces of evil to win in the world is for enough good women to do nothing. The day after they arrived there had been a children's tea party for someone's birthday, a little Goebbels or Bormann, Ursula wasn't sure, there were so many of them and they were so similar. She was reminded of the ranks of the military at the Führer's birthday parade. Scrubbed and polished, each one had a special word from Uncle Wolf before they were allowed to indulge in the cake that was set out on a long table. Poor sweet-toothed Frida, who undoubtedly took after her mother in this respect, was too heavy-lidded with fatigue to eat any. There was always cake on the Berghof, poppy seed streusel and cinnamon and plum torts, puff pastries filled with cream, chocolate cake, great domes of Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. Ursula wondered who ate all this cake. She herself certainly did her best to get through it. If a day with Eva could be tedious, it was as nothing compared to an evening when the Führer was present. Interminable hours after dinner were spent in the great hall, a vast, ugly room where they listened to the gramophone or watched films, or, often, both. The Führer naturally dictated the choices. For music, Die Fledermaus and Die Lustigwitwe were favorites. On the first evening, Ursula thought it would be hard to forget the sight of Bormann, Himmler, Goebbels, and their savage helpmeets, all wearing their thin-lipped snake smiles, more Lippenbekenntnis, perhaps, while listening to Die Lustigwitwe. Ursula had seen a student production of The Merry Widow when she was at university. She had been good friends with the girl who played Hannah, the lead. She could never have guessed then that the next time she would hear Vilja, oh Vilja, the Witch of the Wood, it would be in German and in this strangest of company. That production had taken place in 31. She hadn't seen what her own future held, let alone that of Europe. Films were shown nearly every evening in the Great Hall. The projectionist would arrive and the great Gobelin tapestry on one wall would be rolled up mechanically, like a blind, to reveal a screen behind it. Then they would have to sit through some awful romantic schmaltz or American adventure, or worse, a mountain film. In this way Ursula had seen King Kong, The Lives of a Bengal Lancer and Der Bergruft. On the first evening it had been Der Heiligsberg, more mountains, more Lenny. The Führer's favorite film, Eva confided, was Snow White. And which character did he identify with, Ursula wondered, the Wicked Witch, the dwarves? Not Snow White surely? It must be the prince, she concluded. Did he have a name? Did they ever? Was it enough simply to be the role? The prince who awoke the sleeping girl, just as the Führer had woken Germany. But not with a kiss. When Frida was born, Clara had given her a beautiful edition of Schneewittchen und die Sieben Zwerge, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, illustrated by Franz Juttner. Clara's professor had long since been barred from teaching at the art school. They had planned to leave in 35 and then again in 36. After Kristallnacht, Pamela had written to Clara directly, although she had never met her, offering her a home in Finchley. But that inertia, that damn tendency, everyone seemed to have to wait, and then her professor had been part of a roundup and had been transported east, to work in a factory, the authorities said. His beautiful sculptor's hands, Clara said sadly. They're not really factories, you know, Pamela wrote. Ursula remembered being an avid reader of fairy tales as a child. She had put great faith not so much in the happy ending as in the restoration of justice to the world. She suspected she had been duped by Die Brüder Grimm. Spieglein, and der Wans/Wers die Schönsten Ganzenland? Not this lot, that was for sure, Ursula thought, looking around the great hall during her first wearisome evening on the Berg. The Führer was a man who preferred operetta to opera, cartoons to highbrow culture. Watching him holding Eva's hand while humming along to Lehar, Ursula was struck by how ordinary, even silly, he was, more Mickey Mouse than Siegfried. Sylvie would have made short work of him. Izzy would have eaten him up and spat him out. Mrs. Glover, what would Mrs. Glover have done, Ursula wondered. This was her new favorite game, deciding how the people she knew would have dealt with the Nazi oligarchs. Mrs. Glover, she concluded, would probably have beaten them all soundly with her meat hammer. What would Bridget do? Ignore him completely probably. When the film was finished the Führer settled down to expound, for hours, on his pet subjects, German art and architecture. He perceived himself to be an architect monk, Blut und Boden, the land, always the land, his solitary, noble path, the wolf again. He was the savior of Germany, and poor Germany, his Schneewittchen, would be saved by him whether she wanted it or not. He droned on about healthy German art and music, about Wagner, Die Meistersinger, his favorite line from the libretto, Wacht auf, es nahegen den Tag, awake, the morning is here. It would be if he went on much longer, she thought. Back to destiny, how it was intertwined with the destiny of the Volk. Heimat, Boden, victory, or downfall, what victory, Ursula wondered. Against whom? Then something about Frederick the Great that she didn't catch, something about Roman architecture, then the fatherland. For the Russians it was the motherland. Was there something to be made of that, Ursula wondered? What was it for the English? Just England, she supposed. Blake's Jerusalem at a pinch. Then back to destiny and the Tausendjähriges. On and on so that the headache that had begun before dinner as a dull ache was a crown of thorns by now. She imagined Hugh saying, "Oh, do shut up, Herr Hitler," and suddenly felt so homesick she thought she was going to cry. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go to Fox Corner. As with kings and their courtiers, they could not leave until dismissed, until the monarch himself decided to ascend to the bedchamber. At one point Ursula caught Eva yawning theatrically at him as if to say, "That's enough now, Wolfie." Her imagination was becoming rather lurid, she knew, forgivable given the circumstances. And then at last, finally, thank God, he made a move and the exhausted company rustled to its feet. Women in particular seemed to love the Führer. They wrote him letters in the thousands, baked him cakes, embroidered swastikas onto cushions and pillows for him, and, like Hilda and Hannah's BDM troupe, lined the steep road up to the Obersalzberg to catch a delirious glimpse of him in the big black Mercedes. Many women shouted to him that they wanted to have his baby. But what do they see in him? Sylvie puzzled. Ursula had taken her to a parade, one of the interminable flag-waving, banner-toting ones in Berlin, because she wanted to find out for myself what all the fuss is about. How very British of Sylvie to reduce the Third Reich to a fuss. The street was a forest of red, black and white. Their colors are very harsh, Sylvie said, as though she were considering asking the National Socialists to decorate her living room. At the Führer's approach the crowd's excitement had grown to a rabid frenzy of Sieg Heil and Heil Hitler. Am I the only one to be unmoved? Sylvie said. What is it, do you suppose, mass hysteria of some kind? I know, Ursula said, it's like the Emperor's new clothes. We're the only ones who can see the naked man. He's a clown, Sylvie said dismissively. Shush, Ursula said. The English word was the same as the German and she didn't want to attract the hostility of the people around them. "You should put your arm up," she said. "Me?" the outraged flower of British womanhood replied. "Yes, you." Reluctantly, Sylvie raised her arm. Ursula thought that until the day she died she would remember the sight of her mother giving the Nazi salute. Of course, Ursula said to herself afterwards, this was in 34, back when one's conscience hadn't been shrunk and muddled by fear, when she had been blind to what was truly afoot. Blinded by love perhaps, or just dumb stupidity. Pamela had seen, unblinkered by anything. Sylvie had made the journey to Germany so that she could inspect Ursula's unexpected husband. Ursula wondered what she had planned to do if she hadn't found Jürgen suitable, drug and kidnap her and haul her onto the Schnellzug. They were still in Munich then. Jürgen hadn't started working for the Ministry of Justice in Berlin, they hadn't moved to the Savigniplatz or become parents to Frida, although Ursula was cumbersome with pregnancy. "Fancy you becoming a mother," Sylvie said, as if it were something she had never expected. "To a German," she added thoughtfully. "To a baby," Ursula said. "It's nice to get away," Sylvie said. From what, Ursula wondered. Clara met them for lunch one day and afterwards said, "Your mother is rather chic." Ursula had never thought of Sylvie as stylish, but she supposed that compared with Clara's mother, Frau Brenner, as soft and doughy as a loaf of Kartoffelbrot, Sylvie was quite a fashion plate. On the way back from lunch, Sylvie said she wanted to visit Oberpollinger's and buy a present for Hugh. When they reached the department store they found the windows daubed with anti-Jewish slogans and Sylvie said, "Gracious, what a mess." The shop was open for business but a pair of grinning louts in SA uniform were loitering in front of the doors, putting people off from entering. Not Sylvie, who had marched past the brown shirts while Ursula reluctantly trailed in her wake into the store and up the thickly carpeted staircase. In the face of the uniforms, Ursula had shrugged a cartoon helplessness and murmured rather shamefacedly, "She's English." She thought that Sylvie didn't understand what it was like living in Germany, but in retrospect she thought that perhaps Sylvie had understood very well. "Ah, here's lunch," Eva said, putting down the camera and taking Frida's hand. She led her to the table and then propped her up on an extra cushion before heaping her plate with food. Chicken, roast potatoes and a salad, all from the Gutshof. How well they ate here. Milchreis for Frida's pudding, the milk fresh that morning from the cows of the Gutshof. A less childish Käsekuchen for Ursula, a cigarette for Eva. Ursula remembered Mrs. Glover's rice pudding, a creamy, sticky yellow beneath its crisp brown skin. She could smell the nutmeg even though she knew there was none in Frida's dish. She couldn't remember the German for nutmeg and thought it was too difficult to explain to Eva. The food was the only thing that she was going to miss about the Berghof, so she might as well enjoy it while she could, she thought, and helped herself to more Käsekuchen. Lunch was served to them by a small contingent of the army of staff who serviced the Berghof. The Berg was a curious combination of alpine holiday chalet and military training camp. A small town really, with a school, a post office, a theater, a large SS barracks, a rifle range, a bowling alley, a Wehrmacht hospital and much more, everything but a church really. There were also plenty of young, handsome Wehrmacht officers who would have made better suitors for Eva. After lunch they walked up to the tea house on the Muslaner Kopf, Eva's yappy, nippy dogs running along beside them. If only one of them would fall off the parapet or from the outlook. Ursula had the beginnings of a headache and sank gratefully into one of the armchairs with green-flowered linen upholstery that she found particularly offensive to the eye. Tea, and cake, naturally, were brought to them from the kitchen. Ursula swallowed a couple of codeine with her tea and said, "I think Frida's well enough to go home now." Ursula went to bed as early as she could, slipping in between the cool white sheets of the guest room bed she shared with Frida. Too tired to sleep, she found herself still awake at 2 a.m, so she put on the bedside light. Frida slept the deep sleep of children, only illness could wake her, and she got out pen and paper and wrote to Pamela instead. Of course, none of these letters to Pamela was ever posted. She couldn't be completely sure that they wouldn't be read by someone. You just didn't know, that was the awful thing, how much more awful for others. Now she wished they weren't in the dog days of heat when the Katchelofen in the guest room was cold and unlit, as it would have been safer to burn the correspondence. Safer never to have written at all. One could no longer express one's true thoughts. Truth is truth to the end of reckoning. What was that from? Measure for Measure? But perhaps truth was asleep until the end of reckoning. There was going to be an awful lot of reckoning when the time came. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go to Fox Corner. She had planned to go back in May, but then Frida had become sick. She'd had it all planned, their suitcases were packed, stored beneath the bed, where they were usually kept empty, so Jürgen had no reason to look inside them. She had the train tickets, the onward boat train tickets, had told no one, not even Clara. She hadn't wanted to move their passports, Frida's luckily still valid from their trip to England in 35, from the big porcupine quill box where all their documents were kept. She had checked they were there almost every day, but then the day before they were to go she looked in the box and there was no sign of them. She thought she was mistaken, rifled through birth and death and marriage certificates, through insurance and guarantees, Jurgen's will, he was a lawyer, after all kinds of paperwork except for what mattered. In mounting panic she emptied the lot onto the carpet and went through everything one by one, again and again. No passports, only Jurgen's. In desperation she went through every drawer in the house, searched inside every shoebox and cupboard, beneath sofa cushions and mattresses. Nothing. They ate supper as normal. She could barely swallow. "Are you feeling ill?" Jurgen asked, solicitously. "No," she said. Her voice sounded squeaky. What could she say? He knew, of course, he knew. "I thought we might take a holiday," he said. "On SYLT. SYLT? SYLT. We won't need a passport for there," he said. Did he smile? Did he? And then Frida was ill and nothing else mattered. Er kommt. Eva said happily the next morning at breakfast. The Führer was coming. When? Now. No, this afternoon. What a shame, we'll be gone by then, Ursula said. Thank God, she thought. Do thank him, won't you? They were taken home in one of the fleet of black Mercedes from the Platterhof garage, driven by the same chauffeur who had brought them to the Berghof. The next day Germany invaded Poland. April 1945. They had lived for months in the cellar, like rats. When the British were bombing by day and the Americans by night, there was nothing else for it. The cellar beneath the apartment block in the Savigniplatz was dank and disgusting, a small paraffin lamp for light and one bucket for a lavatory, yet the cellar was better than one of the bunkers in town. She had been caught with Frida near the zoo in a daylight raid and had taken shelter in the zoo station flag tower, thousands of people crammed in, the air supply gauged by a candle, as if they were canaries. If the candle goes out, someone told her, everyone has to leave, out into the open even if a raid is in progress. Near to where they were crushed against a wall, a man and a woman were embracing, a polite term for what they were doing, and as they were leaving they had to step over an old man who had died during the raid. The worst thing, even worse than this, was that as well as being a shelter the enormous concrete citadel was a gigantic anti-aircraft battery, several huge guns pounding away on the roof the whole time so that the shelter shook with every recoil. It was the closest to hell that Ursula ever hoped to come. An enormous explosion had shaken the structure, a bomb dropped close to the zoo. She felt the pressure wave sucking and pushing her body and was terrified that Frida's lungs might burst. It passed. Several people vomited, although unfortunately there was nowhere to vomit except on one's feet, or perhaps worse, on other people's feet. Ursula vowed never to go into a flak tower again. She would rather, she thought, die out in the street, quickly, with Frida. That's what she thought about a lot of the time now. A swift, clean death, Frida wrapped in her arms. Perhaps it was Teddy up there, dropping bombs on them. She hoped it was, it would mean he was alive. There had been a knock on the door one day, when they still had a door, before the British started their relentless bombing in November 43. When Ursula opened the door she found a thin youth standing there, 15 or 16 years old maybe. He had a desperate air and Ursula wondered if he was looking for somewhere to hide, but he pushed an envelope into her hand and ran off before she could even say a word to him. The envelope was creased and filthy. Her name and address were written on it and she burst into tears at the sight of Pamela's handwriting. Thin papery blue sheets, dated several weeks ago, detailing all the comings and goings of her family, Jimmy in the army, Sylvie fighting the good fight on the home front, a new weapon, chickens. Pamela was well and living at Fox Corner, she said, 4 boys now. Teddy in the RAF, a squadron leader with a DFC. A lovely long letter and at the end a page that was almost like a postscript, I have saved the sad news to last. Hugh was dead. In the autumn of 1940, peacefully, a heart attack. Ursula wished she hadn't received the letter, wished she could think of Hugh still alive, of Teddy and Jimmy in non-combatant roles, living out the war in a coal mine or civil defense. I think of you constantly, Pamela said. No recriminations, no, I told you so, no, why didn't you come home when you could have done? She had tried, too late, of course. The day after Germany declared war on Poland she had gone through town, dutifully doing the things that she thought you were supposed to do when war was imminent. She stocked up on batteries and torches and candles, she bought canned goods and blackout material, she shopped for clothes for Frida in Wertheim's department store, 1 and 2 sizes bigger in case the war went on for a long time. She bought nothing for herself, passing by all those warm coats and boots, stockings and decent frocks, something she bitterly regretted now. She heard Chamberlain on the BBC, those fateful words, we are now at war with Germany, and for several hours felt strangely numb. She tried to phone Pamela but the lines were all engaged. Then towards evening, Jurgen had been at the ministry all day, she suddenly came back to life, snow-wide awake. She must leave, she must go back to England, passport or no. She packed a hasty suitcase and harried Frida onto a tram to the station. If she could just get on a train somehow everything would be all right. No trains, an official at the station told her. The borders were closed. We're at war, didn't you know? He said. She ran to the British embassy in Wilhelmstrasse, dragging poor Frida by the hand. They were German citizens, but she would throw herself on the mercy of the embassy staff. Surely they would be able to do something, she was still an Englishwoman after all. It was growing dark by then and the gates were padlocked and there were no lights on in the building. They've gone, a passerby told her, you've missed them. Gone? Back to Britain. She had to clap a hand over her mouth to stop the wail that rose up from deep inside her. How could she have been so stupid? Why hadn't she seen what was coming? A fool too late bewares when all the peril is past. Something else that Elizabeth I had said. She wept on and off for 2 days after receiving Pamela's letter. Jurgen was sympathetic, came home with some real coffee for her and she didn't ask where he had got it. A good cup of coffee, miraculous as that was hardly going to assuage her grief for her father, for Frida, for herself. For everybody. Jurgen died in an American raid in '44. Ursula was ashamed at how relieved she felt when she was given the news, especially as Frida was so upset. She loved her father and he loved her, which was a nugget of grace to be salvaged from the whole sorry business of their marriage. Frida was ill now. She had the same gaunt features and sickly pallor of most people you saw on the streets these days, but her lungs were full of phlegm and she had terrible bouts of coughing that seemed as though they would never end. When Ursula listened to her chest it was like listening to a galleon at sea, heaving and creaking through the waves. If only she could sit her down by a big warm fire, give her hot cocoa to drink, a beef stew, dumplings, carrots. Were they still eating well on the Berg, she wondered? Was anyone still on the Berg? Above their heads, the apartment block was still standing although most of the front wall had been taken away by a bomb. They still went up there to forage for anything useful. It had been saved from looting by the almost insurmountable difficulty of getting up the staircase which was filled with rubble. She and Frida tied pieces of cushion to their knees with rags and wore thick leather gloves that had belonged to Jurgen and in this way clambered over the stones and bricks like inept monkeys. The one thing there was nothing of in the apartment was the only thing they were interested in, food. Yesterday they had queued for 3 hours for a loaf of bread. When they ate it, it seemed to contain no actual flour, although it was hard to say what it did contain, cement dust and plaster. That was what it tasted of anyway. Ursula remembered Rogerson's The Bakers in the Village at Home, how the smell of the baking bread would waft through the street and how the bakery's window was full of lovely soft white loaves burnished with a sticky bronze glaze. Or the kitchen at Fox Corner on Mrs. Glover's baking days, the big brown health loaves that Sylvie insisted on, but also the sponges and tarts and buns. She imagined eating a slice of the warm brown bread, thickly buttered, with the jam made from the raspberries and red currants at Fox Corner. She tormented herself with memories of food the whole time. There was to be no more milk, someone told her in the bread queue. This morning, Fräulein Farber and her sister Frau Meyer, who had lived together in the attic but who now rarely left the cellar, gave her 2 potatoes and a piece of cooked sausage for Frida, a US handstand, they said, out of decency. Herr Richter, also a cellar resident, told Ursula that the sisters had decided to stop eating. An easy thing to do when there was no food, Ursula thought. They have had enough, he said. They cannot face what will happen when the Russians get here. They had heard a rumor that in the East people were reduced to eating grass. Lucky them, Ursula thought, there was no grass in Berlin, just the black skeletal remains of a proud and beautiful city. Was London like this too? It seemed unlikely, yet possible. Speer had his noble ruins, 1,000 years early. The inedible bread yesterday, 2 half-raw potatoes the day before, that was all Ursula had in her own stomach. Everything else, for the little it was worth, she'd given to Frida. But what good would it do Frida if Ursula were dead? She couldn't leave her alone in this terrible world. After the British raid on the zoo they had gone to see if there were any animals they could eat, but plenty of people had got there before them. Could that happen at home? Londoners scavenging in Regent's Park Zoo? Why not? They still saw the occasional bird that was clearly not native to Berlin, surviving against the odds, and on one occasion, a cowed, mangy creature that they had taken for a dog before they realized it was a wolf. Frida was all for trying to take it back to the cellar with them and making a pet of it. Ursula couldn't even imagine what their elderly neighbor Frau Jäger's reaction would have been to that. Their own apartment was like a doll's house, open to the world, all the intimate details of their domestic life on view, beds and sofas, the pictures on the walls, even an ornament or two that had miraculously survived the blast. They had raided anything truly useful, but there were still some clothes and a few books, and only yesterday she had found a cache of candles beneath a pile of broken crockery. Ursula was hoping to trade them in for medicine for Frida. There was still a lavatory in the bathroom, and occasionally, who knew how, there was water. One of them would stand and hold up an old sheet to protect the other's modesty. Did their modesty matter that much anymore? Ursula had made the decision to move back in. It was cold in the apartment, but the air wasn't fetid, and she judged that on balance that would be better for Frida. They still had blankets and quilts they could wrap themselves in, and they shared a mattress on the floor, behind a barricade formed by the dining table and chairs. Ursula's thoughts strayed constantly to the meals they had eaten at that table, her dreams full of meat, pork and beef, slabs of it grilled and roasted and fried. The apartment was 2 floors up, and this, combined with the partially blocked staircase, might be enough to put the Russians off. On the other hand, they would be the dolls on display in the doll's house, a woman and a girl ripe for the plucking. Frida would soon be 11, but if even a tenth of the rumors coming from the east were true, then her age wouldn't save her from the Russians. Frau Jaeger never stopped talking nervously about how the Soviets were raping and murdering their way towards Berlin. There was no wireless anymore, just rumor and the occasional flimsy piece of news sheet. The name Nemmersdorf was rarely off Frau Jaeger's lips, a massacre. "Oh, do shut up," Ursula said to her the other day. In English, which she didn't understand, of course, although she must have heard the unfriendly tone. Frau Jaeger had been visibly startled to be addressed in the language of the enemy, and Ursula felt sorry. She was just a frightened old lady, she reminded herself. The East moves nearer every day. Interest in the Western Front had long since died, only the East was of concern. The distant thunder of guns now replaced by a constant roar. There was no one to save them. 80,000 German troops to defend them against 1.5 million Soviets, and most of those German troops seemed to be children or old men. Perhaps poor old Frau Jaeger would be called upon to beat off the enemy with a broom handle. It could only be a matter of days, hours even, before they saw their first Russian. There was a rumor that Hitler was dead. Not before time, Herr Richter said. Ursula remembered the sight of him asleep on his sun lounger on the terrace on the Berg. He had strutted and fretted his hour upon the stage. To what avail? A kind of Armageddon. The death of Europe. It was life itself, wasn't it, she corrected herself, that Shakespeare had fretting and strutting. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage. They were all walking shadows in Berlin. Life had mattered so much once, and now it was the cheapest thing on offer. She spared an idle thought for Eva. She was always blasé about the idea of suicide. Had she accompanied her leader into hell? Frida was so poorly now, chills and fever, and complaining almost constantly of a headache. If she hadn't been sick, they might have joined the exodus of people heading west, away from the Russians, but there was no way she would survive such a journey. "I've had enough, Mummy," she whispered, a terrible echo of the sisters from the attic. Ursula left her alone while she hurried to the chemist, scrabbling over the debris that littered the streets, occasionally a corpse. She felt nothing for the dead anymore. She cowered in doorways when the gunfire seemed too close, and then scurried to the next street corner. The chemist was open, but he had no medicine. He didn't even want her precious candles or her money. She came back defeated. The whole time she had been away from Frida, she had been anxious that something would happen to her in her absence, and she promised herself that she wouldn't leave her side again. She had seen a Russian tank 2 streets away. She had been terrified by the sight. How much more terrified would Frida be? The noise of artillery fire was constant. She was gripped by the idea that the world was ending. If it was, then Frida must die in her arms, not alone. But whose arms would she die in? She longed for the safety of her father, and the thought of Hugh made the tears start. By the time she had climbed the rubble staircase, she was exhausted, weary to the bone. She found Frida slipping in and out of delirium and lay down beside her on the mattress on the floor. Stroking her damp hair, she talked in a low voice to her about another world. She told her about the bluebells in spring in the wood near Fox Corner, about the flowers that grew in the meadow beyond the copse, flax and larkspur, buttercups, corn poppies, red campion, and ox-eye daisies. She told her about the smell of new mown grass from an English summer lawn, the scent of Sylvie's roses, the sour-sweet taste of the apples in the orchard. She talked of the oak trees in the lane, and the yews in the graveyard, and the beech in the garden at Fox Corner. She talked about the foxes, the rabbits, the pheasants, the hares, the cows, and the big plow horses. About the sun beaming his friendly rays on fields of corn and fields of green. The bright song of the blackbird, the lyrical lark, the soft coo of the wood pigeons, the hoot of the owl in the dark. "Take this," she said, putting the pill in Frida's mouth. "I got it from the chemist, it will help you sleep." She told Frida how she would walk on knives to protect her, burn in the flames of hell to save her, drown in the deepest of waters if it would buoy her up, and how she would do this one last thing for her, the most difficult thing of all. She put her arms around her daughter and kissed her and murmured in her ear, telling her about Teddy when he was little, his surprise birthday party, about how clever Pamela was and how annoying Maurice was and how funny Jimmy had been when he was small. How the clock ticked in the hall and the wind rattled in the chimney pots, and how on Christmas Eve they lit an enormous log fire and hung their stockings from the mantelpiece, and next day ate roast goose and plum pudding, and how that was what they would all do next Christmas, all of them together. Everything is going to be all right now, Ursula told her. When she was sure that Frida was asleep, she took the little glass capsule that the chemist had given her and placed it gently in Frida's mouth and pressed her delicate jaws together. The capsule broke with a tiny crunching noise. A line from one of Don's holy sonnets came into mind as she bit down on her own little glass vial. I run to death, and death meets me as fast, and all my pleasures are like yesterday. She held tightly onto Frida, and soon they were both wrapped in the velvet wings of the black bat, and this life was already unreal and gone. She had never chosen death over life before, and as she was leaving she knew something had cracked and broken and the order of things had changed. Then the dark obliterated all thoughts. A long hard war. September 1940. See where Christ's blood streams across the firmament, a voice nearby said. In the firmament, Ursula thought, not across. The red glow of a false dawn indicated a massive fire in the east. The barrage in Hyde Park cracked and flared, and the anti-aircraft guns closer to home were doing a good job of keeping up their own cacophony, shells whistling into the air like fireworks and cracking as they exploded high overhead. And beneath it all was the horrible throbbing drone of the bomber's unsynchronized engines, a sound that always made her stomach feel pitchy. A parachute mine floated down gracefully, and a basket of incendiaries rattled their contents onto what was left of the road and burst into flowers of fire. A warden, Ursula couldn't make out his face, ran across to the incendiaries with a stirrup pump. If there had been no noise it might have seemed a beautiful nightscape, but there was noise, brutish dissonance that sounded as if someone had thrown open the gates of hell and let out the howling of the damned. Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it, the voice spoke again as if reading her thoughts. It was so dark that she could barely make out the owner of the voice, although she knew without a doubt that it belonged to Mr. Durkin, one of the wardens from her post. He was a retired English teacher, much inclined to quoting and misquoting. The voice, or Mr. Durkin, said something else. It may still have been Faustus, but the words disappeared into the enormous whump of a bomb falling a couple of streets away. The ground shook, and another voice, that of someone working on the mound, yelled, "Watch out!" She heard something shifting and a noise like displaced scree rattling and rolling down a mountain, the harbinger of an avalanche. Rubble, not scree. And a mound of it, not a mountain. The rubble that comprised the mound was all that was left of a house, or rather, several houses all ground and mashed into each other now. The rubble had been homes half an hour ago, now those same homes were just a hellish jumble of bricks, broken joists, and floorboards, furniture, pictures, rugs, bedding, books, crockery, lino, glass. People. The crushed fragments of lives, never to be whole again. The rumble slowed to a trickle and finally stopped, the avalanche averted, and the same voice shouted, "All right. Carry on." It was a moonless night, the only light coming from the masked torches of the heavy rescue squad, ghostly will-o'-the-wisps, moving on the mound. The other reason for the immense, treacherous dark was the thick cloud of smoke and dust that hung like a curtain of vile gossamer in the air. The stink, as usual, was awful. It wasn't just the smell of coal gas and high explosive, it was the aberrant odor produced when a building was blown to smithereens. The smell of it wouldn't leave her. She had tied an old silk scarf around her mouth and nose, bandit style, but it did little to stop the dust and the stench getting into her lungs. Death and decay were on her skin, in her hair, in her nostrils, her lungs, beneath her fingernails, all the time. They had become part of her. They had only recently been issued with overalls, navy blue and unflattering. Until now Ursula had been wearing her shelter suit, bought almost as a novelty item by Sylvie from Simpson soon after war was declared. She had added an old leather belt of Hughes from which she'd strung her accessories, a torch, gas mask, a first aid packet and a message pad. In one pocket she had a penknife and a handkerchief, and in the other a pair of thick leather gloves and a lipstick. "Oh, what a good idea," Miss Wolfe said, when she saw the penknife. Let's face it, Ursula thought, despite a host of regulations, they were making it up as they went along. Mr. Durkin, for it was indeed he, resolved himself out of the gloom and foggy smoke. He shone his torch onto his notebook, the weak light barely illuminating the paper. "A lot of people live on this street," he said, peering at the list of names and house numbers which no longer bore any relation to the surrounding havoc. "The Wilsons are at number 1, he said, as if beginning at the beginning would somehow help. "There is no number 1 anymore," Ursula said. "There are no numbers at all." The street was unrecognizable, everything familiar annihilated. Even in broad daylight it would have been unrecognizable. It wasn't a street anymore, it was simply the mound. 20 feet high, maybe more, with planks and ladders running up its sides to enable the heavy rescue squad to crawl over it. There was something primitive about the human chain they had formed, passing debris in baskets from hand to hand, from the top of the mound to the bottom. They could have been slaves building the pyramids, or in this case, excavating them. Ursula thought suddenly of the leafcutter ants that used to be in Regent's Park Zoo, each one dutifully carrying its little burden. Had the ants been evacuated along with the other animals, or had they simply set them free in the park? They were tropical insects, so perhaps they would not be able to survive the rigors of the climate of Regent's Park. She had seen Millie there in an open-air production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, in the summer of '38. Miss Todd? Yes, sorry, Mr. Durkin, miles away. It happened a lot these days. She would be in the middle of these awful scenes and she would find that she had drifted off to pleasant moments in the past. Little slivers of light in the darkness. They made their way warily towards the mound. Mr. Durkin passed the list of the street's residents to her and started giving a hand with the chain of baskets. No one was actually digging on the mound, instead they were clearing the rubble by hand, like careful archaeologists. A bit delicate up there, one of the rescue squad near the bottom of the chain said to her. A shaft had been cleared, going down the middle of the mound, a volcano then, rather than a mound, Ursula thought. A lot of the men in the heavy rescue squad were from the building trade, bricklayers, laborers and so on, and Ursula wondered if it felt odd to them to be scrambling over these dismantled buildings, as if time had somehow gone backwards. But then they were pragmatic, resourceful men who were not much given to this kind of fantastical thinking. Occasionally a voice would call for quiet, impossible when the raid was still going on overhead, but nonetheless everything would stop while the men at the top of the mound listened intently for signs of life within. It looked hopeless, but if there was one thing that the Blitz had taught them, it was that people lived, and died, in the most unlikely of circumstances. Ursula searched in the gloom for the dim blue lights that marked out the incident officer's post and instead caught sight of Miss Wolfe, stumbling purposefully over broken bricks towards her. It's bad, she said matter-of-factly when she reached Ursula. They need someone slight. Slight? Ursula repeated. The word, for some reason, was devoid of meaning. She had joined the ARP as a warden after the invasion of Czechoslovakia in March '39, when it suddenly seemed horribly clear to her that Europe was doomed. What a gloomy Cassandra you are, Sylvie said, but Ursula worked in the Air Raid Precautions Department at the Home Office. She could see the future. During the strange twilight of the phony war, the wardens had been something of a joke, but now they were the backbone of London's defences. This from Maurice. Her fellow wardens were a mixed bunch. Miss Wolfe, a retired hospital matron, was the senior warden. Thin and straight as a poker, her iron-grey hair in a neat bun, she came with natural authority. Then there was her deputy, the aforesaid Mr. Durkin, Mr. Sims, who worked for the Ministry of Supply, and Mr. Palmer, who was a bank manager. The latter two men had fought in the last war and were too old for this one. Mr. Durkin had been medically exempt, he said defensively. Then there was Mr. Armitage, who was an opera singer, and as there were no operas to sing in anymore, he kept them entertained with his renditions of La Donna e Mobile and Largo al Factotum. Just the popular arias, he confided to Ursula. Most people don't like anything challenging. Give me old Al Bully any day, Mr. Bullock said. The rather aptly named Mr. Bullock, John, was in Miss Wolfe's words a little questionable. He certainly cut a strapping figure, he wrestled competitively and lifted weights in a local gym, as well as being the denizen of several of the less salubrious nightclubs. He was also acquainted with some rather glamorous dancers. One or two had dropped in on him in the shelter and been shooed away like chickens by Miss Wolfe. Dancers my eye, she said. Last but not least there was her Zimmerman. Gabby, please, he said, but no one did, who was an orchestra violinist from Berlin, our refugee as they referred to him. Sylvie had evacuees, similarly denoted by their circumstances. He had jumped ship in '35 while on tour with his orchestra. Miss Wolfe, who knew him through the refugee committee, had gone to great lengths to make sure that her Zimmerman and his violin were not interned, or worse, shipped across the lethal waters of the Atlantic. They all followed Miss Wolfe's lead and never addressed him as Mr., always as her. Ursula knew that Miss Wolfe called him thus to make him feel at home, but it only succeeded in making more of an alien of him. Miss Wolfe had come across her Zimmerman in the course of her work for the Central British Fund for German Jewry, rather a mouthful, I'm afraid. Ursula was never sure whether Miss Wolfe was a woman of some influence or whether she simply refused to take no for an answer. Both, perhaps. A cultured lot, aren't we? Mr. Bullock said sarcastically. Why don't we just put on shows instead of fighting a war? Mr. Bullock is a man of strong emotions, Miss Wolfe said to Ursula. And strong drink too, Ursula thought. Strong everything in fact. A small hall belonging to the Methodists had been commandeered to be their post by Miss Wolfe, herself a Methodist, and they had furnished it with a couple of camp beds, a small stove with tea-making equipment and an assortment of chairs, both hard and soft. Compared to some posts, compared to many, it was luxurious. Mr. Bullock turned up one night with a green baize card table and Miss Wolfe declared herself rather fond of bridge. Mr. Bullock, in the lull between the fall of France and the first raids at the beginning of September, had taught them all poker. Quite the card sharp, Mr. Sims said. Both he and Mr. Palmer lost several shillings to Mr. Bullock. Miss Wolf, on the other hand, was 2 pounds up by the time the blitz started. An amused Mr. Bullock expressed surprise that Methodists were allowed to gamble. Her winnings bought a dartboard, so Mr. Bullock had nothing to complain about, she said. One day when they were clearing a jumble of boxes in the corner of the hall, they discovered that a piano had been hiding there all along, and Miss Wolf, who was proving a woman of many talents, was a rather good player. Although her own tastes tended towards Chopin and Liszt, she was more than game to bash out a few tunes, Mr. Bullock's words, for them all to sing along to. They had fortified the post with sandbags, although none of them believed that they would be of any use if they were hit. Apart from Ursula, who thought that taking precautions seemed an eminently sensible idea, they all tended to agree with Mr. Bullock that if it's got your name on it, it's got your name on it, a form of Buddhist detachment that Dr. Kellett would have admired. There had been an obituary in the Times during the summer. Ursula was rather glad that Dr. Kellett had missed another war. It would have reminded him of the futility of Guy losing everything at Arras. They were all part-time volunteers, apart from Miss Wolf, who was paid in full-time and took her duties very seriously. She subjected them to rigorous drills and made sure they did their training in anti-gas procedures, in extinguishing incendiaries, how to enter burning buildings, load stretchers, make splints, bandage limbs. She questioned them on the contents of the manuals that she made them read, and she was very keen on them learning how to label bodies, both alive and dead, so that they could be sent off like parcels to the hospital or the mortuary with all the correct information attached. They had done several exercises out in the open where they had acted out a mock raid. Play acting, Mr. Bullock scoffed, failing to get into the spirit of things. Ursula played a casualty twice, once having to feign a broken leg and on another occasion complete unconsciousness. Another time she had been on the other side and as a warden had had to deal with Mr. Armitage simulating someone in hysterical shock. She supposed it was his experience on stage that enabled him to give such an unervingly authentic performance. It was quite hard to persuade him out of character at the end of the exercise. They had to know the occupants of every building in their sector, whether they had a shelter of their own or whether they went to a public one or whether they too were fatalists and didn't bother at all. They had to know if anyone had gone away or moved, married, had a baby, died. They had to know where the hydrants were, cul-de-sacs, narrow alleyways, cellars, rest centers. Patrol and watch, that was Miss Wolf's motto. They tended to patrol the streets in pairs until midnight when there was usually a lull, and then if there were no bombs in their sector they would have a polite argument over who should occupy the camp beds. Of course, if there was a raid in their streets then it was all hands to the pumps in Miss Wolf's words. Sometimes they did the watching from her flat, 2 stories up with an excellent view from a big corner window. Miss Wolf also did extra first aid exercises with them. As well as having been a hospital matron, she had run a field hospital during the last war and explained to them, as you will appreciate, those of you gentlemen who saw active service in that dreadful conflict, that casualties in war were very different from the routine accidents that one saw in peacetime. Much nastier, she said. We must be prepared for some distressing sights. Of course, even Miss Wolf had not imagined how distressing these sights would be when they involved civilians rather than battlefield soldiers, when they involved shoveling up unidentifiable lumps of flesh or picking out the heartbreakingly small limbs of a child from the rubble. We cannot turn away, Miss Wolf told her, we must get on with our job and we must bear witness. What did that mean, Ursula wondered. It means, Miss Wolf said, that we must remember these people when we are safely in the future. And if we are killed? Then others must remember us. The first serious incident they attended had been at a large house in the middle of a terrace that had received a direct hit. The rest of the terrace was undamaged, as though the Luftwaffe had personally targeted the occupants, 2 families including grandparents, several children, 2 babes in arms. They had all survived the blast, sheltering in the cellar, but both the mains water pipe and a large sewage pipe had fractured, and before either could be turned off everyone in the cellar had drowned in the awful sludge. One of the women had managed to claw her way up and cling on to one of the cellar walls. They could see her through a gap, and Miss Wolf and Mr. Armitage had held on to Hugh's leather belt while Ursula had dangled over the lip of what remained of the cellar. She reached out a hand to the woman, thought for a moment that she might actually manage to grasp hold of her, but then she simply disappeared beneath the feculent water as it rose to fill the cellar. When the fire brigade finally arrived to pump out the place, they recovered 15 bodies, 7 of them children, and laid them in front of the house, as if to dry. Miss Wolf ordered them shrouded as quickly as possible and stowed away behind a wall while they awaited the arrival of the mortuary wagon. It doesn't do morale any good to see sights like that, she said. Ursula had vomited up her supper long before then. She vomited after nearly every incident. Mr. Armitage and Mr. Palmer too, Mr. Sims before. Only Miss Wolf and Mr. Bullock seemed to have strong stomachs for death. Afterwards, Ursula tried not to think about the babies or the look of terror on that poor woman's face as she had grasped in vain for Ursula's hand, and something else, disbelief perhaps that this could be happening. Think of them being at peace now, Miss Wolf counseled stoutly afterwards, dispensing scalding hot sugary tea. They are out of all this, just gone a little sooner. And Mr. Durkin said, "They have all gone into the world of light," and Ursula thought, "They are all gone into the world of light." Ursula wasn't convinced that the dead went anywhere, except into a void, black and infinite. "Well, I hope I don't die covered in shit," Mr. Bullock said, more prosaically. She thought she would never get over that first terrible incident, but the memory of it had already been overlaid by many others and now she barely thought about it. "It's bad," Miss Wolf said matter-of-factly. "They need someone slight." "Slight?" Ursula repeated. "Slim," Miss Wolf said patiently. "To go in there?" Ursula said, looking up in horror at the summit of the volcano. She wasn't sure she had the gumption to be lowered into the very maw of hell. "No, not there," Miss Wolf said. "Come with me." It had begun to rain, quite hard, and Ursula blundered with difficulty in Miss Wolf's wake over the jagged and broken ground, littered with every kind of obstacle. Her torch was next to useless. She caught her foot in a bicycle wheel and wondered if anyone had been riding it when the bomb struck. "Here," Miss Wolf said. It was another mound, just as big as the last. Was it another street, or the same street? Ursula had lost all sense of direction. How many mounds were there? A nightmarish scenario flashed through her mind, the whole of London reduced to one gigantic mound. This mound wasn't a volcano, the rescue squad were going in through a horizontal shaft at the side. More robust this time, they were hacking at the rubble with picks and shovels. "There's a kind of hole here," Miss Wolf said, taking Ursula's hand firmly in hers, as if Ursula were a reluctant child, and leading her forward. Ursula could see no sign of a hole. "It's safe, I think, you just need to wriggle through." "A tunnel?" "No, it's just a hole. There's a bit of a drop on the other side, we think there's someone down there." "Not a long drop," she added encouragingly. "Not a tunnel," she said again. "Go head first." The rescue squad stopped hacking at the rubble and waited, rather impatiently, for Ursula. She had to take her helmet off in order to wriggle into the hole, her torch held awkwardly in front of her. Despite what Miss Wolf said, she had been expecting a tunnel but was immediately confronted with a cavernous space. She might have been potholing. She was relieved when she felt two pairs of invisible hands attach themselves to Hugh's old leather belt. She moved the torch around trying to see something, anything. "Hello?" she shouted as she shone the torch into the drop. It was screened by a haphazard lattice of twisted gas pipes and wood, splintered like matchsticks. She concentrated on a gap in the chaotic mesh, trying to make out anything in the gloom beyond. An upturned face, a man's, pale and ghostly, seemed to rise out of the darkness like a vision, a prisoner in an oubliette. There might be a body attached to the face, she couldn't be sure. "Hello?" she said, as if the man might reply, although now she could see that part of his head was missing. "Anyone?" Miss Wolf said hopefully when she crawled backwards out of the hole. "One dead. Easy to recover?" "No." The rain made everything even more foul if that were possible, turning the wet brick dust into a kind of glutinous grit. A couple of hours of toiling in these conditions and they were all covered from head to toe in the stuff. It was too disgusting to give any thought to. There was a shortage of ambulances, traffic had been snarled up by an incident on the Cromwell Road, as had the doctor and nurse who should have been there, and Miss Wolf's extra first aid training was put to good use. Ursula splinted a broken arm, bandaged a head wound, patched an eye and strapped up Mr. Sims's ankle, he had twisted it on the rough ground. She labeled 2 unconscious survivors, head injuries, broken femur, broken collarbone, broken ribs, what was probably a crushed pelvis, and several dead, who were easier, they were simply dead, and then double-checked them in case she had labeled them the wrong way round and had posted the dead to the hospital and the living to the mortuary. She also directed numerous survivors to the rest center, and walking wounded to the first aid post being manned by Miss Wolf. "Catch Anthony if you can, will you?" she said when she saw Ursula. "Get a mobile canteen down here." Ursula sent Tony off with this errand. Only Miss Wolf called him Anthony. He was 13, a Boy Scout and their civil defense messenger boy, hurtling around on the rubble and glass-strewn streets on his bike. If Tony were her child, Ursula thought, she would have sent him far away from the nightmare instead of plunging him into the depths of it. He loved it all, needless to say. After she'd spoken to Tony, Ursula went back through the hole again because someone thought they had heard a sound, but the pale, dead man was as quiet as before. "Hello, again," she said to him. She thought it might be Mr. McCall from the neighboring street. Perhaps he was visiting someone. Unlucky. She was dog-tired, you could almost envy the dead their eternal rest. When she emerged again from the hole, the mobile canteen had arrived. She swillied her mouth out with tea and spat out brick dust. "I bet you used to be a real lady," Mr. Palmer laughed. "I'm affronted," Ursula said and laughed. "I think I spit in a very ladylike way." The rescue on the mound was still going on with no sign of any result, but the rest of the night was winding down and Miss Wolf told her to go back to the post and rest. Up on the mound a rope had been called for, to lower someone down, Ursula supposed, or pull someone up, or both. A woman, they think, Mr. Durkin said. She was all in, could barely put one foot in front of the other. Avoiding the debris as best she could, she had gone only 10 yards or so when someone grabbed her by the arm and yanked her backwards so hard that she would have fallen over if the same person hadn't kept his tight grip on her and kept her upright. "Watch it, Miss Todd," a voice growled. "Mr. Bullock?" In the confines of the post Mr. Bullock alarmed her a little. He seemed so unassailable, but, curiously, out here in this benighted place he was harmless. "What is it?" she said. "I'm very tired." He shone his torch in front of them. "Can you see?" he said. "I can't see anything." "That's because there's nothing there." She looked harder. "A crater, enormous, a bottomless pit. 20, maybe 30 feet, Mr. Bullock said. And you nearly walked into it." He accompanied her back to the post. "You're too tired," he said. He held her arm all the way. She could feel the strength of his muscles behind the grip. At the post she dropped onto a camp bed and blacked out rather than fell asleep. She woke up when the all-clear sounded at 6 o'clock. She felt as if she'd slept for days, but it had only been 3 hours. Mr. Palmer was also there, pottering about making tea. She could imagine him at home, slippers and a pipe, reading his newspaper. It seemed absurd that he should be here. "There you go," he said, handing her a mug. "You should go home, dear," he said. The rain stopped, as though it were the rain that had spoilt her night rather than the Luftwaffe. Instead of going straight home, she returned to the mound to see how the rescue was proceeding. It seemed different in the daylight, the shape of it oddly familiar. It reminded her of something, but for the life of her she couldn't think what. It was a scene of devastation, more or less the whole street gone, but the mound, the original mound, was still its own little hive of activity. It would have made a good subject for a war artist, she thought. The Diggers on the Mound would be a good title. B. Shawcross had been at art school, graduating just as the war started. Ursula wondered if she was moved to depict the war or if she was trying to transcend it. Very gingerly, she scaled its foothills. One of the rescue squad put out a hand to help her up. A new shift had come on, but, from the look of them, the old rescue squad was the one still laboring. Ursula understood. It was hard to leave an incident when somehow you felt you owned it. There was a sudden buzz of excitement around the volcano's crater as the fruits of the night's delicate drudgery finally became apparent. A woman, a rope tied under her armpits, nothing delicate about this stage, was extricated by simply hauling her out of the narrow opening. She was passed by hand down the mound. Ursula could see that she was almost black with dirt and drifting in and out of consciousness. Broken but alive, if only just. She was loaded into an ambulance waiting patiently at the bottom. Ursula made her own way down. On the ground, a shrouded body lay waiting for a mortuary van. Ursula removed the cover from the face and found the pale-faced man from last night. In the light of day she could see that it was definitely Mr. McCall from number 10. "Hello, you," she said. He would soon be an old friend. Miss Wolf would have told her to label him, but when she looked for her message pad she discovered she had lost it and had nothing to write on. Searching in a pocket she found her lipstick. "Needs must," she heard Sylvie's voice say. She thought about writing on Mr. McCall's forehead, but that seemed undignified, more undignified than death, she wondered. So instead she unshrouded his arm and then spat on a handkerchief and rubbed off some of the dirt, as if he were a little boy. She wrote his name and address on his arm with the lipstick. Blood red, which seemed fitting really. "Well, goodbye," she said. "I don't suppose we'll meet again. Star." Skirting the treacherous crater from last night, she discovered Miss Wolf sitting behind a dining table salvaged from the wreckage, as if she were in an office, telling people what they should do next, where to go for food and shelter, how to get clothes and ration cards and so on. Miss Wolf was still cheerful, yet heaven knows when she had last slept. The woman had iron in her soul, there was no doubt about that. Ursula had grown enormously fond of Miss Wolf. She respected her almost more than anyone else she knew, apart from Hugh perhaps. The queue was made up of the occupants of a large shelter, many of whom were still emerging, blinking in the daylight like nocturnal animals, and discovering that they no longer had homes to go to. The shelter was in the wrong place, the wrong street, Ursula thought. It took her a few moments to reorientate her brain and realize that all night she had thought herself in a different street. "They got that woman out," she told Miss Wolf. "Alive? More or less." When she finally got back to Phillimore Gardens she found Millie up and dressed. "Went the day well?" she said. "There's some tea in the pot," she added, pouring it and handing Ursula a cup. "Oh, you know," Ursula said, taking the cup. The tea was lukewarm. She shrugged. Pretty awful. Is that the time? I have to go to work. The following day she was surprised to find one of Miss Wolf's log entries, written in her clear matron's hand. Sometimes a buff folder would prove to be a mysterious ragbag, and Ursula was never clear how some of these things turned up on her desk. 5.00 Interim Incident Report. Situation Report. Casualties 55 to hospital, 30 dead, 3 unaccounted for. 7 houses completely demolished, approximately 120 homeless. 2 NFS crews, 2 AMB, 2 HRPs, 2 LRP, 1 dog still operating. Work continues. Ursula hadn't noticed any dog. It was just one of many incidents across London that night, and she picked up a sheaf of them and said, "Miss Fawcett, can you log these?" She could barely wait for the tea trolley and 11's. They ate lunch outside on the terrace. A potato and egg salad, radishes, lettuce, tomatoes, even a cucumber. All grown by our mother's own fair hand, Pamela said. It really was the nicest meal Ursula had eaten in a long time. And to follow there's an apple charlotte, I believe, Pamela said. They were alone at the table. Sylvie had gone to answer the doorbell, and Hugh hadn't returned from investigating an unexploded bomb that had, reportedly, fallen in a field on the other side of the village. The boys were also dining al fresco, sprawled on the lawn, eating buffalo stew and succotash, or, in the real world, corned beef sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs. They had erected a fusty old wigwam that had been unearthed in the shed and had been engaged in a lawless game of cowboys and Indians until the arrival of the chuck wagon, or Bridget, bearing a tray. Pamela's boys were the cowboys and the evacuees were more than happy to be Apaches. I think it suits their nature better, Pamela said. She had made them cardboard headbands with chicken feathers attached. The cowboys had to make do with Hugh's handkerchiefs tied around their necks. The 2 Labradors were racing around in a state of canine frenzy at all this excitement, while Gerald, still only 10 months old, slept obliviously on a blanket alongside Pamela's dog, Heidi, too sedate for such antics. He's some kind of token squaw, apparently, Pamela said. At least it keeps them quiet. It's like a miracle. It goes rather well with the Indian summer we're having. 6 boys in one house, Pamela said. Thank God the school term's started. Boys never flag, you have to keep them busy all the time. I suppose this is a flying visit? Fraid so. A precious Saturday to herself that she had sacrificed for the sake of seeing Pammy and the boys. She found Pamela drained, whereas Sylvie seemed animated by the war. She had become an unlikely stalwart of the WVS. I'm surprised. She doesn't like other women much, Pamela said. Sylvie now had a large flock of chickens and had stepped up egg production to wartime levels. The poor things are forced to lay day and night, Pamela said. You'd think Mother was running an armaments factory. Ursula wasn't sure how you could make a chicken do overtime. She talks them into it, Pamela laughed. A regular henwife. Ursula didn't mention that she had been called to an incident, a house that had been hit, where the occupants had chickens in a makeshift run in the backyard, and that when they arrived they had found the chickens, nearly all of them alive, with their feathers blown off. Ready plucked, Mr. Bullock had laughed callously. Ursula had seen people with their clothes blown off and trees in the middle of summer stripped of all their leaves, but she didn't mention these things either. She didn't mention wading in effluent from ruptured pipes, certainly didn't mention drowning in that same effluent. Nor did she mention the gruesome sensation of putting your hand on a man's chest and finding that your hand had somehow slipped inside that chest. Dead, something to be thankful for, she supposed. Did Harold tell Pamela the things he had seen? Ursula didn't ask, even introducing the topic seemed wrong on such a pleasant day. She thought of all those soldiers from the last war who had come home and never spoken of what they had witnessed in the trenches. Mr. Sims, Mr. Palmer, her own father too, of course. Sylvie's egg production seemed to be at the heart of some kind of rural black market. No one in the village was particularly short of anything. It's a barter economy around here, Pamela said. And barter they do, believe me. That's what she'll be doing now, at the front door. At least you're pretty safe here, Ursula said. Were they? She thought of the UXB Hugh had gone to look at. Or the previous week when a bomb had come down in a field belonging to the Hall farm and blown the cows in it to pieces. A lot of people have been quietly eating beef around here, Pamela said. Us included, I'm happy to say. Sylvie seemed to think this terrible episode had put them on a par with London's suffering. She had returned now and lit up a cigarette rather than finish her food. Ursula ate what she had left on her plate while Pamela took one of Sylvie's cigarettes from the packet and lit up. Bridget came out and started clearing plates, and Ursula jumped up and said, "Oh, no, I'll do that." Pamela and Sylvie remained at the table, smoking in silence, observing the defense of the wigwam from a raiding party of evacuees. Ursula felt rather badly done by. Both Sylvie and Pamela spoke as if they had it hard, whereas she was working all day, out on patrol most nights, facing the most awful sights. Only yesterday they had been at an incident where they had worked to free someone while blood dripped on their heads from a body up in the bedroom they couldn't reach because the staircase was knee-deep in broken glass from a huge skylight. "I'm thinking of going back to Ireland," Bridget said as they rinsed plates. "I have never felt at home in this country." "Neither have I," Ursula said. The apple charlotte turned out to be simply stewed apples, as Sylvie refused to use precious stale bread on a pudding when it could be fed more usefully to the chickens. Nothing went to waste at Fox Corner. "Scraps went to the chickens. She's thinking of getting a pig," Hugh said in despair. After Bones had made stock, they were sent for salvage, as was every last tin and glass jar that wasn't being filled with jam or chutney or beans or tomatoes. All the books in the house had been parceled up and taken to the post office to be sent off to the services. "We've already read them," Sylvie said, "so what's the point in keeping them?" Hugh returned and Bridget grumbled back outside with a plate for him. "Oh," Sylvie said politely to him, "do you live here? I say, why don't you join us, Dot?" "Really, Sylvie," Hugh said, more sharply than was his usual manner. "You can be such a child." "If I am, then it's marriage that's made me so," Sylvie said. "I remember that you once said there was no higher calling for a woman than marriage," Hugh said. "Did I? That must have been in our salad days." Pamela raised her eyebrows at Ursula, and Ursula wondered when had their parents become so openly quarrelsome? Ursula was going to ask him about the bomb, but then, "How's Millie?" Pamela asked brightly to change the subject. "She's well," Ursula said. "She's a very easygoing person to share digs with. Although I hardly ever see her in Phillimore Gardens. She's joined ENSA. She's in some kind of troupe that goes round factories, entertaining workers in their lunch hour." "Poor blighters," Hugh laughed. "With Shakespeare?" Sylvie asked doubtfully. "I think she turns her hand to anything these days. A bit of singing, comedy, you know." Sylvie didn't look as if she did. "I have a young man," Ursula blurted out, catching them all unawares, including herself. It was more to lighten the conversation than anything. She should have known better, really. He was called Ralph. He lived in Holborn, and he was a new friend, a pal, that she had met at her German class. He had been an architect before the war, and Ursula supposed he would be an architect afterwards too. If anyone was still alive, of course. Could London be erased, like Knossos or Pompeii? The Cretans and the Romans probably went around saying, "We can take it," in the heart of disaster. Ralph was full of ideas for the rebuilding of the slums as modern towers. "A city for the people," he said, "one that would rise from the ashes of the old like a phoenix, modernist to the core." "What an iconoclast he sounds," Pamela said. "He's not nostalgic in the way we are." "Are we? Nostalgic?" "Yes," Ursula said. "Nostalgia is predicated on something that never existed. We imagine an Arcadia in the past, Ralph sees it in the future. Both equally unreal, of course. Cloud-capped palaces? Something like that. But you like him?" "Yes." "Have you, you know?" "Really? What kind of a question is that?" Ursula laughed. Sylvie was at the door again. Hugh was sitting cross-legged on the lawn pretending to be Big Chief Running Bull. "It's a very good question," Pamela said. They hadn't, as it happened. Perhaps if he were more ardent. She thought of Crichton. And anyway, there is so little time for sex, Pamela said. "Well, I was going to say courtship, but yes, sex." Sylvie had returned and was trying to separate the warring factions on the lawn. The evacuees made very unsportsmanlike enemies. Hugh was tied up now with an old washing line. "Help!" He mouthed to Ursula, but he was grinning like a schoolboy. It was nice to see him happy. Before the war, her wooing by Ralph, or his by her, perhaps, might have taken the form of dances, the cinema, cozy dinners à deux, but now, more often than not, they had found themselves at bomb sites, like sightseers viewing ancient ruins. The view from the top deck of the number 11 bus was particularly good for this, they had discovered. It was perhaps due more to a kink in their respective characters than the war itself. After all, other couples managed to keep up the rituals. They had visited the Devine Gallery at the British Museum, Hammond's next to the National Gallery, the huge crater at the bank, so big that they had to build a temporary bridge across it. John Lewis, still smoldering when they arrived, the blackened mannequins from the shop windows strewn across the pavement, their clothes ripped off. "Do you think we're like ghouls?" Ralph asked, and Ursula said, "No, we are witnesses." She supposed she would go to bed with him eventually. There was no great argument to be found against it. Bridget came out with tea and cake, and Pamela said, "I think I'd better untie Daddy." Have a drink, Hugh said, pouring her a tumbler of malt from the cut glass decanter that he kept in the growlery. I find myself in here more and more these days, he said. It's the only place I can get peace. Dogs and evacuees strictly barred. I worry about you, you know, he added. I worry about me too. Is it bloody? Dreadfully. But I believe it's the right thing. I think we are doing the right thing. A just war? You know the Coles still have most of their family in Europe. Mr. Cole has told me some dreadful things that are happening to the Jews. I don't think anyone here really wants to know. Anyway, he said, raising his glass and trying for a cheerful note down the hatch. Here's to the end. Star. It was dark when she left and Hugh walked her down the lane to the station. No petrol, I'm afraid, he said. You should have gone earlier, he added ruefully. He had a stout torch and there was no one to yell at him to put the light out. I hardly think I'm going to guide in a Heinkel, he said. Ursula told him how most rescue squads had an almost superstitious horror of lights even when they were in the middle of a raid, surrounded by burning buildings and incendiaries and flares. As if a small torch beam would make any difference. Knew a chap in the trenches, Hugh said, lit a match, and Bob's your uncle, a German sniper shot his head clean off. Good chap, he added reflectively, name of Rogerson, same as the bakers in the village. No relation. You never talk about it, Ursula said. I'm talking about it now, Hugh said. Let it be a lesson to you, keep your head below the parapet and your light beneath a bushel. I know you don't mean that. Not really. I do. I'd rather you were a coward than dead, little bear. Teddy and Jimmy too, Dot. You don't mean that either. I do. Here we are, it's so dark you could walk right by the station and never see it. I doubt that your train will be on time, if there is a train at all. Oh, look, here's Fred. Evening, Fred. Mr. Todd, Miss Todd. So you know, this is the last train tonight, Fred Smith said. Fred had long since graduated from fireman to driver. It's not really a train, Ursula said, bemused. There was an engine but no carriages. Fred looked back along the platform to where the carriages should have been, as if he'd forgotten their absence. Ah, yes, well, he said, last time they were seen they were hanging off Waterloo Bridge. It's a long story, he added, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Ursula was puzzled as to why the engine should be here sans carriages, but Fred looked rather grim. I won't get home tonight then, Ursula said. Well, Fred said, I've got to get this engine back up to town and I've got a head of steam up and I've got a fireman, old Willie here, so if you want to hop up on the footplate, Miss Todd, I think we can get you back. Really? Ursula said. It won't be as clean as riding on the cushions, but if you're game? I certainly am. The engine was impatient to go, so she gave Hugh a quick hug and said, see you soon, and climbed the steps up to the footplate where she took up her perch on the fireman's seat. You will take care, little bear, won't you? Hugh said. In London? He had to raise his voice above the sound of hissing steam. Promise me? I promise, she shouted. See you later. She twisted round, trying to see him on the dark platform as the train chugged off. She felt a sudden stab of guilt. She had played a rowdy game of hide-and-seek with the boys after supper. Instead she should, as Hugh said, have left when it was still light. Now Hugh would have to walk back in the dark alone along the lane. She thought suddenly of poor little Angela, all those years ago. Hugh quickly disappeared into the dark and smoke. Well, this is exciting, she said to Fred. It didn't cross her mind that she would never see her father again. Exciting, it was true, but also somewhat terrifying. The engine was a great metal beast roaring through the dark, the raw power of the machine come to life. It shook and rocked as if it were trying to dislodge her from its insides. Ursula had never previously thought about what went on in the cab of an engine. She had imagined, if she had imagined it at all, a relatively serene place, the driver alert to the track ahead, the fireman cheerfully shoveling coal. But instead there was non-stop activity, a continual conferring between fireman and driver over gradients and pressure, the frantic shoveling or the sudden closing down, the continual rackety noise, the almost unbearable heat of the furnace, the filthy soot from the tunnels that didn't seem to be kept out by the metal plates that had been put up to prevent light escaping from the cab. It was so hot. Hotter than hell, Fred said. Despite the wartime speed restrictions, they seemed to be traveling at least twice as fast as when she traveled in a carriage, on the cushions. She thought, she must remember that for Teddy, who, despite now being a pilot, still harbored his childhood desire to be a train driver. As they approached London they could see fires in the east and hear the distant pealing of guns, but as they neared the marshalling yards and engine sheds it became almost eerily quiet. They slowed to a halt and all was suddenly, thankfully, peaceful. Fred helped her down from the cab. There you go, ma'am, he said. Home sweet home. Well, not quite, I'm afraid. He looked suddenly doubtful. I would walk you home, but we have to put this engine to bed. Will you be all right from here? They seemed to be in the middle of nowhere, just tracks and points and the looming shadows of engines. There's a bomb at Marylebone. We're at the back of King's Cross, Fred said, reading her mind. It's not as bad as you think. He switched on the weakest of torches, it illuminated only a foot or so in front of them. Have to be careful, he said, we're a prime target here. I'll be absolutely fine, she said, a little more gung-ho than she felt. Don't give me a second thought, and thank you. Good night, Fred. She set off resolutely and immediately tripped over a rail and gave a little cry of distress when she banged her knee hard on the sharp stones of the track. Here, Miss Todd, Fred said, helping her up. You'll never find your way in the dark. Come on, I'll walk you to the gates. He took her arm and set off, steering her as they went, for all the world as if they were on a Sunday stroll along the embankment. She remembered how she had been rather sweet on Fred when she was younger. It would probably be quite easy to be sweet on him again, she reckoned. They reached a big pair of wooden gates and he opened a small door set within them. I think I know where I am, she said. She had no idea where she was, but she didn't want to inconvenience Fred any longer. Well, thank you again, maybe I'll see you next time I get down to Fox Corner. I doubt it, he said. I start in the AFS tomorrow. Plenty of old codgers like Willie can keep the trains running. Good for you, she said, although she was thinking how dangerous the fire service was. Star. It was the blackest blackout ever. She walked with a hand in front of her face and eventually bumped into a woman who told her where she was. They walked together for half a mile or so. After a few minutes on her own again, she heard footsteps behind her and she said, I'm here, so the owner of the feet didn't walk into her. It was a man, no more than a figure in the dark, who went with her as far as Hyde Park. Before the war you would never have dreamed of hooking arms with a complete stranger, particularly a man, but now the danger from the sky seemed so much greater than anything that could befall you from this odd intimacy. She thought it must be nearly dawn when she got back to Phillimore Gardens, but it was barely midnight. Millie, all dressed up, had just returned from an evening out. Oh, my God, she said when she saw Ursula. What happened to you? Did you get bombed? Ursula looked in the mirror and found that she was smudged all over with soot and coal dust. What a fright, she said. You look like a coal miner, Millie said. More like an engine driver, she said, rapidly recounting the night's adventures. Oh, Millie said, Fred Smith, the butcher's boy. He was a bit of a dish. Still is, I suppose. I've got eggs from Fox Corner, she said, removing the cardboard box that Sylvie had given her from her bag. The eggs had been nestled in straw, but now they were cracked and broken from the jolting of the track or when she fell in the engine yard. The next day they managed to make an omelette from the salvaged remains. Lovely, Millie said. You should get home more often. October 1940. It's certainly busy tonight, Miss Wolfe said. A glorious understatement. There was a full-scale raid in progress, bombers droning overhead, glinting occasionally when they caught a searchlight. Bombs flashed and roared and the large batteries banged and whuffed and cracked, all the usual racket. Shells whistled or screamed on their way up, a mile a second until they winked and twinkled like stars before extinguishing themselves. Fragments came clattering down. A few days ago Mr. Sims's cousin had been killed by shrapnel from the Acax in Hyde Park. Shame to be killed by your own, Mr. Palmer said. Sort of pointless. A red glow over Holborn indicated an oil bomb. Ralph lived in Holborn, but Ursula supposed on a night like this he would be in St. Paul's. It's almost like a painting, isn't it? Miss Wolfe said. Of the apocalypse maybe, Ursula said. Against the backdrop of black night the fires that had been started burnt in a huge variety of colors, scarlet and gold and orange, indigo, and a sickly lemon. Occasionally vivid greens and blues would shoot up where something chemical had caught fire. Orange flames and thick black smoke roiled out of a warehouse. It gives one a quite different perspective, doesn't it? Miss Wolfe mused. It did. It seemed both grand and terrible compared to their own grubby little labors. It makes me proud, Mr. Sims said quietly. Our battling on like this, I mean. All alone, And against all odds, Miss Wolfe sighed. They could see all the way along the Thames. Barrage balloons dotted the sky like blind whales bobbing around in the wrong element. They were on the roof of Shelmack's house. The building was now occupied by the Ministry of Supply, for which Mr. Sims worked, and he had invited Ursula and Miss Wolfe to come and see the view from the top. It's spectacular, isn't it? Savage and yet strangely magnificent, Mr. Sims said, as though they were at the summit of one of the Lakeland Fells rather than a building on the Strand in the middle of a raid. Well, I don't know about magnificent, exactly, Miss Wolfe said. Churchill was up here the other night, Mr. Sims said. Such a good vantage point. He was fascinated. Later, when Ursula and Miss Wolfe were alone, Miss Wolfe said, I rather had the impression that Mr. Sims was a lowly clerk in the ministry. He's quite a meek soul, but he must be quite senior to have been up on the roof with Churchill. One of the fire watchers on duty on the roof had said, "Evening, Mr. Sims," with the kind of respect people felt obliged to afford to Maurice, although in the case of Mr. Sims it was less grudgingly given. "He's unassuming," Miss Wolfe said. "I like that in a man. Whereas I prefer assuming," Ursula thought. "It really is quite a show," Miss Wolfe said. "Isn't it, though?" Mr. Sims said enthusiastically. Ursula supposed that they were all aware how odd it was to be admiring the show when they were so painfully conscious of what it meant on the ground. "It's as if the gods are throwing a particularly noisy party," Mr. Sims said. "One I would rather not be invited to," Miss Wolfe said. A familiar fearful swishing sound made them all duck for cover, but the bombs exploded some way away, and although they heard the explosions bang 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 bang, they couldn't see what had been hit. Ursula found it very odd to think that up above them there were German bombers being flown by men who, essentially, were just like Teddy. They weren't evil, they were just doing what had been asked of them by their country. It was war itself that was evil, not men. Although she would make an exception for Hitler. "Oh, yes," Miss Wolfe said, "I think the man is quite mad." At that moment, to their surprise, a basket of incendiaries came swooping down and crashed its noisy load right on the ministry's roof. The incendiaries cracked and sparked, and the two fire watchers ran towards them with a stirrup pump. Miss Wolfe grabbed a bucket of sand and beat them to it. "Fast for an old bird," was Mr. Bullock's estimation of Miss Wolfe under pressure. "What if this were the world's last night?" A familiar voice said. "Ah, Mr. Durkin, you managed to join us," Mr. Sims said affably. "You didn't have any trouble with the man on the door?" No, he knew I was expected," Mr. Durkin said, as if feeling his own importance. "Is anyone left at the post?" Miss Wolfe murmured to no one in particular. Ursula felt suddenly compelled to correct Mr. Durkin. "What if this present were the world's last night?" she said. "The word present makes all the difference, don't you think? It makes it seem as if one's somehow in the thick of it, which we are, rather than simply contemplating a theoretical concept. This is it, the end right now, no more shilly-shallying." "Goodness, so much fuss over one little word," Mr. Durkin said, sounding put out. "However, I obviously stand corrected." Ursula thought that one word could mean a great deal. If any poet was scrupulous with words, then it was surely Don. Don, himself once the Dean of St. Paul's, had been moved down to an ignominious berth in the basement of the cathedral. In death he had survived the Great Fire of London, would he survive this one too? Wellington's tomb was too hefty to move and had simply been bricked up. Ralph had given her a tour, he was on the night watch there. He knew everything there was to know about the cathedral. Not quite the iconoclast that Pamela had presumed. When they emerged into the bright afternoon, he said, "Shall we try and get a cup of tea somewhere?" And Ursula said, "No, let's go back to your place in Holborn and go to bed with each other." So they had, and she had felt rotten because she couldn't help thinking about Crichton while Ralph was politely accommodating his body to hers. Afterwards, he had seemed abashed, as if he no longer knew how to be with her. She said, "I'm just the same person as I was before we did this," and he said, "I'm not sure I am." And she thought, "Oh dear God, he's a virgin," but he laughed and said, No, that wasn't it, he wasn't, it was just that he was so very much in love with her, and now I feel, I don't know, sublimated." "Sublimated?" Millie said. "Sounds like sentimental twaddle to me." "He has you on a pedestal, heaven help him when he discovers that you have feet of clay." "Thank you. Is that a mixed metaphor, or is it a rather clever image?" Millie, of course, had always. "Miss Todd?" "Sorry. Miles away." "We should get back to our sector," Miss Wolfe said. "It's strange, but one feels rather safe up here." "I'm sure we're not," Ursula said. She was right, for a few days later Shelmake's house was badly hit by a bomb. She was keeping watch with Miss Wolfe in her flat. Sitting at her big corner window they drank tea and ate biscuits, and could have been any two women spending the evening together if it hadn't been for the tolling thunder of the barrage. Ursula learned that Miss Wolfe's name was Dorcas, which she had never liked, and that her fiancé, Richard, had died in the Great War. "I still call it that," she said, "and yet this one is the greater. At least this time we have right on our side, I hope." Miss Wolfe believed in the war, but her religious faith had begun to crumble since the start of the bombing. "Yet we must hold fast to what is good and true. But it all seems so random. One wonders about the divine plan and so on." "More of a shambles than a plan," Ursula agreed. "And the poor Germans, I doubt many of them are in favor of the war, of course one mustn't say that in the hearing of people like Mr. Bullock. But if we had lost the Great War and been burdened with great debt just as the world's economy collapsed, then perhaps we too would have been a tinderbox awaiting the strike of a Flint, a Mosley or some such awful person. More tea, dear. I know, Ursula said, but they are trying to kill us, you know, and as if to demonstrate this fact they heard the swish and wee that heralded a bomb heading in their direction and flung themselves with remarkable speed behind the sofa. It seemed unlikely that it would be enough to save them, and yet only 2 nights ago they had pulled a woman out, almost unscathed, from beneath an upturned settee in a house that was otherwise more or less destroyed. The bomb shook the Staffordshire cow creamers on Miss Wolfe's dresser, but they agreed it had landed outside their section. They were both finely tuned to the bombs these days. They were also both terribly down in spirits as Mr. Palmer, the bank manager, had been killed when a delayed action bomb had detonated at an incident they were attending. The DA had blown him some distance and they found him half buried beneath an iron bedstead. He had lost his spectacles but looked relatively unharmed. Can you feel a pulse? Miss Wolfe said, and Ursula puzzled as to why she was asking when Miss Wolfe was much more capable of finding a pulse than she was, but then she realized that Miss Wolfe was very upset. It's different when you know someone, she said, gently stroking Mr. Palmer's forehead. I wonder where his spectacles are. He doesn't look right without them, does he? Ursula couldn't find a pulse. Shall we move him? She said. She took his shoulders and Miss Wolfe his ankles, and Mr. Palmer's body came apart like a Christmas cracker. I can put more hot water in the pot, Miss Wolfe offered. To cheer her up, Ursula told her stories about Jimmy and Teddy when they were boys. She didn't bother with Maurice. Miss Wolfe was very fond of children, her only regret in life was not having had any. If Richard had lived, perhaps, but one cannot look backwards, only forwards. What has passed forever. What is it Heraclitus says? One cannot step in the same river twice. More or less. I suppose a more accurate way of putting it would be you can step in the same river but the water will always be new. You're such a bright young woman, Miss Wolfe said. Don't waste your life, will you? If you're spared. Ursula had seen Jimmy a few weeks ago. He'd been on 2 days' leave in London and had bedded down on their sofa in Kensington. Your baby brother's grown up all handsome, Millie said. Millie was inclined to think all men were handsome, one way or another. She suggested a night on the town and Jimmy readily agreed. He'd been shut up long enough, he said, time for some fun. Jimmy had always been good at fun. The night almost didn't get started as there was a UXB on the Strand and they took refuge in the Charing Cross Hotel. What? Millie said to Ursula when they had sat down. What? You've got that funny look on your face, the one you get when you're trying to remember something. Or forget something, Jimmy offered. I wasn't thinking anything, Ursula said. It had been nothing, just something fluttering and tugging at a memory. A silly thing, it always was, a kipper on a pantry shelf, a room with green linoleum, an old-fashioned hoop bowling silently along. Vaporous moments, impossible to hold on to. Ursula repaired to the ladies where she found a girl crying noisily and rather messily. She was heavily made up and her mascara was in runnels down her cheeks. Ursula had noticed her earlier having a drink with an older man, rather slimy had been Millie's verdict on him. The girl looked much younger close up. Ursula helped her to repair her makeup and mop up her tears but didn't like to pry into the cause of them. It's Nicky, the girl offered up voluntarily, he's a bastard. Your young man looks lovely, fancy a foursome? I can get us in the Ritz, into the Rivoli bar, I know a man on the door. Well, Ursula said doubtfully. The young man's my brother actually, and I don't suppose. The girl gave her a rather sharp jab in the ribs and laughed. Only joking. You two girls make the most of him, eh? She offered Ursula a cigarette which she declined. The girl had a gold cigarette case that looked valuable. A gift, she said, catching Ursula looking at it. She snapped it shut and held it out for inspection. There was a fine engraving of a battleship on the front with the single word Jutland beneath. If she were to open it up again she knew she would find the initials at NC intertwined on the inside of the lid, for Alexander and Crichton. Instinctively, Ursula reached out a hand for it and the girl snatched it back, saying, anyway, must be getting back. I'm as right as rain now. You seem a good sort, she added, as if there had been a question over Ursula's character. She stuck out her hand. My name's Renee by the way, in case we ever bump into each other again, although I doubt we inhabit the same endroits, as they say. Her French pronunciation was spot on, how odd, Ursula thought. She took the proffered hand, hard and warm as if the girl were running a temperature, and said, pleased to meet you, I'm Ursula. The girl, Renee, gave herself one last look of approval in the mirror and said, au revoir then, and was off. When Ursula went back into the coffee lounge Renee ignored her completely. What a strange girl, she said to Millie. Been making eyes at me all evening, Jimmy said. Well, she's barking up the wrong street there, darling, isn't she? Millie said, batting her eyelashes at him, ridiculously theatrical. Tree, Ursula said. Barking up the wrong tree. They went drinking, a merry trio, in all kinds of strange haunts that Jimmy seemed to know about. Even Millie, a seasoned regular of the nightclub scene, professed surprise at some of the places they found themselves in. Gosh, Millie said as they left a club in Orange Street to totter homeward, that was different. A strange android, Ursula laughed. She was rather drunk. It was such an Izzy word that it was bizarre to hear it from the lips of the Renee girl. Promise you won't die, Ursula said to Jimmy as they groped blindly home. Do my best, Jimmy said. October 1940. Man that is born of woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower, he fleeth as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. A light drizzle was falling. Ursula felt an urge to take out her handkerchief and wipe the wet coffin lid. On the other side of the open grave, Pamela and Bridget were pillars, holding up Sylvie, who seemed to be so consumed with her grief that she could barely stand. Ursula felt her own heart harden and contract with every sob that issued from her mother's chest. Sylvie had been needlessly unkind to Hugh in the last months, and now this great affliction seemed like a show. You're too harsh, Pamela said. No one can understand what goes on in a marriage, every couple is different. Jimmy, shipped to North Africa the previous week, had been unable to get compassionate leave, but Teddy had turned up at the last minute. Shiningly smart in uniform, he had returned from Canada with his wings, like an angel, Bridget said, and was stationed in Lincolnshire. He and Nancy clung to each other at the committal. Nancy was vague about her job, clerical really, and Ursula thought she recognized the fudge of the Official Secrets Act at work. The church was packed, most of the village turned out for Hugh, and yet there was something odd about the funeral, as if the guest of honor hadn't been able to come. Which he hadn't, of course. Hugh wouldn't have wanted a fuss. He had once said to her, "Oh, you can just put me out with the dustbin, I won't mind." But the service had been the usual sort, reminiscences and commonplaces, salted with a hefty dose of Anglican doctrine, although Ursula was surprised at how well the vicar seemed to be acquainted with Hugh. Major Shawcross read from the Beatitudes, rather movingly, and Nancy read one of Mr. Todd's favorite poems, which surprised all the women of his family who didn't know that Hugh had any inclination towards poetry. Nancy had a nice speaking voice, better actually than Millie's, which was overly thespian. Robert Louis Stevenson, Nancy said. Perhaps appropriate for these testing times. Tempest-tossed and sore-afflicted, sin-defiled and care-oppressed. Come to me, all ye that labor, come, and I will give you rest. Fear no more, O doubting-hearted, weep no more, O weeping eye. Lo, the voice of your Redeemer, lo, the sorrowful morning near. Here 1 hour you toil and combat, sin and suffer, bleed and die. In my Father's quiet mansion soon to lay your burden by. Bear a moment, heavy laden, weary hand and weeping eye. Lo, the feet of your deliverer, lo, the hour of freedom here. Tosh, really, Pamela whispered, but oddly comforting Tosh. At the graveside, Izzy murmured, I feel as if I'm waiting for something dreadful to happen, and then I realize it already has. Izzy had arrived back from California just a few days before Hugh died. She had flown, rather admirably, on a taxing Pan Am flight from New York to Lisbon and from there with BOAC to Bristol. I saw 2 German fighter planes from the window, she said. I swear I thought they were going to attack us. She had decided, she said, that as an Englishwoman it was wrong to be sitting out the war amid the orange groves. All that lotus eating wasn't for her, she said, although Ursula would have said it was exactly her. She had hoped, like her husband the famous playwright, to be asked to write screenplays for the film industry, but had received only one offer, some silly costume drama that had been aborted before it left the page. Ursula got the impression that Izzy's script hadn't come up to scratch, too witty. She had continued with Augustus, however, Augustus Goes to War, Augustus and the Salvage Hunt and so on. It didn't help, Izzy said, that the famous playwright was surrounded by Hollywood starlets and that he was shallow enough to find them fascinating. In truth, we simply grew bored with each other, she said. All couples do eventually, it's inevitable. Izzy was the one who had found Hugh. He was in a deck chair on the lawn. The wicker furniture had long since rotted and been replaced by the more quotidian deck chair. Hugh had been put out by the arrival of folding wood and canvas. He would have preferred the wicker chaise longue for a beer. Ursula's thoughts were full of such inconsequences. Easier to deal with, she thought, than the bare fact that Hugh was dead. I thought he was asleep out there, Sylvie said. So I didn't disturb him. A heart attack, the doctor said. He looked peaceful, Izzy said to Ursula. As if he didn't really mind going. Ursula felt that he probably minded very much, but that was no comfort to either of them. She had little conversation with her mother. Sylvie seemed always to be on the point of leaving the room. I can't settle, she said. She was wearing an old cardigan of Hugh's. "I'm cold," she said. "I'm so cold," like someone in shock. Miss Wolf would have known what to do with Sylvie. Hot sweet tea probably, and some kind words, but neither Ursula nor Izzy felt like offering either. Ursula sensed they were being rather vengeful, but they had their own distress to nurse. "I'll stay on with her for a while," Izzy said. Ursula thought this was a terrible idea and wondered if Izzy wasn't just avoiding the bombs. "You'd better get yourself a ration book then," Bridget said. "You're eating us out of house and home." Bridget had been very affected by Hugh's death. Ursula came across her crying in the pantry and said, "I'm awfully sorry," as if the loss were Bridget's, not hers. Bridget wiped her tears vigorously on her apron and said, "Must get on with the tea." Ursula herself stayed only 2 more days and spent most of the time helping Bridget to sort out Hugh's things. "I can't," Sylvie said, "I just can't." "Neither can I," Izzy said. "Then it's you and me," Bridget said to Ursula. Hugh's clothes were so very real it seemed absurd that the man who had worn them had disappeared. Ursula took a suit out of the wardrobe and held it against her body. If Bridget hadn't taken it from her and said, "That's a good suit, someone will be grateful for it," she might have crawled into the wardrobe and given up on life. Bridget's feelings were now locked up tightly, thank goodness. There was a great deal to be said for fortitude in the face of tragedy. Certainly her father would have approved. They parceled Hugh's clothes up in brown paper and string, and the milkman put them on his cart and took them round to the WVS. Izzy's grief had left her wide open. She trailed around the house after Ursula, trying to conjure up Hugh from memories. They were all doing that, Ursula supposed. It was so impossible to grasp that he had gone forever that they had all started trying to reconstitute him out of thin air, Izzy most of all. "I can't remember the last thing he said to me," Izzy said. "Or what I said to him, for that matter." "It won't make any difference," Ursula said wearily. Whose bereavement was the greater after all, the daughter or the sister? But then she thought of Teddy. Ursula tried to remember what her own last words to her father had been. A nonchalant "see you later," she concluded. The final irony. "We never know when it will be the last time," she said to Izzy, platitudinous, even to her own ears. She had seen so much of other people's distress by now that she was numb to it. Except for that one moment when she held his suit, she thought of it, ridiculously, as her wardrobe moment. She had put Hugh's death away in some quiet place to be taken out later and considered. Perhaps when everyone else had done talking. "And the thing is," Izzy said. "Please," Ursula said. "I've got an awful headache." Ursula was collecting eggs from the nest boxes when Izzy mooched into the henhouse. The chickens were clucking restlessly. They seemed to miss Sylvie's attentions, the mother hen. "The thing is," Izzy said, "there's something I'd like to tell you." "Oh?" Ursula said, distracted by a particularly broody hen. "I had a baby." "What?" "I'm a mother," Izzy said, seemingly unable to resist sounding dramatic. "You had a baby in California?" No, Izzy laughed. "Years ago. I was just a child myself. 16. I had him in Germany. I was sent abroad in disgrace, as you can imagine." "A boy. Germany? And he was adopted?" "Yes. Well, more like given away. Hugh saw to it all, so I'm sure he found a very good family. But he made him a hostage to fortune, didn't he? Poor Hugh, he was such a rock at the time, mother would have nothing to do with it. But that's the thing, he must have known the name, where they lived, etc." The hens were making a dreadful racket now, and Ursula said, "Let's get out of here." "I always thought," Izzy said, taking Ursula's arm and walking her round to the lawn, "that one day I would talk to Hugh about what he did with the baby and then perhaps try and find him. My son," she added, trying out the word as if for the first time. Tears started to roll down her face. For once, her emotions seemed from the heart. "And now Hugh's gone and I'll never be able to find the baby." "He's not a baby, of course, he's the same age as you." "Me?" Ursula said, trying to grasp this idea. "Yes. But he's the enemy. He might be up there in the sky." They both automatically glanced up at the blue autumn sky, empty of friend and foe alike, or fighting in the forces. "He might be dead, or going to die if this wretched war goes on." Izzy was sobbing openly now. "He might have been brought up as a Jew, for God's sake. Hugh wasn't an anti-Semite, quite the opposite. He was great friends with your neighbor, what's his name? Mr. Cole. You do know what's happening to the Jews in Germany, don't you?" "Oh, for heaven's sake," Sylvie said, materializing suddenly like a bad fairy. "What are you making such a fuss about?" "You should come back to London with me," Ursula said to Izzy. The Luftwaffe's bombs would be more straightforward for her to deal with than Sylvie. November 1940. Miss Wolf was treating them to a little piano recital. Some Beethoven, she said. I'm no Myra Hess, but I thought it would be nice. She was correct on both counts. Mr. Armitage, the opera singer, asked Miss Wolfe if she could accompany him if he sang Non più andré from The Marriage of Figaro, and Miss Wolfe, particularly game this evening, said she would certainly have a go. It was a rousing performance, unexpectedly virile was Miss Wolfe's verdict, and no one objected when Mr. Bullock, no surprise, and Mr. Sims, quite a surprise, joined in with a rather ribald version. I know this one, Stella said, which was true of the tune but not the words, as she sang enthusiastically, dum-dee-dum, dum-dee-dum, dum-dee-dum-dum, and so on. Their post had recently been augmented by 2 wardens. The first, Mr. Emsley, was a grocer and had come from another post, having been bombed out of his house, his shop, and his sector. He, like Mr. Sims and Mr. Palmer before him, was a veteran of the previous war. The second edition was in possession of a more exotic background. Stella was one of Mr. Bullock's chorus girls and confessed, readily, to being a striptease artiste, but Mr. Armitage, the opera singer, said, "We're all artistes here, darling." "What a bloody fairy that man is," Mr. Bullock muttered. "Put him in the army, that would sort him out." "I doubt it," Miss Wolfe said. And it did rather beg the question why the strapping Mr. Bullock himself had not been called up for active service. "So," Mr. Bullock concluded, "we've got a yid, a pansy, and a tart. Sounds like a dirty music hall joke." "It is intolerance that has brought us to this pass, Mr. Bullock," Miss Wolfe reproved him mildly. They had all been decidedly tetchy, even Miss Wolfe, since Mr. Palmer's death. They would be better off saving their grudges for peacetime, Ursula thought. It wasn't just Mr. Palmer's death, of course, but also the lack of sleep and the relentless nightly raids. How long could the Germans keep it up? Forever? And, oh, I don't know, Miss Wolfe said quietly to her as she made tea, it's just the general sense of dirtiness, as if one will never be clean again, as if poor old London will never be clean again. Everything is so awfully shabby, you know? It was a relief, therefore, that their little impromptu concert party was good-natured, everyone seemingly in better spirits than of late. Mr. Armitage followed his Figaro with an unaccompanied and impassioned rendition of O mio babbino caro. How versatile he is, Miss Wolfe said. I always thought that was a woman's aria, that they all applauded wildly. Then Herr Zimmermann, their refugee, said he would be honored to play something for them. And then are you going to strip, sweetheart? Mr. Bullock asked Stella, who said, if you want, and winked in complicity at Ursula. Trust me to get stuck with a load of bullshit women, Mr. Bullock complained. Frequently. Miss Wolfe said, looking worried, your violin is here? To Herr Zimmermann. Is it safe here? He had never brought his instrument to the post before. It was quite valuable, Miss Wolfe said, and not just from a monetary point of view, for he had left his entire family behind in Germany and the violin was all he had from his former life. Miss Wolfe said that she had had a harrowing late-night chat with Herr Zimmermann about the situation in Germany. Things are terrible over there, you know. I know, Ursula said. Do you? Miss Wolfe said, her interest piqued. Do you have friends there? No, Ursula said. No one. Sometimes one just knows, doesn't one? Herr Zimmermann produced his violin and said, you must forgive me, I am not a soloist, and then announced, almost apologetically, Bach. Sonata in G minor. It's funny, isn't it, Miss Wolfe whispered in Ursula's ear, how much German music we listen to. Great beauty transcends all. Perhaps after the war it will heal all too. Think of the choral symphony, alle Menschen wurden Brüder. Ursula didn't answer as Herr Zimmermann had raised his bow, poised for performance, and a deep hush fell as if they were in a concert hall rather than a rundown post. Some of the silence was due to the quality of the performance, sublime, Miss Wolfe judged it later. Really beautiful, Stella said, and some out of respect perhaps for Herr Zimmermann's refugee status, but there was also something so spare about the music that it left plenty of room for one to engage deeply with one's thoughts. Ursula found herself dwelling on Hugh's death, his absence more than his death. It was only a fortnight since he died and she was still expecting to see him again. These were the thoughts she had put away for a future time and now the future was suddenly on her. She was relieved not to be embarrassed by tears, instead she was plunged into an awful melancholy. As if sensing her emotions, Miss Wolfe reached out and gripped her hand firmly. Ursula could feel that Miss Wolfe herself was almost vibrating with emotion. When the music finished there was a moment of pure, profound silence, as if the world had stopped breathing, and then instead of praise and applause the piece was broken by the purple warning, bombers within 20 minutes. It was rather odd to think that these alerts were coming from her own Region 5 war room, sent by the girls in the teleprinter room. Come on then, Mr. Sims said, standing up and sighing heavily, let's get out there. By the time they were out the red alert had come through. Just 12 minutes, if they were lucky, to dragoon people into shelters, the siren at their back. Ursula never used public shelters, there was something about the crush of bodies, the claustrophobia, that made her skin crawl. They had attended a particularly gruesome incident when a shelter took a direct hit from a parachute mine in their sector. Ursula thought that she would rather die out in the open than trapped like a fox in a hole. It was a beautiful evening. A crescent moon and her bevy of stars had pierced the black backcloth of night. She thought of Romeo's encomium to Juliet. It seems she hangs upon the cheek of night as a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Ursula was in a poetic mood, some might have said, herself included, overly poetic, as a consequence of her mournful mood. There was no Mr. Durkin to misquote anymore. He had suffered a heart attack during an incident. He was recovering, thank goodness, Miss Wolfe said. She had found time to visit him in hospital and Ursula felt no guilt that she had not. Hugh was dead, Mr. Durkin wasn't, there was little room in her heart for sympathy. Mr. Durkin's position as Miss Wolfe's deputy had been taken by Mr. Sims. The strident noises of war had begun. The boom of the barrage, the raiders' engines overhead with that monotonous, uneven beat that made her nauseous. The gun discharges, the searchlights poking their fingers into the sky, the muted anticipation of dread, all soon spoiled any idea of poetry. By the time they arrived at the incident, everyone was there: the gas and water, the bomb disposal squad, heavy rescue, light rescue, stretcher parties, the mortuary van, a baker's van by day. The road was carpeted with the tangled hoses of an AFS unit as on one side of the street a building was well on fire, with sparks and burning embers spitting out. Ursula thought she had caught a glimpse of Fred Smith, his features briefly illuminated by the flames, but came to the conclusion that she had imagined it. The rescue squad was as cautious as ever with their torches and lamps even though the fire was blazing away at their backs. Yet, to a man, they had cigarettes hanging from the corners of their mouths, despite the fact that the gasmen hadn't cleared the area, not to mention that the presence of the bomb disposal squad indicated a bomb that might go off at any moment. Everyone just got on with the job in hand, needs must, cavalier in the face of possible disaster. Or perhaps some people, and Ursula wondered if she included herself among them nowadays, simply didn't care anymore. She had an uncomfortable feeling, a premonition perhaps, that things were not going to go well tonight. It was the Bach, Miss Wolfe comforted, it was unsettling for the soul. Apparently, the street straddled two sectors and the incident officer in charge was wrangling with two wardens who both claimed dominion over it. Miss Wolfe didn't join this little fracas as it turned out that it wasn't their sector at all, but as it was obviously such a major incident she declared that their post should pitch in and get on with it and ignore what anyone said to them. Outlaws, Mr. Bullock said, appreciatively. Hardly, Miss Wolfe said. The half of the street that wasn't on fire had been badly hit and the acid-raw smell of powdered brick and cordite struck their lungs immediately. Ursula tried to think of the meadow at the back of the copse at Fox Corner. Flax and larkspur, corn poppies, red campion, and ox-eye daisies. She thought of the smell of new-mown grass and the freshness of summer rain. This was a new diversionary tactic to combat the brutish sense of an explosion. Does it work? A curious Mr. Emsley asked. Not really, Ursula said. I used to think of my mother's perfume, Miss Wolfe said. April violets. But unfortunately now when I try to remember my mother all I can think of are the bombs. Ursula offered Mr. Emsley a peppermint. It helps a little bit, she said. The closer they got to the incident the worse it proved to be. The opposite, in Ursula's experience, was rarely so. A grisly tableau was the first thing to greet them. Mangled bodies were strewn around, many of them no more than limbless torsos, like tailor's dummies, their clothes blown off. Ursula was reminded of the mannequins she had seen with Ralph in Oxford Street, after the John Lewis bomb. A stretcher-bearer, lacking as yet any live casualties, was picking up limbs, arms and legs that were sticking out of the rubble. He looked as if he was intending to piece the dead together again at a later date. Did someone do that, Ursula wondered? In the mortuaries, try and match people up, like macabre jigsaws? Some people were beyond recreation, of course. Two men from the rescue squad were raking and shoveling lumps of flesh into baskets, another was scrubbing something off a wall with a yard brush. Ursula wondered if she knew any of the victims. Their flat in Phillimore Gardens was a mere couple of streets away from here. Perhaps she passed some of them in the morning on her way to work, or had spoken to them in the grocer's or the butcher's. Apparently there are quite a lot of people unaccounted for, Miss Wolfe said. She had spoken to the incident officer, who had been grateful, it seemed, to talk to a warden with common sense. We're not outlaws anymore, you'll be pleased to hear. One floor above the man with the yard brush, although there was no floor, a dress was hanging on a coat hanger from a picture rail. Ursula often found herself more moved by these small reminders of domestic life, the kettle still on the stove, the table laid for a supper that would never be eaten, than she was by the greater misery and destruction that surrounded them. Although when she looked at the dress now she realized that there was a woman still wearing it, her head and legs blown off but not her arms. The capriciousness of high explosives never ceased to surprise Ursula. The woman seemed to have become fused with the wall in some way. The fire was burning so brightly that she could make out a little brooch still pinned to the dress. A black cat, a rhinestone for an eye. Rubble shifted underfoot as she made her way to the back wall of this same house. There was a woman sitting propped up amongst the rubble, arms and legs splayed like a rag doll. She looked as if she had been tossed in the air and landed any old how, which was probably the case. Ursula tried to signal to the stretcher bearer, but there was now a stream of bombers passing overhead and no one could hear her above the noise. The woman was gray with dust so that it was almost impossible to tell how old she was. She had a horrible-looking burn on her hand. Ursula fumbled in her first aid pack for the tube of Burnol and smeared some of the ointment onto her hand. She didn't know why, the woman looked too far gone to be cured by Burnol. She wished she had some water, it was painful to see how dry the woman's lips were. Unexpectedly, she opened her dark eyes, her lashes pale and spiky with dust, and tried to say something but her voice was so hoarse from the dust that Ursula couldn't understand her. Was she foreign? What is it? Ursula asked. She had a feeling the woman was very near death now. Baby, the woman rasped suddenly, where's my baby? Baby? Ursula echoed, looking around. She could see no sign of any baby. It could be anywhere in the rubble. His name, the woman said, guttural and indistinct, she was making a tremendous effort to be lucid, is Emile. Emile? The woman nodded her head very slightly as if she were no longer capable of speech. Ursula looked around again for any sign of a baby. She turned back to the woman to ask how big her baby was, but her head was lolling limply, and when Ursula felt for a pulse she found nothing. She left the woman there and went in search of the living. Can you take Mr. Emsley a morphia tablet? Miss Wolf asked. They could both hear a woman screaming and swearing like a navvy, and Miss Wolf added, to the lady that's making all the noise. A good rule of thumb was that the more noise someone was making, the less likely they were to die. This particular casualty sounded as if she were ready to fight her way out single-handed from the wreckage of the house and run round Kensington Gardens. Mr. Emsley was in the cellar of the house and Ursula had to be lowered down by 2 men from the rescue squad and then had to worm her way through a barricade of joists and bricks. She was aware that an entire house appeared to be resting precariously on this same barricade. She found Mr. Emsley stretched out almost horizontally next to a woman. Below the waist she was completely trapped by the wreckage of the house, but she was conscious and extremely articulate about the distress she was in. Soon have you out of here, Mr. Emsley said. Get you a nice cup of tea, eh? How does that sound? Lovely, eh? Fancy one myself. And here's Miss Todd with something for the pain, he continued soothingly to her. Ursula passed him the tiny morphia tablet. He seemed very good at this, it was hard to imagine him in his grocer's apron, weighing sugar and patting butter. One wall of the cellar had been sandbagged, but most of the sand had spilled out in the explosion, and for an alarming hallucinatory second Ursula was on a beach somewhere, she didn't know where, a hoop was bowling along beside her in a brisk breeze, seagulls squawking overhead, and then she was back, just as suddenly, in the cellar. Lack of sleep, she thought, it really was the devil. About fucking time, the woman said, greedily taking the morphia tablet. You'd think you lot were at a fucking tea party. She was young, Ursula realized, and oddly familiar. She was clutching her handbag, a large black affair, as if it were keeping her afloat in the sea of timber. Have you got a fag, either of you? With some difficulty, given the awkward space they were in, Mr. Emsley produced a squashed packet of Players from his pocket and then, with even more difficulty, extracted a box of matches. Her fingers tapped restlessly on the leather of the bag. Take your time, she said sarcastically. Sorry, she said after she had drawn deeply on the cigarette. Being in an android like this has an effect on the nerves, you know. Renee? Ursula said, astonished. What's it to you? She said, returning to her former churlish self. We met in the cloakroom at the Charing Cross Hotel a couple of weeks ago. I think you've mistaken me for someone else, she said primly. People are always doing that. I must have one of those faces. She took another very long drag on her cigarette and then exhaled slowly and with extraordinary pleasure. You got any more of those little pills? She asked. Good black market price for them, I bet. She sounded woozy, the morphia kicking in, Ursula supposed, but then the cigarette dropped from her fingers and her eyes rolled back in her head. She started to convulse. Mr. Emsley grabbed hold of her hand. Ursula, glancing at Mr. Emsley, caught sight of a color reproduction of Millet's Bubbles, hanging by a piece of tape from a sandbag behind him. It was a picture she disliked all the pre-Raphaelites with their droopy, drugged-looking women. Hardly the time and place for art criticism, she thought. She had become almost indifferent to death. Her soft soul had crystallized. Just as well, she thought. She was a sword tempered in the fire. And again she was somewhere else, a little flicker in time. She was descending a staircase, wisteria was blooming, she was flying out of a window. Mr. Emsley was talking encouragingly to Renee. "Come on, Susie, don't give up on us now. We'll have you out of here in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, you'll see. All the lads are working on it. And the girls," he added for Ursula's benefit. Renee had stopped convulsing, but now she started to shiver alarmingly, and Mr. Emsley, more urgently now, said, "Come on, Susie, come on, girl, stay awake, there's a good girl." "Her name is Renee," Ursula said, even if she denies it. "I call em all Susie," Mr. Emsley said softly. "I had a little girl by that name. The diphtheria took her off when she was just a little un." Renee gave one last great shudder and life disappeared from her half-open eyes. "Gone," Mr. Emsley said sadly. "Internal injuries probably." He wrote Argyle Road on a label in his neat grocer's hand and tied it to her finger. Ursula removed the handbag from Renee's rather reluctant grasp and shook its contents out. "Her identity card," she said, holding it up for Mr. Emsley to see. "Renee Miller," it said, indisputably. He added her name to the label. While Mr. Emsley began the complex maneuver of turning round in order to make his way back out of the cellar, Ursula picked up the gold cigarette case that had fallen out with the compact and lipstick and French letters and God knows what else that formed the contents of Renee's handbag. Not a gift but stolen property, she was sure of that. It was a difficult task for Ursula's imagination to place Renee and Crichton in the same room as each other, let alone the same bed. War did indeed make strange bedfellows of people. He must have picked her up in a hotel somewhere, or perhaps a less salubrious endroit. Where had she learned her French? She probably only had a couple of words. Not from Crichton anyway, he thought English was quite enough to rule the world with. She slipped the cigarette case and the identity card into a pocket. The debris shifted in a heart-stopping way as they were trying to back out of the cellar. They'd given up on trying to turn round. They remained paralyzed, crouched like cats, hardly daring to take a breath for what seemed an eternity. When it felt safe to move again, they found that this new arrangement of wreckage had made the barricade impenetrable and they were forced to find another, tortuous exit, creeping on their hands and knees through the shattered base of the building. "Doing my back in, this lark is," Mr. Emsley muttered behind her. "Doing my knees in," Ursula said. They carried on with weary doggedness. Ursula cheered herself up with the thought of buttered toast, although Phillimore Gardens was out of butter and unless Millie had gone out and queued, unlikely, there was no bread either. The cellar seemed to be an endless maze and it slowly dawned on Ursula why there were people unaccounted for up above. They were all secretly cached down here. The residents of the house clearly used this part of the cellar as a shelter. The dead here, men, women, children, even a dog, looked as though they had been entombed where they had been sitting. They were completely cloaked in a shell of dust and looked more like sculptures, or fossils. She was reminded of Pompeii or Herculaneum. Ursula had visited both, during her ambitiously titled Grand Tour of Europe. She had been lodged in Bologna where she had made friends with an American girl, Kathy, a gung-ho type, and they had taken a whistle-stop tour, Venice, Florence, Rome, Naples, before Ursula left for France in the final leg of her year abroad. In Naples, a city that frankly terrified them, they hired a loquacious private guide and spent the longest day of their lives trudging determinedly round the dry, dusty ruins of the lost cities of the Roman Empire beneath a merciless southern sun. "Oh, gosh," Kathy said as they staggered around a deserted Herculaneum, "I wish no one had ever gone to the bother of digging 'em up." Their friendship had flared brightly for a short time and fizzled out just as quickly when Ursula went to Nancy. "I have spread my wings and learned how to fly," she wrote to Pamela after leaving Munich and her hosts, the Brenners. "I am quite the sophisticated woman of the world," although she was still little more than a fledgling. If the year had taught her one thing, it was that after having endured a succession of private students, the last thing she wanted to do was teach. Instead, on her return, with an eye to entrance into the civil service, she did an intensive shorthand and typing course in High Wycombe, run by a Mr. Carver who was later arrested for exposing himself in public. "A meat flasher?" Maurice said, his lip curling in disgust, and Hugh shouted at him to leave the room and never to use such language in his house again. "Infantile," he said when Maurice had slammed his way out into the garden. "Is he really fit for marriage?" Maurice had come home to announce his engagement to a girl called Edwina, the eldest daughter of a bishop. "Goodness," Sylvie said, "will we have to genuflect or something?" "Don't be ridiculous," Maurice said, and Hugh said, "How dare you speak to your mother like that?" It was a terrifically bad-tempered visit all round. Mr. Carver hadn't been such a bad sort really. He had been very keen on Esperanto, which had seemed an absurd eccentricity at the time, but now Ursula thought it might be a good thing to have a universal language, as Latin had once been. "Oh, yes," Miss Wolfe said, "a common language was a wonderful idea, but utterly utopian." "All good ideas were," she said sadly. Ursula had embarked for Europe a virgin, but didn't return one. She had Italy to thank for that. "Well, if one can't take a lover in Italy, where can one take one?" Millie said. He, Johnny, was studying for a doctorate in philology at Bologna University and was more grave and serious than Ursula had expected an Italian to be. In Bridget's romantic novels, Italians were always dashing but untrustworthy. Johnny brought a studious solemnity to the occasion and made the rite of passage less embarrassing and awkward than she had feared. "Gosh," Kathy said, "you are bold." She reminded Ursula of Pamela. In some ways, not in others, not in her serene denial of Darwin, for example. Kathy, a Baptist, was saving herself for marriage, but a few months after she returned to Chicago her mother wrote to Ursula to tell her that Kathy had died in a boating accident. She must have gone through her daughter's address book and written to everyone in it, one by one. What an awful task. For Hugh, they had simply put a notice in the Times. Poor Kathy had saved herself for nothing. The grave's a fine and private place, but none I think do their embrace. Miss Todd, ... Sorry, Mr. Emsley. It's like being in a crypt, isn't it? Full of the ancient dead. Yes, and I'd quite like to get out before I turn into one of them. As she crept gingerly forward, Ursula's knee pressed on something soft and supple and she recoiled, banging her head on a broken rafter, sending a shower of dust down. "You all right?" Mr. Emsley said. "Yes," she said. "Are we stopped for something else?" "Hang on." She had once stood on a body, recognized the squashy, meat-like quality of it. She supposed she had to look, although God knows she didn't want to. She shone her torch on what seemed to be a dusty mound of material, scraps of stuff, crochet and ribbons, wool, partly impacted into the earth. It could have been the contents of a sewing basket. But it wasn't, of course. She peeled back a layer of wool and then another one as if unwrapping a badly packed parcel or a large, unwieldy cabbage. Eventually a small, almost unblemished hand, a small star, revealed itself from the compacted mass. She thought she might have found Emil. Better then that his mother was dead rather than knowing about this, she thought. "Be careful here, Mr. Emsley," she said over her shoulder, "there's a baby, try to avoid it." "All right?" Miss Wolfe asked her when they finally emerged like moles. The fire on the other side of the street was almost out now and the street was murky with the dark, the soot, the filth. "How many?" Miss Wolfe asked. "Quite a few," Ursula said. "Easy to recover?" "Hard to say." She handed over Renee's identity card. "There's a baby down there, bit of a mess, I'm afraid." "There's tea," Miss Wolfe said. "Go and get yourself some." As she made her way, with Mr. Emsley, to the mobile canteen she was amazed to spot a dog cowering in a doorway further up the street. "I'll catch up with you," she said to Mr. Emsley. "Get a mug for me, will you? 2 sugars, ... It was a small nondescript terrier, whimpering and shaking with fear. Most of the house behind the doorway had disappeared and Ursula wondered if this had been the dog's home, that it was hoping for some kind of safety or protection and couldn't think of anywhere else to go. As she approached it, however, it ran off up the street. "Drat dog," she thought, chasing after it. Eventually she caught up with it, snatching it up in her arms before it had a chance to run again. It was trembling all over and she held it close, talking in soothing tones to it, rather as Mr. Emsley had to Renee. She pressed her face against its fur, disgustingly dirty, but then so was she. It was so small and helpless. Slaughter of the innocents, Miss Wolfe said the other day when they heard of a school in the East End taking a direct hit. But wasn't everyone innocent? Or were they all guilty? "That buffoon Hitler certainly isn't," Hugh said, the last time they had talked. "It's all down to him, this whole war." Was she really never going to see her father again? A sob escaped from her and the dog whined in fear or sympathy, it was hard to say. There wasn't a single member of the Todd family, apart from Maurice, who didn't attribute human emotions to dogs. At that moment there was a tremendous noise behind them, the dog tried to bolt again and she had to hold it tightly. When she turned round she saw the gable wall of the building that had been on fire falling down, almost in one piece, the bricks rattling onto the ground in a brutish fashion, just reaching the WVS canteen. 2 of the women from the WVS were killed, as was Mr. Emsley. And Tony, their messenger boy who had been scooting past on his bicycle, but not scooting fast enough unfortunately. Miss Wolfe knelt down on the jagged, broken brick, oblivious to the pain, and took hold of his hand. Ursula crouched down by her side. "Oh, Anthony," Miss Wolfe said, unable to say anything else. Her hair was escaping from its usual neat bun, making her look quite wild, a figure from a tragedy. Tony was unconscious, a terrible head wound. They had dragged him roughly from beneath the collapsed wall, and Ursula felt they should say something encouraging and not let him be aware of how upset they were. She remembered he was a scout and started talking to him about the joys of the outdoors, pitching a tent in a field, hearing a running stream nearby, collecting sticks for a fire, watching the mist rise in the morning as breakfast cooked in the open. "What fun you'll have again when the war is over," she said. Your mother will be awfully glad to see you come home tonight, Miss Wolf said, joining the charade. She stifled a sob with her hand. Tony made no sign of having heard them, and they watched as he slowly turned a deathly pale, the color of thin milk. He had gone. Oh, God, Miss Wolf cried. I can't bear it. But bear it we must, Ursula said, wiping away the snot and the tears and filth from her cheeks with the back of her hand and thinking how once this exchange would have been the other way round. Bloody fools, Fred Smith said angrily. What did they go and park the bloody canteen there for? Right next to the gable end? They didn't know, Ursula said. Well, they should have bloody realized. Well then someone should have bloody told them, Ursula said, her anger flaring up suddenly. Like a bloody fireman, for instance. It was first light by now and they heard the all-clear sound. I thought I saw you earlier, and then I decided I'd imagined you, Ursula said, making peace. He was angry because they were dead, not because they were stupid. She felt as though she were in a dream, drifting away from reality. I'm as good as dead, she said. I have to sleep before I go mad. I live just round the corner, she added. Lucky it wasn't our flat. Lucky, too, that I ran after this dog. One of the rescue squad had given her a piece of rope to tie round the dog's neck and she had hitched it to a charred post sticking out of the ground. She was reminded of the arms and legs the stretcher-bearer had been harvesting earlier. I suppose the circumstances dictate that's what I should call him, lucky, even though it's a bit of a cliché. He saved me, you know. I would have been drinking my tea there if I hadn't gone after him. Bloody fools, he said again. Shall I walk you home, Dot? That would be nice, Ursula said, but she didn't lead him round the corner to Phillimore Gardens. Instead they walked wearily hand in hand, like children, the dog trotting beside them, along Kensington High Street, almost deserted at this time in the morning, with only a slight diversion for a gas main that was on fire. Ursula knew where they were going, it was inevitable somehow. In Izzy's bedroom there was a framed picture on the wall opposite her bed. It was one of the original illustrations from the first adventures of Augustus, a line drawing depicting a cheeky boy and his dog. It verged on the cartoon, the schoolboy cap, the gobstoppered cheek of Augustus and the rather idiotic-looking Westie who bore no resemblance to the real-life jock. The picture was very much at odds with how Ursula remembered this room before it was mothballed, a feminine boudoir, full of ivory silks and pale satins, expensive cut-glass bottles and enamel brushes. A lovely Aubusson carpet had been rolled up tightly and tied with thick string and left against a wall. There had been one of the lesser impressionists on another of the walls, acquired, Ursula suspected, more for the way it matched the decor than for any great love of the artist. Ursula wondered if Augustus was there to remind Izzy of her success. The impressionist had been packed away somewhere safe, but this illustration seemed to have been forgotten about, or perhaps Izzy didn't care so much for it anymore. Whatever the reason, it had sustained a diagonal crack from one corner of the glass to the other. Ursula recalled the night that she and Ralph had been in the wine cellar, the night that Holland House was bombed. Perhaps it had sustained the damage then. Izzy had, sensibly, chosen not to stay at Fox Corner with the grieving widow, as she referred to Sylvie, as we shall fight like cats and dogs. Instead, she had decamped to Cornwall, to a house on top of a cliff, like Manderley, terrifically wild and romantic, no Mrs. Danvers though, thank goodness, and had started churning out an Adventures of Augustus comic strip for one of the popular dailies. How much more interesting, Ursula thought, if she had allowed her Augustus to grow up, as Teddy had done. A buttery, unseasonal sun was trying hard to nudge its way through the thick velvet curtains. Why dost thou thus, through windows, and through curtains, call on us? She thought. If she could go back in time and take a lover from history, it would be Dawn. Not Keats. The knowledge of his untimely death would color everything quite wretchedly. That was the problem with time travel, of course. Apart from the impossibility, one would always be a Cassandra, spreading doom with one's foreknowledge of events. It was quite wearyingly relentless, but the only way that one could go was forward. She could hear a bird singing outside the window, even though it was November now. The birds were probably as confounded as people were by the Blitz. What did all the explosions do to them? Kill a great many, she supposed, their poor hearts simply giving out with shock or the little lungs bursting with the pressure waves. They must drop from the sky like weightless stones. You look thoughtful, Fred Smith said. He was lying, one arm behind his head, smoking a cigarette. And you look strangely at home, she said. I am. He grinned and leaned forward to wrap his arms around her waist and kiss the back of her neck. They were both filthy, as if they had toiled all night in a coal mine. She recalled how sooty they had been when she had journeyed on the footplate that night. The last time she had seen Hugh alive. There was no hot water in Melbury Road, no water at all, nor electricity, everything turned off for the duration. In the dark, they had crawled under the dust sheet on Izzy's bare mattress and fallen into a sleep that mimicked death. Some hours later they had both woken up at the same time and made love. It was the kind of love, lust, to be honest about it, that survivors of disasters must practice, or people who are anticipating disaster, free of all restraint, savage at times and yet strangely tender and affectionate. A strain of melancholy ran through it. Like her Zimmermann's Bach sonata, it had unsettled her soul, disjointed her brain and body. She tried to recall another line from Marvel. Was it in a dialogue between the soul and body, something about bolts of bones and fetters and manacles, but it wouldn't come. It seemed harsh when there was so much soft skin and flesh in this abandoned, in all ways, bed. I was thinking of Dawn, she said. You know, busy old full, unruly Sunday. No, she supposed, he probably didn't know. Oh? He said, indifferently. Worse than indifferent, really. She was taken off guard by the sudden memory of the grey ghosts in the cellar and of kneeling on the baby. Then for a second she was somewhere else, not a cellar in Argyle Road, not in Izzy's bedroom in Holland Park, but some strange limbo. Falling. Cigarette? Fred Smith offered. He lit another one from the stub of his first and handed it to her. She took it and said, I don't really smoke. I don't really pick up strange women and fuck them in posh houses. How Laurentian. And I'm not strange, we've known each other since we were children, more or less. Not like this. I should hope not. She was beginning to dislike him already. I have no idea what time it is, she said. But I can offer you some very good wine for breakfast. It's all there is, I'm afraid. He looked at his wristwatch and said, We've missed breakfast. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The dog nudged itself through the door, its paws pitter-pattering on the bare wooden boards. It jumped on the bed and gazed intently at Ursula. Poor thing, she said, it must be starving. Fred Smith? What was he like? Do tell. Disappointing. How? In bed? Gosh, no, not that at all. I've never, like that, you know. I think I thought it would be romantic. No, that's the wrong word, a silly word. Soulful perhaps. Transcendent? Millie offered. Yes, that's it. I was looking for transcendence. I imagine it finds you, rather than the other way round. It's a tall order for poor old Fred. I had an idea of him, Ursula said, but the idea wasn't him. Perhaps I wanted to fall in love. And instead you had jolly good sex. Poor you. You're right, unfair of me to expect. Oh, God, I think I was an awful snob with him. I was quoting Dawn. Am I a snob, do you think? Awful. You do reek, you know, Millie said cheerfully. Cigarettes, sex, bombs, God knows what else. Shall I run you a bath? Oh, yes, please, that would be lovely, Dot. And while you're at it, Millie said, you can take that ruddy dog in the bath with you. He smells to high heaven. But he is kinda cute, she said, imitating an American accent, rather badly. Ursula sighed and stretched. You know I really have had enough of being bombed. The war's not going away anytime soon, I'm afraid, Millie said. May 1941. Millie was right. The war went on and on. Into that dreadfully cold winter, and then there was the awful raid on the city at the end of the year. Ralph had helped to save St. Paul's from the fire. All those lovely Wren churches, Ursula thought. They had been built because of the last great fire, now they were gone. The rest of the time they did the things that everyone of their kind did. They went to the cinema, they went dancing, they went to the lunchtime concerts in the National Gallery. They ate and drank and made love. Not fucking. That wasn't Ralph's style at all. Very Laurentian, she had said coolly to Fred Smith. She supposed he had no idea what she was talking about, but the crude word had jarred her horribly. She was used to hearing it at incidents, it was a vital constituent of the heavy rescue squad's vocabulary, but not in the context of herself. She tried saying the word to her bathroom mirror, but it felt shameful. Where on earth did you get it? He asked. Ursula had never seen him so dumbfounded. Crichton weighed the gold cigarette case in his hand. I thought I'd lost it forever. Do you really want to know? Yes, of course I do, Crichton said. Why the mystery? Does the name Renee Miller mean anything to you? He frowned, thinking, and then shook his head. Afraid not. Should it? You probably paid her for sex. Or bought her a nice dinner. Or just gave her a good time. Oh, that Renee Miller, he laughed. After a couple of beats of silence, he said, no, really, the name means nothing. And anyway, I don't think I have ever paid a woman for sex. You're in the Navy, she pointed out. Well, not for a very, very long time then. But thank you, he said, you know the cigarette case meant a lot to me. My father gave it to you after Jutland, I know. Am I boring you? No. Shall we go somewhere? The bolt hole? Shall we fuck? He burst out laughing. If you want. He cared less for the niceties these days, Crichton said. These niceties seemed to include Moira and the girls, and they soon resumed their furtive affair, although less furtive now. He was so different to Ralph that it hardly seemed like infidelity to her. Oh, what a beguiling argument, Millie said. She hardly saw Ralph now anyway, and it seemed to be a mutual kind of waning. Teddy read the words on the cenotaph. The glorious dead. Do you think they are glorious? He asked. Well, they're certainly dead, Ursula said. But the glorious bit is to make us feel better, I expect, but I don't suppose the dead care about anything much, Teddy said. I think when you're dead, you're dead. I don't believe there's anything beyond, do you? I might have done before the war, Ursula said, before I saw a lot of dead bodies. But they just look like so much rubbish, thrown away. She thought of Hugh saying, just put me out with the dustbin. It doesn't seem as though their souls have flown. I shall probably die for England, Teddy said. And there's a chance you might too. Is it a good enough cause? I think so. Daddy said he would rather we were alive and cowards than dead and heroes. I don't think he meant it, it wasn't his style to shirk responsibility. What is it that it says on the war memorial in the village? For your tomorrow we gave our today. That's what your lot are doing, giving up everything. It doesn't seem right somehow. Ursula thought that she would rather die for Fox Corner than England. For meadow and copse and the stream that ran through the bluebell wood. Well, that was England, wasn't it? The blessed plot. I am a patriot, she said. I surprise myself with it, although I don't know why. What does it say on Edith Cavell's statue, the one by St. Martin's Church? Patriotism is not enough, Teddy supplied. Do you think that really? She said. Personally, I think it's more than enough. She laughed and they linked arms as they walked down Whitehall. There was quite a lot of bomb damage. Ursula pointed out the cabinet war rooms to Teddy. I know a girl who works in there, she said. Sleeps in a cupboard, more or less. I don't like bunkers and cellars and basements. I worry about you a lot, Teddy said. I worry about you, she said. And none of that worrying has done either of us any good. She sounded like Miss Wolfe. Teddy, Pilot Officer Todd, had survived his time in an OTU in Lincolnshire, flying Whitleys, and in a week or so was due to join a heavy conversion unit in Yorkshire and learn how to fly the new Halifaxes and start his first tour of duty proper. Only half of all bomber crews survived their first tour of duty, the girl in the Air Ministry said. Aren't the odds the same every time they go up? Ursula said. Isn't that how odds work? Not in the case of bomber crews, the girl from the Air Ministry said. Teddy was walking her back to the office after lunch. She had taken a long hour. Things were not quite as hectic as they had been. They had planned on somewhere swanky but ended up in a British restaurant and dined on roast beef and plum pie and custard. The plums were tinned, of course. They enjoyed all of it though. All those names, Teddy said, gazing at the cenotaph. All those lives. And now again. I think there is something wrong with the human race. It undermines everything one would like to believe in, don't you think? No point in thinking, she said briskly, you just have to get on with life. She really was turning into Miss Wolfe. We only have one after all, we should try and do our best. We can never get it right, but we must try. The transformation was complete. What if we had a chance to do it again and again, Teddy said, until we finally did get it right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? I think it would be exhausting. I would quote Nietzsche to you, but you would probably thump me. Probably, he said amiably. He's a Nazi, isn't he? Not exactly. Do you still write poetry, Teddy? Can't find the words anymore. Everything I try feels like sublimation. Making pretty images out of war. I can't find the heart of it. The dark, beating, bloody heart? Maybe you should write, he laughed. She wasn't going out on patrol while Teddy was here, Miss Wolfe had taken her off the roster. The raids were more sporadic now. There had been bad raids in March and April and they seemed all the worse for their having had a bit of a breather from the bombs. It's funny, Miss Wolfe said, one's nerves are wired so tightly when it's relentless that it's almost easier to deal with. There had been a decided lull at Ursula's post. I think Hitler's more interested in the Balkans, Miss Wolfe said. He's going to turn on Russia, Crichton told her with some authority. Millie was on another ENSA tour and they had the Kensington flat to themselves. But that would be madness. Well, the man is insane, what do you expect? He sighed and said, let's not talk about the war. They were drinking Admiralty whiskey and playing cribbage, like an old married couple. Teddy walked her as far as Exhibition Road in her office and said, I imagined your war room would be a rather grand affair, porticos and pillars, not a bunker. Maurice has the porticos. As soon as she was inside, she was pounced upon by Ivy Jones, one of the teleprinter operators just coming on duty, who said, You're a dark horse, Miss Todd, keeping that gorgeous man a secret, and Ursula thought, this is what comes of being too friendly with staff. Must dash, she said, I'm a slave to the daily situation report. Star. Her own girls, Miss Fawcett and her ilk, filed and collated and sent the buff folders to her so she could formulate summaries, daily, weekly, hourly sometimes. Daily logs, damage logs, situation reports, it was never ending. Then it all had to be typed up and put into more buff folders and be signed off by her before the folders went on their journey to someone else, someone like Maurice. We're just cogs in a machine really, aren't we? Miss Fawcett said to her and Ursula said, but remember, without the cog there is no machine. Teddy took her out for a drink. It was a warm evening and the trees were full of blossom so that for a moment it felt as if the war was over. He didn't want to talk about flying, didn't want to talk about the war, didn't even want to talk about Nancy. Where was she? Doing something she couldn't talk about, apparently. It seemed nobody wanted to talk about anything anymore. Well, let's talk about Dad, he said, and so they did, and it felt as if Hugh had finally been given the wake he deserved. Teddy caught the train to Fox Corner next morning. He was staying there for a few nights, and Ursula said, Will you take another evacuee with you? And handed over Lucky. He was in the flat all day while she was at work, but she often took him to the post if she was on duty, and everyone treated him as a kind of mascot. Even Mr. Bullock, who did not seem like a dog lover, would come in with scraps and bones for him. There were times when the dog seemed to eat better than she did. Nonetheless, London in wartime was no place for a dog, she told Teddy. All the noise, it must be terribly alarming. I like this dog, he said, rubbing the dog's head. He's a very straightforward kind of dog. She went to Marylebone to see them off. Teddy tucked the little dog under one arm and gave her a salute, sweet and ironic at the same time, and boarded the train. She felt almost as sad to see the dog go as she did Teddy. They had been too optimistic. There was a terrible raid in May. Their flat in Phillimore Gardens was hit. Neither Ursula nor Millie was there, thank goodness, but the roof and the upper story were destroyed. Ursula simply moved back in and camped there for a while. The weather wasn't bad and in some peculiar way she quite enjoyed it. There was still water, although no electricity, and someone at work lent her an old tent so she slept under canvas. The last time she had done that was in Bavaria when she had accompanied the Brenner girls on their BDM summer expedition to the mountains and she had shared a tent with Clara, the eldest. They had grown very fond of each other but she hadn't heard from Clara since war was declared. Crichton was sanguine about her al fresco arrangement, like sleeping on deck under the stars in the Indian Ocean. She felt a pang of envy, she hadn't even been to Paris. The Munich-Bologna-Nancy axis had defined the edges of the unknown world for her. She and her friend Hilary, the girl who slept in a cupboard in the war rooms, had planned a holiday cycling through France but war had put paid to it. Everyone was stuck on the little sceptred isle. If you thought about it too much you could start to feel quite claustrophobic. When Millie returned from her ENSA tour she declared that Ursula had gone quite mad and insisted they find somewhere else and so they moved to a shabby place in Lexham Gardens that she knew she would never learn to like. You and I could live together if you wanted, Crichton said. A little flat in Knightsbridge? She demurred. That wasn't the worst, of course. Their post received a direct hit in the same raid and both Herr Zimmermann and Mr. Sims were killed. At Herr Zimmermann's funeral a string quartet, all refugees, played Beethoven. Unlike Miss Wolfe, Ursula thought that it would take more than the great composer's works to heal their wounds. I saw them play at the Wigmore Hall before the war, Miss Wolfe whispered. They're very good. After the funeral Ursula went in search of Fred Smith at his fire station and they rented a room in a nasty little hotel near Paddington. Later, after the sex, which had the same compelling quality as before, they were rocked to sleep by the sound of trains coming and going and she thought, he must miss that sound. When they woke he said, I'm sorry I was a complete arse last time we were together. He went and found them 2 mugs of tea. She supposed he had charmed someone in the hotel. It didn't seem like the kind of place to have a kitchen, let alone room service. He did have a natural charm, the same way that Teddy did. It came from a kind of straightness in their character. Jimmy's charm was different, more dishonest perhaps. They sat up in bed and drank their tea and smoked cigarettes. She was thinking of Dawn's poem, The Relic, one of her favorites, the bracelet of bright hair about the bone, but refrained from quoting, considering how badly it had gone down last time. How funny though it would be if the hotel were hit and no one understood who they were or what they were doing here together, conjoined in a bed that had become their grave. She had grown very morbid since Argyle Road. It had affected her in a different way to other incidents. What would she like on her headstone, she wondered idly. Ursula Beresford Todd, stalwart to the last. Do you know your problem, Miss Todd? Fred Smith said, stubbing out his cigarette. He took hold of her hand and kissed her open palm, and she thought, seize this moment because it's a sweet one, and said, no, what's my problem? And never did find out because the siren went off and he said, fuck, 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 I'm supposed to be on duty, and threw his clothes on, gave her a hasty kiss and flew out of the room. She never saw him again. She was reading through the Home Security War Diary for the awful early hours of May 11th. Time of origin, 0045. Form of origin, teleprinter. In or out, in. Subject, Southwest India Dock Office, wrecked by H.E. in Westminster Abbey, the Houses of Parliament, de Gaulle's headquarters, the Mint, the law courts. She had seen St. Clement Danes herself, blazing like a monstrous chimney fire on the Strand. And all the ordinary people living their precious ordinary lives in Bermondsey, Islington, Southwark. The list went on and on. She was interrupted by Miss Fawcett, who said, message for you, Miss Todd, and handed her a piece of paper. A girl she knew who knew a girl in the fire service had sent her a copy of an AFS report. A little note added, he was a friend of yours, wasn't he? Sorry. Frederick Smith, fireman, crushed when a wall fell while attending a fire in Earl's Court. Bloody fool, Ursula thought. Bloody, bloody fool. November 1943. It was Maurice who brought the news to her. His arrival coincided with that of the tea trolley bearing Elevenses. Can I have a word? He said. Do you want tea? She said, getting up from her desk. I'm sure we can spare you some of ours, vastly inferior though it must be to the orange pekoe and Darjeeling and whatnot that you get in your place. And I can't imagine our biscuits can hold a candle to yours. The tea lady hovered, unimpressed by this exchange with an interloper from the airy regions. No, no tea, thank you, he said, surprisingly polite and subdued. It struck her that Maurice was nearly always simmering with suppressed fury. What a strange condition to live your life in. In some ways he reminded her of Hitler. She had heard that Maurice ranted at secretaries. Oh, that's so unfair. Pamela said, but it does make me laugh. Maurice had never got his hands dirty. Never been to an incident, never pulled apart a man like a cracker or knelt on a matted bundle of fabric and flesh that had once been a baby. What was he doing here? Was he going to start pontificating again about her love life? It never crossed her mind that he was here to say, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, as if this were an official announcement, but Ted has caught one, I'm afraid. What? She couldn't untangle the meaning. Caught what? I don't know what you mean, Maurice. Ted, he said. Ted's plane has gone down. Teddy had been safe. He was tour expired and was instructing at an OTU. He was a squadron leader with a DFC. Ursula, Nancy and Sylvie had been to the palace, bursting with pride. And then he had asked to go back on ops. I just felt I had to. The girl she knew in the Air Ministry, and told her that 1 in 40 aircrew would survive a second tour of duty. Ursula? Maurice said. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? We've lost him. Then we'll find him. No. Officially he's missing in action. Then he's not dead, Ursula said. Where? Berlin, a couple of nights ago. He bailed out, and he's been taken captive, Ursula said, as if stating a fact. No, I'm afraid not, Maurice said. He went down in flames, no one got out. How do you know that? He was seen, an eyewitness, a fellow pilot. Who? Who was it who saw him? I don't know. He was beginning to grow impatient. No, she said again. And then again, no. Her heart started racing and her mouth went dry. Her vision blurred and dotted, a Pointillist painting. She was going to faint. Are you all right? She heard Maurice say. Am I all right, she thought, am I all right? How could I be all right? Morris's voice sounded a long way off. She heard him shout for a girl. A chair was brought, a glass of water fetched. The girl said, Here, Miss Todd, put your head between your knees. The girl was Miss Fawcett, a nice girl. Thank you, Miss Fawcett, she murmured. Mother took it very hard as well, Maurice said, as if bemused by grief. He had never cared for Teddy the way they all did. Well, he said, patting her on the shoulder. She tried not to flinch. I'd better get back to the office. I expect I'll see you at Fox Corner, almost casually, as if the worst part of the conversation were over and they could get on with some blander chat. Why? Why what? She sat up straight. The water in the glass trembled slightly. Why will you see me at Fox Corner? She sensed Miss Fawcett still hovering solicitously. Well, Maurice said, a family gathers on occasions such as these. After all, there won't be a funeral. There won't? No, of course not. No body, he said. Did he shrug? Did he? She was shivering, she thought she might faint after all. She wished someone would hold her. Not Maurice. Miss Fawcett took the glass from her hand. Maurice said, I'll give you a lift down, of course. Mother sounded most awfully cut up, he added. He'd told her on the telephone? How dreadful, she thought numbly. It hardly mattered, she supposed, how one was given the news. And yet to have it conveyed by Maurice in his three-piece pinstripe, leaning against her desk, now inspecting his fingernails, waiting for her to say she was fine and he could go. I'm fine. You can go. Miss Fawcett brought her hot, sweet tea and said, I'm so sorry, Miss Todd. Would you like me to come home with you? That's very kind of you, Ursula said, but I'll be all right. Do you think you could fetch my coat for me? He was twisting his uniform cap in his hands. They were making him nervous, just by their very presence. Roy Holt was drinking beer from a big dimpled glass beer mug, great draughts with every mouthful as if he were very thirsty. He was Teddy's friend, the witness to his death. The fellow pilot. Last time Ursula was here, visiting Teddy, was the summer of '42 when they had sat in the beer garden and eaten ham sandwiches and pickled eggs. Roy Holt was from Sheffield where the air still belonged to Yorkshire but was perhaps not so good. His mother and sister had been killed in the awful raids in December 1940 and he said he wasn't going to rest until he dropped a bomb directly on Hitler's head. Good for you, Izzy said. She had a peculiar way with young men, Ursula noticed, both maternal and flirtatious at the same time, where once she had simply been flirtatious. It was rather disturbing to watch. As soon as she heard the news, Izzy left Cornwall post-haste for London and then commandeered a car and a fistful of petrol coupons from a man she knew in the government, to take them both to Fox Corner, and then, onwards, to make the journey to Teddy's airfield. You'll never manage the train, she said, you'll be far too upset. Men she knew was generally a euphemism for ex-lovers. What did you do to get this? A surly garage owner had asked when they filled up at his pumps on the road north. I slept with someone terribly important, Izzy said sweetly. Ursula hadn't seen Izzy since Hugh's funeral, since her astonishing confession that she had a child, and Ursula thought that perhaps she should reintroduce the subject on the drive to Yorkshire, awkward to do, as Izzy had been so upset and presumably had no one else to talk to about it. But when Ursula said, do you want to talk more about your baby? Izzy said, oh, that, as if it was something trivial. Forget I ever said anything, I was just being morbid. Shall we stop for tea somewhere? I could demolish a scone, couldn't you? Yes, they had gathered at Fox Corner, and no, there was no body. By then the status of Teddy and his crew had changed from missing in action to missing, presumed dead. There was no hope, Maurice said, they must stop thinking there was hope. There's always hope, Sylvie said. No, Ursula said, sometimes there really isn't. She thought of the baby. Emile. What would Teddy look like? Blackened and charred and shrunk like an ancient piece of wood? Maybe there was nothing left at all, no body. Stop it, stop it, stop it. She breathed. Think of him as a little boy, playing with his planes and trains. No, actually that was worse. Much worse. It's hardly a surprise, Nancy said grimly. They were sitting outside on the terrace. They had drunk rather too much of Hugh's good malt. It felt peculiar to be drinking his whiskey when he himself was gone. It was kept in a cut-glass decanter on the desk in the growlery, and it was the first time she had drunk it when it had not been poured by his own hand. Fancy a drop of the good stuff, little bear? He'd flown so many missions, Nancy said, the odds were against him. I know. He expected it, Nancy said. Accepted it, even. They have to, all those boys do. I sound sanguine, I know, she continued quietly, but my heart is split in two. I loved him so much. Love him so much. I don't know why I use the past tense. It's not as if love dies with the beloved. I love him more now because I feel so damn sorry for him. He'll never marry, never have children, never have the wonderful life that was his birthright. Not all this, she said, waving a hand around to indicate Fox Corner, the middle class, England in general, but because he was such a good man. Sound and true, like a great bell, I think. She laughed. Silly, I know. I know you're the one that understands. And I can't cry, I don't even want to cry. My tears would never do justice to this loss. Nancy hadn't wanted to talk, Teddy had once said, and now she wanted to do nothing but talk. Ursula herself had barely talked but wept continually. She had hardly gone an hour without finding the tears streaming unstoppably. Her eyes were still swollen and sore. Crichton had been awfully good, cradling her and shushing her, making endless cups of tea purloined from the Admiralty, she supposed. He didn't deliver platitudes, didn't say everything will be all right, time will heal, he's in a better place, none of that rubbish. Miss Wolfe was wonderful too. She came and sat with Crichton, never questioning who he might be, and held her hand and stroked her hair and allowed her to be an inconsolable child. That was over now, she thought, finishing her whiskey. Now there was just nothing. A vast, featureless landscape of nothing, as far as the horizon of her mind. Despair behind, and death before. Will you do something for me? Nancy asked. Yes, of course. Anything. Will you find out if there's a scrap of hope that he's alive? Surely there's a chance, however small, that he's been taken captive. I thought you might know someone in the Air Ministry. Well, I know a girl. Or perhaps Maurice knows someone who could be definitive. She stood up suddenly, swaying slightly from the whiskey, and said, I have to go. We've met before, Roy Holt said to her. Yes, I came up to visit last year, Ursula said. I stayed here, at the White Hart, they have rooms, but I suppose you know that. This is your pub, isn't it? The air crew, I mean. We were all drinking in the bar, I remember, Roy Holt said. Yes, it was a very jolly evening. Maurice was no use, of course, but Crichton had tried. It was always the same story. Teddy had gone down in flames, no one jumped. You were the last person who saw him, Ursula said. I don't think about it really, Roy Holt said. He was a good bloke, Ted, but it happens all the time. They don't come back. They're there at tea and they're not there at breakfast. You mourn for a minute and then you don't think about it. Do you know the statistics? I do actually. He shrugged and said, maybe after the war, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you. We just want to know, Izzy said gently, that he didn't bail out. That he is dead. You were under attack, in extreme circumstances, you may not have seen the whole sorry drama play itself out. He's dead, believe me, Roy Holt said. The whole crew. The plane was ablaze from front to back. Most of them were probably already dead. I could see him, the planes were very close, still in formation. He turned and looked at me. Looked at you? Ursula said. Teddy in the last moments of his life, knowing he was going to die. What did he think about, the meadow and the copse and the stream that ran through the bluebell wood? Or the flames that were going to consume him, another martyr for England? Izzy reached out and clutched her hand. Steady, she said. I was only bothered about getting away from them. His kite was going out of control, I didn't want the bugger crashing into us. He shrugged. He looked incredibly young and incredibly old at the same time. You should get on with your lives, he said rather roughly, and then less so added, I brought the dog. I thought you might want it back. Lucky was asleep at Ursula's feet, he had been deliriously happy when he saw her. Teddy hadn't left him at Fox Corner, instead he had taken him north, to his base. With a name and a reputation like his, what else could I do? He wrote. He sent a photograph of his crew, lounging in old armchairs, Lucky sitting proudly to attention on Teddy's knee. But he's your lucky mascot, Ursula protested. Isn't that like asking for bad luck? Giving him away, I mean. We've had nothing but bad luck since Ted went, Roy Holt said morosely. He was Ted's dog, he added more kindly, faithful unto the last, as they say. He's pining something rotten, you should take him. The lads can't bear to see him hanging around on the airfield, waiting for Ted to come back. It just reminds them that it's probably going to be them next time. I can't bear it, she said to Izzy as they drove away. It was what Miss Wolfe said when Tony died, she remembered. Just how much was one expected to bear? The dog was sitting contentedly on her lap, sensing something of Ted about her perhaps. Or so she liked to think. What else is there to do? Izzy said. Well, one could kill oneself. And she might have done, but how could she leave the dog behind? Is that ridiculous? She asked Pamela. No, not ridiculous, Pamela said. The dog is all that's left of Teddy. Sometimes I feel that he is Teddy. Now that is ridiculous. They were sitting on the lawn at Fox Corner, 2 weeks or so after VE Day. Now begins the hard part, Pamela said. They hadn't celebrated. Sylvie had marked the day by taking an overdose of sleeping pills. Selfish, really, Pamela said. After all, were her children too. She had embraced the truth in her own inimitable way and lain down on Teddy's childhood bed and swallowed a whole bottle of pills, washed down with the last of Hugh's whiskey. It was Jimmy's room too, but he hardly seemed to count to her. Now 2 of Pamela's boys slept in that room and played with Teddy's old train set, laid out in Mrs. Glover's old attic room. They lived at Fox Corner, the boys and Pamela and Harold. To everyone's surprise, Bridget made good on her threat to return to Ireland. Sylvie, enigmatic to the last, left behind her own version of a delayed action bomb. When her will was read, they discovered that there was some money, stocks and shares and so on. Hugh wasn't a banker for nothing, that was to be divided equally, but Pamela was to inherit Fox Corner. But why me? Pamela puzzled. I was no more of a favorite than anyone else. None of us were favorites, Ursula said, only Teddy. I suppose if he'd lived she would have left it to him. If he'd lived she wouldn't be dead. Maurice was incandescent, Jimmy was not back from the war, and when he did return he didn't seem to care too much one way or the other. Ursula wasn't entirely indifferent to the snub, a small word for a rather large betrayal, but she thought Pamela was the perfect person to live at Fox Corner and she was glad it was in her stewardship. Pamela wanted to sell and divide the proceeds, but Harold, to Ursula's surprise, talked her out of it. And it was difficult to talk Pamela out of things. Harold had always disliked Maurice, for his politics as much as his person, and Ursula suspected this was his way of punishing Maurice for being Maurice. It was all rather Forsterian and it would have been easy to develop a grudge, but Ursula chose not to. The contents were to be divided among them. Jimmy wanted nothing, he already had his passage booked to New York and a job secured in an advertising agency, thanks to someone he met during the war, a man I know, he said, an echo of Izzy. Maurice, on the other hand, having decided not to contest the will, even though I would be successful, of course, sent a removal van and virtually looted the house. None of the contents of the van ever turned up in Maurice's own house, so they presumed he sold them, out of spite more than anything. Pamela cried for Sylvie's nice rugs and ornaments, the Regency Revival dining table, some very good Queen Anne chairs, the grandfather clock in the hall, things we grew up with, but it seemed to appease Maurice and prevented an outbreak of total war. Ursula took Sylvie's little carriage clock. I want nothing else, she said. Only to be always welcome here. As you will be. You know that. February 1947. Wonderful. Like a Red Cross package, she wrote and propped the old postcard of the Brighton Pavilion on the mantelpiece next to Sylvie's clock, next to Teddy's photograph. She would put the card in with the afternoon post tomorrow. It would take forever to reach Fox Corner, of course. A birthday card for her had made it through eventually. The weather had prevented the usual celebration at Fox Corner, instead Crichton had taken her to the Dorchester for dinner, by candlelight when the electricity gave out halfway through the meal. Very romantic, he said. Just like old times. I don't remember us being particularly romantic, she said. Their affair had ended with the war, but he had remembered her birthday, a fact which touched her more deeply than he knew. For a present he gave her a box of milk tray. It's not much, I'm afraid. Admiralty supplies? She quizzed and they both laughed. When she got home she ate the whole box in one go. 5 o'clock. She took her plate over to the sink to join the other unwashed dishes. The grey ash was a blizzard in the dark sky now, and she pulled the flimsy cotton curtain to try to make it disappear. It tugged hopelessly on its wire and she gave up before she brought the whole thing down. The window was old and ill-fitting and let in a piercing draft. The electricity went and she fumbled for the candle on the mantelpiece. Could it get any worse? Ursula took the candle and the whiskey bottle to bed, climbed under the covers still in her coat. She was so tired. Being hungry and cold created the most awful lethargy. The flame on the little radiant fire quivered alarmingly. Would it be so very bad? To cease upon the midnight with no pain. There were worse ways. Auschwitz, Treblinka. Teddy's Halifax going down in flames. The only way to stop the tears was to keep drinking the whiskey. Good old Pammy. The flame on the radiant flickered and died. The pilot light too. She wondered when the gas would come back on. If the smell would wake her, if she would get up and relight it. She hadn't expected to die like a fox frozen in its den. Pammy would see the postcard, know that she'd been appreciated. Ursula closed her eyes. She felt as though she had been awake for 100 years and more. She really was so very, very tired. Darkness began to fall. She woke with a start. Was it daytime? The light was on, but it was dark. She had been dreaming she was trapped in a cellar. She climbed out of the bed. She still felt quite drunk and realized it was the wireless that had woken her. The power was back on in time for the shipping forecast. She fed the meter and the little radiant popped back into life. She hadn't gassed herself after all then. June 1967. This morning the Jordanians had opened fire on Tel Aviv, the BBC reporter said. Now they were shelling Jerusalem. He was standing on a street, in Jerusalem presumably. She hadn't really been paying attention, the noise of artillery fire in the background, too far away to be any danger to him, yet his full battle dress attire and style of reportage, excited, yet solemn, hinted at unlikely heroics on his part. Benjamin Cole was a member of the Israeli parliament now. He had fought in the Jewish brigade at the end of the war and then joined the Stern Gang, in Palestine, to fight for a homeland. He had been such an upstanding kind of boy that it had been odd to think of him becoming a terrorist. They had met up for a drink during the war, but it was an awkward encounter. The romantic impulses of her girlhood had long since faded, whereas his relative indifference to her as a member of the female sex had turned on its head. She had barely finished her weak gin and lemon when he suggested they go somewhere. She was indignant. "Do I look like a woman of such easy virtue?" she asked Millie afterwards. "Well, why not?" Millie shrugged. "We could be killed by a bomb tomorrow. Carpe diem and all that." "That seems to be everyone's excuse for bad behavior," Ursula grumbled. "If people believed in eternal damnation, they might not be seizing the day quite so much." She had had a bad day at the office. One of the filing clerks had received the news that her boyfriend's ship had gone down and she had had hysterics, and an important piece of paper had been lost in the sea of buff, which caused more anguish, if of a different order, so she had not seized the day with Benjamin Cole, despite him pressing his suit urgently on her. "I've always sensed something between us, haven't you?" he said. "Too late, I'm afraid," she said, gathering up her bag and coat. "Catch me next time round." She thought about Dr. Kellett and his theories of reincarnation and wondered what she would like to come back as. A tree, she thought. A fine big tree, dancing in the breeze. The BBC turned its attention to Downing Street. Someone or other had resigned. She had heard tittle-tattle in the office but couldn't be bothered to listen. She was eating her supper, a Welsh rarebit, off a tray on her knee. She usually ate like this in the evening. It seemed ridiculous to lay the table and put out vegetable dishes and table mats and all the other paraphernalia of dining for just one person. And then what? Eat in silence, or hunched over a book. There were people who saw TV dinners as the beginning of the end of civilization. Did her robust defense of them indicate that perhaps she was of the same mind? They obviously didn't live on their own. And really, the beginning of the end of civilization had happened a long time ago. Sarajevo perhaps, Stalingrad at the latest. There were some who would say the end started at the beginning, in the garden. And what was so wrong with watching television anyway? One couldn't go out to the theater or the cinema, or the pub for that matter, every night. And when one lived alone, one's only conversation inside the home was with a cat, which tended to be a one-sided affair. Dogs were different, but she hadn't had a dog since Lucky. He had died in the summer of 49, of old age, the vet said. Ursula had always thought of him as a young dog. They buried him at Fox Corner and Pamela bought a rose, a deep red, and planted it for his headstone. The garden at Fox Corner was a veritable graveyard for dogs. Wherever you went there would be a rose bush with a dog beneath, although only Pamela could remember who was where. And what was the alternative to television anyway? She wasn't letting the argument die, even though it was with herself. A jigsaw puzzle? Really? There was reading, of course, but one didn't always want to come in from a trying day at work, full of messages and memos and agendas, and then tire one's eyes out with even more words. The wireless, records, all good of course, but still solipsistic in some way. Yes, she was protesting too much. At least with television one didn't have to think. Not such a bad thing. Her supper was later than usual because she had been attending her own retirement due, not unlike attending one's own funeral, except one could walk away afterwards. It had been a modest affair, no more than drinks at a local pub, but pleasant, and she was relieved it had finished early, or others might feel badly done by. She didn't officially retire until Friday, but she thought it would be easier on the staff to get the whole thing over and done with on a weekday. They might resent giving up their Friday evening. Beforehand, in the office, they had presented her with a carriage clock engraved to Ursula Todd, in gratitude for her many years of loyal service. Ye gods, she thought, what a tedious epitaph. It was a traditional kind of gift, and she didn't have the heart to say that she already had one, and a much better one at that. But they also gave her a pair of good tickets for the proms, for a performance of Beethoven's choral, which was thoughtful. She suspected the hand of Jacqueline Roberts, her secretary. You've helped to pave the way for women in senior positions in the civil service, Jacqueline said quietly to her, handing her a Dubonnet, her preferred drink these days. Not that senior, unfortunately, she thought. Not in charge. That was still for the Maurices of this world. Well, cheers, she said, chinking her glass against Jacqueline's port and lemon. She didn't drink a great deal, the occasional Dubonnet, a nice bottle of Burgundy at the weekend. Not like Izzy, still inhabiting the house in Melbury Road, wandering through its many rooms like a dipsomaniac Miss Havisham. Ursula visited her every Saturday morning with a bag of groceries, most of which seemed to get thrown out. No one read The Adventures of Augustus anymore. Teddy would have been relieved, and yet Ursula was sorry, as if another little part of him had been forgotten by the world. "You'll probably get a gong now, Maurice said, now that you're retired. An MBE or something." He had been knighted in the last round of honors. "God," Pamela said, "what's the country coming to?" He had sent each member of his family a framed photograph of himself, bowing beneath the Queen's sword in the ballroom of the palace. "Oh, the hubris of the man," Harold laughed. Miss Wolfe would have been the perfect companion for the choral at the Albert Hall. The last time Ursula had seen her was there, at the Henry Wood's 75th birthday concert in '44. She was killed a few months later in the Aldwych rocket attack. And, the girl from the Air Ministry, was killed in the same attack. She had been with a group of female colleagues who were sunbathing on the ministry roof, eating their packed lunches. It was a long time ago now. And it was yesterday. Ursula was supposed to have met up with her in St. James's Park at lunchtime. The Air Ministry girl, and had something to tell her, she said, and Ursula had wondered if it might be some information about Teddy. Perhaps they had found wreckage or a body. She had long since accepted that he was gone forever. They would have heard by now if he was a POW or had managed to escape to Sweden. At the last minute, fate had intervened in the shape of Mr. Bullock, who had turned up unexpectedly on her doorstep the previous evening. How did he know her address? To ask if she would accompany him to court to vouch for his good character. He was on trial for some kind of black market fraud, which came as no surprise. She was his second choice, after Miss Wolfe, but Miss Wolfe had been made a district warden and was responsible for the lives of 250,000 people, all of whom ranked higher in her estimation than Mr. Bullock. His black market escapades had turned her against him in the end. None of the wardens that Ursula had known from her post were still there by '44. She was rather alarmed to find that Mr. Bullock was appearing at the Old Bailey. She had presumed it was some petty misdemeanor fit only for the magistrate's court. She had waited, in vain, all morning to be called, and just as the court got up to recess for lunch she had heard the dull thud of an explosion but hadn't known it was the rocket-wreaking carnage in the Aldwych. Mr. Bullock, needless to say, was found innocent of all charges. Crichton had gone with her to Miss Wolfe's funeral. He was a rock, but in the end he had stayed in Wargrave. "Their bodies are buried in peace, but their name liveth forevermore," the minister boomed as if the congregation was hard of hearing. Ecclesiasticus 44:14. Ursula didn't think that was really true. Who would remember Emile or Renee? Or poor little Tony, Fred Smith? Miss Wolfe herself. Ursula had forgotten the names of most of the dead already. And all those airmen, all those young lives lost. When Teddy died he was CO of his squadron and he was only 29. The youngest CO was 22. Time had accelerated for those boys, as it had for Keats. They sang Onward, Christian Soldiers. Crichton had a rather fine baritone that she had never heard before. She felt sure that Miss Wolfe would have preferred Beethoven to the rousing battle hymns of the church. Miss Wolfe had hoped that Beethoven might heal the post-war world, but the howitzers pointed at Jerusalem seemed like the final defeat of her optimism. Ursula was now the same age as Miss Wolfe had been at the outbreak of the last war. Ursula had thought of her as old. "And now we're old," she said to Pamela. "Speak for yourself. And you're not even 60 yet. That's not old." "Feels like it." Once her children were grown enough and no longer needed her constant oversight, Pamela had become one of those women who did good works. Ursula was not critical, quite the opposite. She became a JP and eventually a chief magistrate, was active on charity boards, and last year had won a place on the local council as an independent. And there was the house to keep up, although she had a woman who does, and the enormous garden. In 1948, when the NHS was born, Harold had taken over Dr. Fellows's old practice. The village had grown around them, more and more houses. The meadow gone, the copse too, many of the fields from Ettringham Hall's home farm had been sold off to a developer. The hall itself was empty and rather neglected. There was talk of a hotel. The little railway station had been given the death sentence by Beeching and had closed 2 months ago, despite an heroic campaign to keep it going, spearheaded by Pamela. "But it is still lovely around here," she said. "A 5-minute walk and you're in open countryside. And the wood hasn't been touched. Yet. Sarah." She would take Sarah to the proms with her. Pamela's reward for patience, a daughter born in 1949. She was to take up a place at Cambridge after the summer, science. She was clever, an all-rounder like her mother. Ursula was enormously fond of Sarah. Being an aunt had helped to seal over the empty cavern in her heart from Teddy's loss. She thought often these days, if only she had had a child of her own. She had had affairs over the years, albeit nothing too thrilling, the fault, the lack of commitment, mainly on her own side, of course, but she had never been pregnant, never been a mother or a wife, and it was only when she realized that it was too late, that it could never be, that she understood what it was that she had lost. Pamela's life would go on after she was dead, her descendants spreading through the world like the waters of a delta, but when Ursula died she would simply end. A stream that ran dry. There had been flowers too, also Jacqueline's doing, Ursula suspected. They had survived the evening in the pub, thank goodness. Lovely pink lilies that were now sitting on her sideboard, the scent perfuming the room. The living room was west-facing and soaked up the evening sun. It was still light outside, the trees in the shared gardens in their best new leaf. It was a very nice flat, near the Brompton Oratory, and she had put all of the money that Sylvie left her into the purchase of it. There was a small kitchen and bathroom, both modern, but she had eschewed the modern when it came to decor. After the war she had bought simple, tasteful antique furniture when no one wanted that kind of thing. There were fitted carpets throughout in a pale willow green, and the curtains were the same fabric as the suite covers, a Morris print, one of the more subtle ones. The walls were painted in a pale lemon emulsion that made the place seem light and airy even on rainy days. There were a few pieces of Meissen and Worcester, sweetmeat dishes and a garniture set, also picked up cheaply after the war, and she always had flowers, Jacqueline knew that. The only crude note was sounded by a pair of Staffordshire foxes, garish orange creatures, each of which had a dead rabbit drooping in its jaws. She had picked them up in Portobello Road for next to nothing years ago. They had made her think of Fox Corner. "I love coming here," Sarah said. "You have such nice things and it's always so clean and tidy, nothing like home." "You can afford to be clean and tidy when you live on your own," Ursula said, but flattered by the compliment. She supposed she should make a will, leave her worldly goods to someone. She would like Sarah to have the flat, but the memory of the debacle over Fox Corner when Sylvie died made her hesitate. Should one show such outright favoritism? Possibly not. She must divide her estate between all 7 of her nieces and nephews, even the ones she didn't like or never saw. Jimmy, of course, had never married or had children. He lived in California now. "He's a homosexual, you do know that, don't you?" Pamela said. "He's always had those proclivities." It was information, not censure, but there was still a mild prurience in her words and the faintest trace of smugness, as if she were better able to cope with liberal views. Ursula wondered if she knew about Gerald and his proclivities. "Jimmy's just Jimmy," she said. The previous week, she had come back from lunch and found a copy of the Times sitting on her desk. It had been neatly folded so that only the obituaries were on show. Crichton's had a photograph of him in uniform, taken before she knew him. She had forgotten how handsome he was. It was quite a big piece, mentioned Jutland, of course. She learned that his wife Moira had predeceased him, that he was a grandfather several times over and a keen golfer. He had always hated golf. She wondered when his conversion had taken place. And who on earth had left the Times on her desk? Who all these years later would have thought to tell her? She had no idea and supposed she never would now. There was a time during their affair when he had been in the habit of leaving notes on her desk, rather smutty little billets due that appeared as if by magic. Perhaps the same invisible hand had delivered the Times, all these years later. "The man from the Admiralty is dead," she said to Pamela. "Of course, everyone dies eventually." "Well, now there's a truism," Pamela laughed. "No, I mean, everybody one has ever known, including oneself, will be dead one day." "Still a truism." "Amor fati," Ursula said. "Nietzsche wrote about it all the time." "I didn't understand, I thought it was amor fati." "Do you remember I used to see a psychiatrist? Dr. Kellett? He was a philosopher at heart. Love of fate? It means acceptance. Whatever happens to you, embrace it, the good and the bad equally. Death is just one more thing to be embraced, I suppose. Sounds like Buddhism. Did I tell you that Chris is going to India, to some kind of monastery, a retreat, he calls it? He's found it hard to settle to anything since Oxford. He's a hippie apparently." Ursula thought Pamela was very indulgent with her third son. She found Christopher rather creepy. She tried to think of another, more generous word but failed. He was one of those people who stared at you with a meaningful smile on their face, as if he was somehow intellectually and spiritually superior, when the fact was he was simply socially inept. The scent of the lilies, lovely when they had first gone in water, was beginning to make her feel slightly sick. The room was stuffy. She should open a window. She stood up in order to carry her plate through to the kitchen and was immediately struck by a blinding pain in her right temple. She had to sit down again and wait for it to pass. She had been getting these pains for weeks now. An acute pain and then a thick, buzzy head. Or sometimes just a straightforward horrible pounding ache. She thought it might be high blood pressure, but, after a battery of tests, the hospital's verdict was neuralgia, probably. She was given strong painkillers and told that she was bound to feel better once she had retired. "You'll have time to relax, take it easy," the doctor said in the special tone of voice reserved for the elderly. The pain passed and she stood up, gingerly. What would she do with her time? She wondered about moving to the country, a little cottage, partaking in village life, perhaps somewhere in the vicinity of Pamela. She imagined St. Mary Mead, or Miss Reed's Fairacre. Perhaps she could write a novel? It would certainly fill in the time. And a dog, time to get another dog. Pamela kept golden retrievers, a succession of them, one replacing another and quite indistinguishable to Ursula's eye. She washed up her meager pots. Thought she might have an early night, make some Ovaltine and take her book to bed with her. She was reading Green's The Comedians. Perhaps she did need to rest more, but lately she had become rather afraid of sleep. She was having such vivid dreams that sometimes she found it hard to accept that they weren't real. Several times recently she had believed that something outlandish had really happened to her when it quite obviously, logically, had not. And falling. She was always falling in her dreams, down staircases and off cliffs. It was a most unpleasant sensation. Was this the first sign of dementia? The beginning of the end. The end of the beginning. From her bedroom window she could see a fat moon rising. Keats's Queen Moon, she thought. Tender is the night. The pain in her head came back. She ran a glass of water from the tap and swallowed a couple of painkillers. But if Hitler had been killed before he became chancellor, it would have stopped all this conflict between the Arabs and the Israelis, wouldn't it? The Six-Day War, as they had called it, had ended, the Israelis decisively victorious. I mean, I do understand why the Jews wanted to create an independent state and defend it vigorously, Ursula continued, and I always felt sympathy for the Zionist cause, even before the war, but, on the other hand, I can also understand why the Arab states are so aggrieved. But if Hitler had been unable to implement the Holocaust? Because he was dead? Yes, because he was dead. Then support for a Jewish homeland would have been weak at best. History is all about what-ifs, Nigel said. Pamela's firstborn, her favorite nephew, was a history tutor at Brasenose, Hughes Old College. She was treating him to lunch in Fortnum's. "It is nice to have an intelligent conversation with someone," she said. "I've been on holiday in the south of France with my friend Millie Shawcross. Have you met her?" "No. Not that she's called that anymore. She's been through several husbands, each one wealthier than the last." Millie, the war bride, had hot-footed it back from America just as soon as she could. Her new family were cowpokes, she reported. She had gone back to treading the boards and had several disastrous relationships before she struck gold in the form of the scion of an oil family in tax exile. She lives in Monaco. It's incredibly small, I had no idea. She's really quite stupid these days. I'm wittering, aren't I? Not at all. Shall I pour you some water? People who live on their own do tend to witter. We live without restraint, verbal at any rate. Nigel smiled. He wore serious spectacles and had Harold's lovely smile. When he took his spectacles off to clean them on his napkin he looked very young. You look so young, Ursula said. You are young, of course. Am I sounding like a dotty old aunt? God, no, he said. You're just about the smartest person I know. She buttered a bread roll, feeling rather chuffed at this compliment. I heard someone say once that hindsight was a wonderful thing, that without it there would be no history. They're probably right. But think how different things would be, Ursula persisted. The Iron Curtain would probably not have fallen and Russia wouldn't have been able to gobble up Eastern Europe. Gobble? Well, it was just pure greed. And the Americans might not have recovered from the Depression so quickly without a war economy and consequently not exerted so much influence on the post-war world. An awful lot of people would still be alive. Well, yes, obviously. And the whole cultural face of Europe would be different because of the Jews. And think of all those displaced people, shuffling from one country to another. And Britain would still have an empire, or at least we wouldn't have lost it so precipitately. I'm not saying being an imperial power is a good thing, of course. And we wouldn't have bankrupted ourselves and had such an awful time recovering, financially and psychologically. And no common market. Which won't let us in anyway. Think how strong Europe would be. But perhaps Goering or Himmler would have stepped in. And everything would have happened in just the same way. Perhaps. But the Nazis were a marginal party almost up until they took power. They were all fanatical psychopaths, but none of them had Hitler's charisma. Oh, I know, Ursula said. He was extraordinarily charismatic. People talk about charisma as if it were a good thing, but really it's a kind of glamour, in the old sense of the word, casting a spell, you know? I think it was the eyes, he had the most compelling eyes. If you looked in them you felt you were putting yourself in danger of believing. You met him? Nigel asked, astonished. Well, Ursula said. Not exactly. Would you like dessert, dear, Dot? July and hot as Hades as she walked back from Fortnum's, along Piccadilly. Even the colors seemed hot. Everything was bright these days, bright young things. There were girls in her office whose skirts were like pelmets. Young people these days had so much enthusiasm for themselves, as if they had invented the future. This was the generation the war had been fought for, and now they bandied the word peace around glibly as though it were an advertising slogan. They had not experienced a war, and that's a good thing, she heard Sylvie say, no matter how unsatisfactory they turn out. They had been handed, in Churchill's phrase, the title deeds of freedom. What they did with them was their affair now, she supposed. What an old fuddy-duddy she sounded, she had become the person she always thought she would never be. She thought she might walk through the parks and cross the road, into Green Park. She always walked in the parks on Sundays, but now she was retired, every day was a Sunday, she supposed. She walked on, past the palace, and entered Hyde Park, bought an ice cream from a kiosk next to the Serpentine and decided she might hire a deck chair. She was awfully tired, lunch seemed to have taken it out of her. She must have dozed off, all that food. The boats were out on the water, people pedaling, laughing and joking. Oh, drat, she thought, she could feel a headache coming and she didn't have any painkillers in her bag. Perhaps she could hail a cab on Carriage Drive, she would never be able to walk home in this heat, not in pain. But then the pain grew less rather than more severe, which was not the usual progression of her headaches. She closed her eyes again, the sun was still hot and bright. She felt wonderfully indolent. It was odd to sleep surrounded by people. It should have made her feel vulnerable, but instead there was a kind of comfort. What was Tennessee Williams's line, the kindness of strangers? Millie's swan song on the stage, the last gasp of the dying swan, was to play Blanche DuBois in a 1955 production in Bath. She allowed the hum and buzz of the park to lullaby her. Life wasn't about becoming, was it? It was about being. Dr. Kellett would have approved this thought. And everything was ephemeral, yet everything was eternal, she thought sleepily. A dog barked somewhere. A child cried. The child was hers, she could feel the delicate weight of the child in her arms. It was a lovely feeling. She was dreaming. She was in a meadow, flax and larkspur, buttercups, corn poppies, red campion and ox-eye daisies, and unseasonable snowdrops. The oddities of the dream world, she thought, and caught the sound of Sylvie's little carriage clock chiming midnight. Someone was singing, a child, a reedy little voice keeping the tune. I had a little nut tree and nothing would it bear. Muskatnuss, she thought, the German for nutmeg. She had been trying to remember that word for ages, and now suddenly here it was. Now she was in a garden. She could hear the delicate chink of cups on saucers, the creak and clatter of a lawnmower, and could smell the peppery sweet perfume of pinks. A man lifted her up and tossed her in the air, and sugar cubes scattered across a lawn. There was another world, but it was this one. She allowed herself a little chuckle, even though her opinion was that people who laughed to themselves in public were likely to be mad. Despite the summer heat, snow began to fall, which was the kind of thing that happened in dreams, after all. The snow began to cover her face, it was lovely and cool in this weather. And then she was falling into the darkness, black and deep. But here was the snow again, white and welcoming, the light like a sharp sword piercing through the heavy curtains, and she was being lifted up, cradled in soft arms. I shall call her Ursula, Sylvie said. What do you think? I like it, Hugh said. His face loomed into vision. His trim mustache and sideburns, his kind green eyes. Welcome, little bear, he said. The end of the beginning. Welcome, little bear. Her father. She had his eyes. Hugh had paced, as was tradition, along the voicey runner in the upper hallway, barred from the inner sanctum itself. He was unsure of the details of the doings behind the door, only too grateful that he was not expected to be familiar with the mechanics of childbirth. Sylvie's screams suggested torture, if not outright butchery. Women were extraordinarily brave, Hugh thought. He smoked a series of cigarettes to stave off any unmanly squeamishness. Dr. Fellows's dispassionate bass notes afforded some comfort to him, counterpoint unfortunately by a kind of hysterical Celtic babble from the scullery maid. Where was Mrs. Glover? A cook could sometimes be a great help at times like these. The cook in his childhood Hampstead home had been unflappable in a crisis. A considerable commotion could be heard at one point, indicating great victory or great defeat in the battle taking place on the other side of the bedroom door. Hugh refrained from entering unless invited, which he wasn't. Eventually, Dr. Fellows flung open the door of the birth chamber and announced, you have a bonny, bouncing baby girl. She nearly died, he added as an afterthought. Thank goodness, Hugh thought, that he had managed to get back to Fox Corner before the snow closed the roads. He had dragged his sister back with him on the Channel crossing, a cat after a long night on the tiles. He was sporting a rather painful bite mark on his hand and was left wondering from where his sister had acquired her strain of savagery. Not from Nanny Mills and the Hampstead nursery. Izzy was still wearing her counterfeit wedding ring, a legacy of her shameful week in a Parisian hotel with her lover, although Hugh doubted that the French, an immoral lot, cared about such niceties. She had left for the continent in short skirts and a little straw boater. His mother had given him a detailed description, as if Izzy were a criminal, but she returned in a gown by Worth, as she frequently told him, as if it would impress him. It was also clear that the scoundrel had been taking advantage of her for some time before their flight, as the gown, Worth or not, was straining at the seams. He had eventually flushed his fugitive sister out from Hotel d'Alsace in Saint-Germain, a degenerate introit, in Hugh's estimation, the scene of Oscar Wilde's demise, which said everything you needed to know about the place. An unseemly tussle had taken place not only with Izzy but also with the bounder from whose arms Hugh wrestled her before hauling her, kicking and screaming, into the handsome two-door Renault taxi that he had paid to wait outside the hotel. Hugh thought it would be rather fine to own a motor car. Could he afford one on his salary? Could he learn to drive one? How difficult could it be? They had eaten some rather decent, pink French lamb on the boat and Izzy had demanded champagne, which he allowed her as he was far too worn out with the whole elopement business to bother with yet another fight. It was tempting to toss her over the rails, into the dark grey waters of the Channel. He had telegraphed his mother, Adelaide, from Calais, informing her of Izzy's misfortune, as he thought it might be best if she were prepared before setting eyes on her youngest daughter, whose condition was plain for all the world to see. Their fellow diners on the boat presumed they were a married couple, and many pretty compliments on her impending motherhood were passed Izzy's way. Hugh supposed it was better to let them think this, appalling though it was, rather than for these complete strangers to discover the truth. Thus he found himself taking part in an absurd charade for the duration of the crossing, in the course of which he was forced to deny the existence of his real wife and children and pretend that Izzy was his child bride. He became, to all intents and purposes, the very villain who had seduced a girl barely out of the nursery, forgetting, perhaps, that his own wife was only 17 when he proposed to her. Izzy, of course, threw herself into this mockery with glee, taking her revenge on Hugh by making him as uncomfortable as possible, addressing him as Mon cher Mari and other extremely irritating blandishments. "What a lovely young wife you have, a man, a Belgian," chortled while Hugh was taking the air on deck and indulging in a postprandial cigarette. "Hardly out of the cradle herself and soon to be a mother. It's the best way, getting them young, then you can mold them to how you want them." "Your English is remarkable, sir," Hugh said, throwing the stub of his cigarette into the sea and walking away. A lesser man would have resorted to fisticuffs. He might, if pressed, fight for the honor of his country, but he would be damned if he would fight for the besmirched honor of his feckless sister. Although it would be undeniably pleasant to mold a woman to one's exact requirements, like his bespoke suits from his tailor in Jermyn Street. It had been difficult to find the right wording for the telegram to his mother, and he had finally settled on "I shall be in Hampstead by midday. Stop. Isabel is with me. Stop. She is with child. Stop." It was a rather bald message, and he should perhaps have spent the extra money on some mitigating adverbs. Unfortunately, might have been one. The telegram, unfortunately, had the opposite to the desired effect, and when they disembarked in Dover a reply was waiting for him. "Do not bring her to my house under any circumstances. Stop," the final stop carrying a leaden weight of certainty which was not to be challenged. Which did rather leave Hugh at a loss as to what exactly he should do with Izzy. She was, despite appearances, still only a child herself, only 16, he could hardly abandon her on the streets. Anxious to return to Fox Corner as soon as possible, he found himself carting her along with him. When they finally arrived, as iced as snowmen, it was an excitable Bridget who opened the door to him at midnight and said, "Oh, no, I was hoping you were going to be the doctor, so I was." His third child, it seemed, was on its way. Her way, he thought fondly, looking down at the tiny crumpled features. Hugh rather liked babies. "But what are we to do with her?" Sylvie fretted. "She's not giving birth under my roof." "Our roof? She'll have to give it away." "The child is part of our family," Hugh said. "The same blood runs in its veins as in my children." "Our children?" "We'll say the child is adopted," Hugh said. "An orphaned relative. People won't question, why should they?" In the end the baby was born beneath the roof of Fox Corner, a boy, and once Sylvie saw him she was unable to discard him so easily. "He's a delightful little thing really," she said. Sylvie found all babies delightful. Izzy had not been allowed beyond the garden for the remainder of her pregnancy. She was being kept a prisoner, she said, like the Count of Monte Cristo. She handed the baby over as soon as he was born and showed no more interest in him, as if the whole affair, the pregnancy, the confinement, had been a provoking task that they had coerced her into undertaking, and now she had fulfilled her part of the bargain and was free to go. After a fortnight of lying around in bed being waited upon by a disgruntled Bridget, she was put on a train back to Hampstead, from whence she was packed off to a finishing school in Lausanne. Hugh was right, no one questioned the sudden appearance of this surplus child. Mrs. Glover and Bridget were sworn to secrecy, an oath that was sweetened, unknown to Sylvie, with cash. Hugh knew the value of money, he wasn't a banker for nothing. Dr. Fellows could, one hoped, be relied upon for his professional discretion. Roland, Sylvie said. I've always rather liked that name. The Song of Roland, he was a French knight. Died in battle, I expect? Hugh said. Most knights do, don't they? The silver hair spun and shone and shimmered before her eyes. The leaves on the beach danced, the garden budded, blossomed, fruited, without any help from her at all. Rock-a-bye baby, Sylvie sang. Down will fall baby, cradle and all. Ursula was not put off by this threat and continued on her small but dauntless journey, alongside her companion, Roland. He was a sweet-natured child, and it took some time for Sylvie to notice that he was not quite all there, as she put it to Hugh one evening when he returned from a difficult day at the bank. He knew there was no point in sharing these fiscal problems with Sylvie, yet sometimes he liked to imagine coming home from work to a wife who was fascinated by ledgers and balance sheets, the rising price of tea, the unsteady market in wool. A wife molded to requirements instead of the beautiful, clever and somewhat contrary one he was wedded to. He had secluded himself in the growlery, sitting at his desk with a large malt whiskey and a small cigar, hoping to be left in peace. To no avail, Sylvie swept in and sat opposite him, like a customer in the bank looking for a loan, and said, I think Izzy's child may be a simpleton. Up until now he had always been Roland, now, apparently defective, he was Izzy's once more. Hugh dismissed her opinion, but there was no denying that as time went on Roland didn't progress the way the others did. He was slow to learn and didn't seem to possess a child's natural curiosity about the world. You could sit him on a hearth rug with a rag book or a set of wooden bricks and he would still be there half an hour later gazing contentedly at the fire, well guarded against children, or Queenie the cat sitting next to him, attending to her toilette, less well guarded and much prone to malevolence. Roland could be set to any simple task, and spent much of his time willingly fetching and carrying for the girls, Bridget, even Mrs. Glover was not above sending him on simple errands, a bag of sugar from the pantry, a wooden spoon from the jar. It seemed unlikely that he would be going to Hugh's old school or entering Hugh's old college, and Hugh grew fonder of the boy for that somehow. Perhaps we should get him a dog, he suggested. A dog always brings the best out in a boy. Bosun arrived, a large friendly animal with a tendency to herd and protect, and discerned immediately that he had been put in charge of something important. At least the boy was placid, Hugh thought, unlike his drab mother, or his own two eldest children who fought incessantly with each other. Ursula, of course, was different to all of them. She was watchful, as if she were trying to drink in the whole world through those little green eyes that were both his and hers. She was rather unnerving. Mr. Winton's easel was set up to face the sea. He was quite pleased with what he had so far, the blues and greens and whites, and murky browns, of the Cornish seaside. Several passers-by paused in their journeys across the sands to observe the painting in progress. He hoped, in vain, for compliments. A little fleet of white-sailed yachts skimmed the horizon, a race of some kind, Mr. Winton presumed. He smudged some Chinese white on his own painted horizon and stood back to admire the results. Mr. Winton saw yachts, others might have seen blobs of white paint. They would contrast rather well, he thought, with some figures on the seashore. The two little girls so intent on building a sandcastle would be perfect. He bit the tip of his brush as he gazed at his canvas. How to do it best, he wondered. The sandcastle was Ursula's suggestion. They should build, she said to Pamela, the best sandcastle ever. She had conjured up such a vivid image of the sandy citadel, moats and turrets and battlements, that Pamela could almost see the medieval ladies in their wimples waving to the knights as they clattered away on their horses over the drawbridge. A piece of driftwood was to be sought out for this purpose. They had set about this task with undivided energy, although they were still at the heavy engineering stage, digging a double moat that would eventually, when the tide turned, fill with seawater to protect those wimpled ladies from violent siege, by someone like Maurice, inevitably. Roland, their ever-obliging minion, was dispatched to scour the beach for decorative pebbles and the all-important drawbridge. They were further along the beach from Sylvie and Bridget, who were immersed in their books while the new baby, Edward, Teddy, was sleeping on a blanket on the sand beneath the protection of a parasol. Maurice was dredging in rock pools at the far end of the beach. He had made new companions, rough local boys with whom he went swimming and scrabbling up cliffs. Boys were just boys to Maurice. He had not yet learned to evaluate them by accent and social standing. Maurice had an indestructible quality and no one ever seemed to worry about him, least of all his mother. Bosun, unfortunately, had been left behind with the coals. In time-honored fashion, the sand from the moat was piled up in a central mound, the building material for the proposed fortress. Both girls, by now hot and sticky from their exertions, took a moment to stand back and contemplate this formless heap. Pamela felt more doubtful now about the turrets and battlements. The wimpled lady seemed even more unlikely. The mound reminded Ursula of something, but what? Something familiar, yet nebulous and undefinable, no more than a shape in her brain. She was prone to these sensations, as if a memory was being tugged reluctantly out of its hiding place. She presumed it was the same for everyone. Then this feeling was replaced by fear, a shadow of a thrill too, the kind that came with a thunderstorm rolling in, or a sea fog creeping towards the shore. Hazard could be anywhere, in the clouds, the waves, the little yachts on the horizon, the man painting at his easel. She set off at a purposeful trot to take her fears to Sylvie and have them soothed. Ursula was a peculiar child, full of troublesome notions, in Sylvie's opinion. She was forever answering Ursula's anxious questions. What would we do if the house caught fire? Our train crashed? The river flooded? Practical advice, Sylvie had discovered, was the best way to allay these fears rather than dismissing them as unlikely. Why, dear, we would gather up our belongings and we would climb on the roof until the water receded. Pamela, meanwhile, returned stoically to digging the moat. Mr. Winton was entirely absorbed in the close brushwork necessary for Pamela's sun hat. What a happy coincidence that those two little girls had chosen to build their sandcastle in the middle of his composition. He thought he might call it the Diggers. Or the Sand Diggers. Sylvie was dozing over the secret agent and rather resented being woken. What is it? She said. She glanced along the beach and saw Pamela digging industriously. Distant yelling and wild whooping suggested Maurice. Where's Roland? She asked. Roland? Ursula said, looking around for their willing slave and failing to see him anywhere. He's looking for a drawbridge. Sylvie was on her feet now, anxiously scanning the beach. A what? A drawbridge, Ursula repeated. They concluded that he must have spotted a piece of wood in the sea and obediently waded out to collect it. He had no real understanding of danger and did not know how to swim, of course. If Bosun had been on watch on the beach, he would have dog-paddled out into the waves, heedless of any peril, and snatched Roland back. In his absence, Archibald Winton, an amateur watercolorist from Birmingham, as the local paper referred to him, had attempted to rescue the child, Roland Todd, aged 4, on holiday with his family. He had cast aside his paintbrush and swum out to sea and pulled the boy from the water, but, alas, to no avail. This clipping was carefully cut out and preserved for appreciation in Birmingham. In the course of 3 column inches, Mr. Winton had become both a hero and an artist. He imagined himself saying modestly, why, it was nothing, and, of course, it was nothing, for no one was saved. Ursula watched as Mr. Winton waded back through the waves, carrying Roland's limp little body in his arms. Pamela and Ursula had thought the tide was going out, but it was coming in, already filling the moat and lapping at the mound of sand which would soon be gone forever. An ownerless hoop bowled past, driven by the breeze. Ursula stared out to sea while behind her on the beach a variety of strangers attempted to revive Roland. Pamela came and joined her and they held hands. The waves began to trickle in, covering their feet. If only they hadn't been so intent on the sandcastle, Ursula thought. And it had seemed such a good idea. Sorry about your boy, Mrs. Todd, ma'am, George Glover mumbled. He touched an invisible cap on his head. Sylvie had mounted an expedition to see the harvest being brought in. They must rouse themselves from their torpid grief, she said. Following Roland's drowning, the summer had been subdued, naturally. Roland seemed greater in his absence than he had done in his presence. Your boy? Izzy muttered after they had left George Glover to his labors. She had arrived in time for Roland's funeral, in stylish black mourning, and wept, my boy, over Roland's small coffin. He was my boy, Sylvie said vehemently, don't you dare say he was yours, although she knew, guiltily, that she mourned less for Roland than she would have done for one of her own. But that was natural, surely? Everyone seemed to want ownership of him now he was gone. Mrs. Glover and Bridget, too, would have staked a small claim to him as well if anyone had listened. Hugh was very affected by the loss of the little chap, but knew that for the sake of his family he must carry on as usual. Izzy had lingered on, to Sylvie's annoyance. She was 20 years old, stuck at home, waiting for an unknown as yet husband to free her from Adelaide's claws. Roland's name had been forbidden in Hampstead and now Adelaide declared his death a blessing. Hugh felt sorry for his sister, while Sylvie spent her time casting around the countryside for an eligible landowner with enough mutton-headed patience to withstand Izzy. In an oppressive heat they had trudged across fields, clambered over stiles, splashed through streams. Sylvie had strapped the baby to her body with a shawl. The baby was a heavy burden, although perhaps not as heavy a burden as the picnic basket that Bridget was lugging. Bosun walked dutifully by their side. He was not a dog that ran ahead, tending more to bring up the rear. He was still puzzled by Roland's disappearance and was keen not to lose anyone else. Izzy lagged behind, any original enthusiasm for the pastoral outing long since having waned. Bosun did his best to chivvy her along. It was a bad-tempered trek, the picnic at the end of it not much better as it turned out that Bridget had forgotten to pack the sandwiches. "How on earth did you manage that?" Sylvie said crossly, and as a consequence they had to eat the pork pie that Mrs. Glover had intended for George. "For God's sake, don't tell her," Sylvie said. Pamela had scratched herself on a bramble bush, Ursula had tumbled into a nettle patch. Even the usually happy Teddy was overheated and fretful. George brought 2 tiny baby rabbits for them to look at and said, "Would you like to take them home with you?" And Sylvie snapped, "No thank you, George. They will either die or multiply, neither of which would be a happy outcome." Pamela was distraught and had to be promised a kitten. To Pamela's surprise, this promise was kept and a kitten duly acquired from the Hall farm. A week later it took a fit and died. A full funeral was held. "I am cursed," Pamela declared, with uncharacteristic melodrama. "He's very handsome, that plowman, isn't he?" Izzy said, and Sylvie said, "Don't. Not under any circumstances. Don't," and Izzy said, "I have no idea what you mean." The afternoon grew no cooler and eventually they had no choice but to wend their way home in the same heat that they had journeyed therein. Pamela, already miserable from the rabbits, stepped on a thorn, Ursula was whacked in the face by a branch. Teddy cried, Izzy swore, Sylvie breathed fire and Bridget said if it weren't a mortal sin she would drown herself in the next stream. "Look at you," Hugh smiled in greeting when they staggered home. "All golden from the sun." "Oh, please," Sylvie said, pushing past him. "I'm going to lie down upstairs." "I think we'll have thunder tonight," Hugh said. And they did. Ursula, a light sleeper, was woken. She slipped out of bed and pattered over to the attic window, standing on a chair so that she could see out. Thunder rolled like gunfire in the distance. The sky, purple and swollen with portent, was suddenly split open by a fork of lightning. A fox, skulking over some small prey on the lawn, was briefly illuminated, caught as though in a photographer's flash. Ursula forgot to count and an explosive thunderclap, almost overhead, took her by surprise. This was how war sounded, she thought. Ursula cut straight to the chase. Bridget, chopping onions at the kitchen table, was already primed for tears. Ursula sat next to her and said, "I've been in the village." "Oh," Bridget said, not in the least interested in this information. "I was buying sweets," Ursula said. "In the sweet shop." "Really?" Bridget said. "Sweets in a sweet shop? Who would have thought it?" The shop sold many things other than sweets, but none of those other things were of any interest to the children at Fox Corner. Clarence was there. "Clarence?" Bridget said. She stopped the chopping at the mention of her beloved. "Buying sweets," Ursula said. "Mint humbugs," she added, for authenticity, "and then, you know Molly Lester?" "I do," Bridget said cautiously, "she works in the shop." Well, Clarence was kissing her. Bridget rose from her chair, knife still in hand. Kissing? Why would Clarence kiss Molly Lester? That's what Molly Lester said. She said, "Why are you kissing me, Clarence Dodds, when everyone knows you're engaged to be married to that maid that works at Fox Corner?" Bridget was used to melodramas and penny dreadfuls. She waited for the revelation that she knew must follow. Ursula supplied it. And Clarence said, "Oh, you mean Bridget. She's nothing to me. She's a very ugly girl. I am just stringing her along." Ursula, a precocious reader by now, had also read Bridget's novels and had learned the discourse of romance. The knife was dropped to the floor with a banshee shriek. Irish curses were thrown liberally. "The bugger," Bridget said. "A dastardly villain," Ursula agreed. The engagement ring, the little gypsy ring, a trinket, was returned by Bridget to Sylvie. Clarence's protestations of innocence went unheeded. "You might go up to London with Mrs. Glover," Sylvie said to Bridget. "For the armistice celebrations, you know. I believe there are late trains running." Mrs. Glover said she wouldn't go near the capital on account of the influenza, and Bridget said that she hoped very much that Clarence would go, preferably with Molly Lester, and that the pair of them would catch the Spanish flu and die. Molly Lester, who had never spoken so much as a word to Clarence beyond a guiltless morning, "Sir, what can I get you?" attended a small street party in the village, but Clarence did indeed go up to London with a couple of pals and did indeed die. But at least no one was pushed down the stairs, Ursula said. "Whatever do you mean?" Sylvie said. "I don't know," Ursula said. She really didn't. She was disturbed by herself. She dreamed of flying and falling all the time. Sometimes when she stood on a chair to look out of the bedroom window, she felt the urge to clamber out and throw herself down. She would not fall to the ground with a thud and a smash like an overripe apple. Instead, she was sure she would be caught. By what, though, she wondered. She refrained from testing this theory, unlike Pamela's poor little crinoline lady, who had been tossed from the very same bedroom window by a malignly bored Maurice one winter tea time. On hearing his approach along the passageway, loudly signaled by Indian war whoops, Ursula had hastily placed her own favorite, Queen Solange, the knitting doll, beneath her pillow where she remained safe in her refuge while the unfortunate crinoline lady was defenestrated and smashed to pieces on the slates. I only wanted to see what would happen, Maurice whined to Sylvie afterwards. Well, now you know, she said. She was finding Pamela's hysterical reaction to this incident more than a little trying. We are in the middle of a war, she said to her. There are worse things happening than a broken ornament. Not for Pamela, there weren't. If Ursula had allowed Maurice the little knitting doll, made of unbreakable wood, then the crinoline lady would have been saved. Bosun, soon to be dead of distemper, nosed his way into the room that night and laid a weighty paw on Pamela's coverlid in sympathy before groaning into sleep on the rag rug between their beds. The next day, Sylvie, reproaching herself for her heartlessness towards her children, acquired another kitten from the Hall farm. Kittens were in continual abundance on the farm. There was a kind of kitten currency in the neighborhood. They were bartered for all kinds of emotional regret or fulfillment by parents, a doll lost, an exam passed. Despite Bosun's best attempts to keep a guardian eye on the kitten, they had only had it a week when Maurice stepped on it, during a vigorous game of soldiers with the Cole boys. Sylvie swiftly scooped up the little body and gave it to Bridget to take elsewhere so that its death throes could take place off stage. It was an accident. Maurice screamed. I didn't know the stupid thing was there. Sylvie slapped him on the face and he started crying. It was horrible to see him so upset. It really was an accident, and Ursula tried to comfort him, which only made him furious, and Pamela, of course, had moved beyond all notion of civilization and was trying to rip Maurice's hair from his head. The Cole boys had long since scarpered back to their own house where emotional calm was the general order of the day. Sometimes it was harder to change the past than it was the future. Headaches, Sylvie said. I'm a psychiatrist, Dr. Kellett said to Sylvie. Not a neurologist. And dreams and nightmares, Sylvie tempted. There was something comforting about being in this room, Ursula thought. The oak paneling, the roaring fire, the thick carpet figured in red and blue, the leather chairs, even the outlandish tea urn, all felt familiar. Dreams? Dr. Kellett said, duly tempted. Yes, Sylvie said. And sleepwalking. Do I? Ursula asked, startled. And she has a kind of déjà vu all the time, Sylvie said, pronouncing the words with some distaste. Really? Dr. Kellett said, reaching for an elaborate meerschaum pipe and knocking the ashes out onto the fender. It was the Turk's head bowl, as familiar somehow as an old pet. Oh, Ursula said. I've been here before. You see. Sylvie said, triumphant. Dr. Kellett said thoughtfully. He turned to Ursula and addressed her directly. Have you heard of reincarnation? Oh, yes, absolutely, Ursula said enthusiastically. I'm sure she hasn't, Sylvie said. Is it Catholic doctrine? What is that? She asked, distracted by the outlandish tea urn. It's a samovar, from Russia, Dr. Kellett said, although I'm not Russian, far from it, I'm from Maidstone, I visited St. Petersburg before the revolution. To Ursula, he said, would you like to draw me something? And pushed a pencil and paper towards her. Would you like some tea? He asked Sylvie, who was still glaring at the samovar. She declined, mistrustful of any brew that didn't come out of a china teapot. Ursula finished her drawing and handed it over for appraisal. What is it? Sylvie said, peering over Ursula's shoulder. Some kind of ring, or circlet? A crown? No, Dr. Kellett said, it's a snake with its tail in its mouth. He nodded approvingly and said to Sylvie, it's a symbol representing the circularity of the universe. Time is a construct, in reality everything flows, no past or present, only the now. How gnomic, Sylvie said stiffly. Dr. Kellett steepled his hands and propped his chin on them. You know, he said to Ursula, I think we shall get on very well. Would you like a biscuit? There was one thing that puzzled her. The photograph of Guy, lost at Arras and his cricketing whites, was missing from the side table. Without meaning to, it was a question that raised so many other questions. She said to Dr. Kellett, where is the photograph of Guy? And Dr. Kellett said, who is Guy? It seemed even the instability of time was not to be relied upon. It's just an Austin, he said. An open-road tourer, for doors though, but nowhere near as costly as a Bentley. Goodness, it's positively a vehicle for hoi polloi compared to your indulgence, Hugh. On tick, no doubt, Hugh said. Not at all, paid up in full, in cash. I have a publisher, I have money, Hugh. You don't need to worry about me anymore. While everyone was admiring the cherry-bright vehicle, Millie said, I have to go, I have a dancing exhibition tonight. Thank you very much for a lovely tea, Mrs. Todd. Come on, I'll walk you back, Ursula said. On the return home, she avoided the well-worn shortcut at the bottom of the garden and came the long way round, dodging Izzy speeding off in her car. Izzy gave a careless salute in farewell. Who was that? Benjamin Cole asked, skidding his bicycle into a hedge to avoid being killed by the Austin. Ursula's heart tripped and skipped and flipped at the sight of him. The very object of her affection. The reason she had taken the long way round was on the unlikely chance that she might engineer an accidental meeting with Benjamin Cole. And here he was. What luck! They lost my ball, Teddy said disconsolately when she returned to the dining room. I know, Ursula said. We can look for it later. I say, you're all pink and flushed, he said. Did something happen? Did anything happen, she thought? Did anything happen? Only the most handsome boy in the entire world kissed me and on my 16th birthday. He had walked her back, pushing his bicycle, and at some point their hands had brushed, they had blushed, it was poetry, and he said, you know I do like you, Ursula, and then right there, at her front gate, where anyone could see, he had propped his bicycle against the wall and pulled her towards him. And then the kiss. Sweet and lingering and much nicer than she had expected, although it did leave her feeling, well, yes, flushed. Benjamin too, and they stood apart from each other, slightly shocked. Gosh, he said. I've never kissed a girl before, I had no idea it could be so exciting. He shook his head like a dog as if astonished by his own lack of vocabulary. This, Ursula thought, would remain the best moment of her life, no matter what else happened to her. They would have kissed more, she supposed, but at that moment the rag and bone cart appeared round the corner of the lane and the rag and bone man's almost incomprehensible siren moan of and Rain Boonawan intruded on their budding romance. No, nothing happened, she said to Teddy. I was saying goodbye to Izzy. You missed seeing her car. You would have liked it. Teddy shrugged and pushed the Adventures of Augustus off the table and onto the floor. What a load of rot it is, he said. Ursula picked up a half-drunk glass of champagne, the rim of which was adorned with red lipstick, and poured half of it into a jelly glass that she handed to Teddy. Cheers, she said. They chinked their glasses and drained them to the dregs. Happy birthday, Teddy said. What wondrous life is this I lead. Ripe apples drop about my head. The luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine. What is that you're reading? Sylvie asked suspiciously. Marvel. Sylvie took the book from her and scrutinized the verses. It's rather lush, she concluded. Lush, how can that be a criticism? Ursula laughed and bit into an apple. Try not to be precocious, Sylvie sighed. It's not a pleasant thing in a girl. What are you going to do when you go back to school after the holidays? Latin? Greek? Not English literature? I don't see the point. You don't see the point of English literature? I don't see the point of studying it. Surely one just reads it? She sighed again. Neither of her daughters bore any resemblance to her. For a moment Sylvie was back in the past, under a bright London sky, and could smell the spring flowers newly refreshed by rain, hear the quiet comforting clink and jingle of Tiffin's tack. I might do modern languages. I don't know. I'm not sure, I haven't quite worked out a plan. A plan? Star. They fell into silence. The fox sauntered into the silence, insouciant. Maurice was forever trying to shoot it. Either he was not such a good shot as he liked to think, or the vixen was cleverer than he was. Ursula and Sylvie tended towards the latter view. She's so pretty, Sylvie said. And she has such a magnificent brush. The fox sat down, a dog waiting for its dinner, her eyes never leaving Sylvie. I haven't got anything, Sylvie said, upturning her empty hands to prove this fact. Ursula bowled her apple core, gently underarm, so as not to alarm the creature, and the vixen trotted off after it, picking it up awkwardly in her mouth and then turning tail and disappearing. Eats anything, Sylvie said. Like Jimmy. Maurice appeared, giving them both a start. He was carrying his new putty cocked over his arm and said eagerly, was that damned fox? Language, Maurice, Sylvie reprimanded. He was home after graduation, waiting to start his training in the law and irritatingly bored. He could work at the Hall farm, Sylvie suggested, they were always looking for seasonal workers. Like a peasant in the field? Maurice said. Is that why you've given me an expensive education? Why have we given him an expensive education? Hugh said. Teach me to shoot, then, Ursula said, jumping up and brushing off her skirt. Come on, I can use Daddy's old wildflower. Maurice shrugged and said, may as well, but girls can't shoot, it's a well-known fact. Girls are absolutely useless, Ursula agreed. They can't do anything. Are you being sarcastic? Me? Pretty good for a novice, Maurice said reluctantly. They were shooting bottles off a wall, near the cops, Ursula hitting her target many more times than Maurice. You're sure you haven't done this before? What can I say? She said. I pick things up quickly. Maurice suddenly swung the barrel of his gun away from the wall and towards the edge of the copse, and before Ursula could even see what he was aiming at, he had pulled the trigger, blasting something out of existence. Got the damned little blighter at last, he said triumphantly. Ursula set off at a run, but long before she reached it she could see the pile of ruddy brown fur. The white tip of her beautiful brush gave a little flicker, but Sylvie's fox was no more. She found Sylvie on the terrace, leafing through a magazine. Maurice shot the fox, she said. Sylvie rested her head back on the wicker lounger and closed her eyes in resignation. It was always going to happen, she said. She opened her eyes. They were glistening with tears. Ursula had never seen her mother cry. I shall disinherit him one day, Sylvie said, the idea of cold revenge already drying her tears. Pamela appeared on the terrace and raised a questioning eyebrow at Ursula, who said, Maurice shot the fox. I hope you shot him, Pamela said. She meant it too. I might go and meet Daddy off the train, Ursula said when Pamela had gone back inside. She wasn't really going to meet Hugh. Ever since her birthday she had been seeing Benjamin Cole in secret. Ben, he was now to her. In the meadow, in the wood, in the lane. Anywhere out of doors, it seemed. Good job, the weather's been nice for your canoodling, Millie said, with much clown smirking and raising up and down of eyebrows. Ursula discovered what an excellent liar she was. Didn't she always know that, though? Do you want anything from the shop? Or I'm just going to pick raspberries in the lane. Would it be so dreadful if people knew? Well, I think your mother would have me killed, Ben said. A Jew? She imagined Sylvie saying. And my folks, too, he said. We're too young. Like Romeo and Juliet, Ursula said. Star-crossed lovers and so on. Except we're not going to die for love, Ben said. Would it be such a bad thing to die for? Ursula mused. Yes. Things had started to get very hot between them, a lot of fumbling fingers and moaning, on his part. He didn't think he could hold back much longer, he said, but she wasn't sure what he had to hold back from exactly. Didn't love mean they shouldn't hold back anything? She expected they would marry. Would she have to convert? Become a Jewess? They had made their way to the meadow where they had lain down in each other's arms. It was very romantic, Ursula thought, apart from the timothy grass that was tickling her and the oxeye daisies that made her sneeze. Not to mention the way Ben suddenly shifted himself until he was on top of her so that she felt rather as if she were in a coffin filled with earth. He went into a kind of spasm that she thought might be a prelude to death by apoplexy, and she stroked his hair as if he were an invalid and said, with concern, Are you all right? Sorry, he said. Didn't mean to do that. But what had he done? I should be getting back, Ursula said. They stood up and picked off grass and flowers from each other's clothing before walking home. Ursula wondered if she had missed Hugh's train. Ben looked at his watch and said, Oh, they'll have been home for ages. Hugh and Mr. Cole traveled on the same London train. They left the meadow and climbed over the stile into the dairy herd's field that ran alongside the lane. The cows hadn't returned from milking yet. He gave her a hand down from the stile and they kissed again. When they broke free of each other they noticed a man making his way across the field, from the other side where it led into the copse. He was heading towards the lane, a shabby creature, a tramp perhaps, hobbling along as fast as he could. He glanced round and when he saw them he hobbled even faster. He stumbled on a tussock of grass but quickly recovered and was up again, loping towards the gate. What a suspicious-looking fellow, Ben laughed. I wonder what he's been up to, Dot. Dinner's on the table, you're very late, Sylvie said. Where have you been? Mrs. Glover has made that awful veal à la Russe thing again. Maurice shot the fox? Teddy said, his face a picture of disappointment. And so it went on from there, a bad-tempered argument between everyone at the dinner table just because of a dead fox, Hugh thought. They're vermin, he felt like saying but didn't want to fuel the furor of emotions that had been unleashed. Instead, he said, please, let's not talk about it over dinner, it's difficult enough trying to digest this stuff. But talk about it they would. He tried to ignore them, plowing his way through the veal cutlets. Had Mrs. Glover ever tasted them herself, he wondered? He was relieved that they were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Ah, Major Shawcross," Hugh said, "do come in." "Oh, goodness, I don't want to interrupt you at table," Major Shawcross said, looking awkward. "I just wondered if your Teddy had seen our Nancy." "But Nancy?" Teddy said. "Yes," Major Shawcross said. "We can't find her anywhere." They didn't meet anymore in the copse, or the lane or the meadow. Hugh imposed a strict curfew after Nancy's body was found, and anyway both Ursula and Ben were stricken with guilty horror. If they had come home when they were supposed to, if they had crossed that field even 5 minutes earlier instead of lingering, they might have saved her. But by the time they meandered ignorantly back, Nancy was already dead, lying in the cattle trough in the top corner of the field. So, indeed, just like Romeo and Juliet, it had ended in death. Nancy, sacrificed for their love. "It's a terrible thing," Pamela said to her. "But you're not responsible. Why are you behaving as though you are?" Because she was. She knew it now. Something was riven, broken, a lightning fork cutting open a swollen sky. In the October half-term she went to stay with Izzy for a few days. They were sitting in the Russian tea room in South Kensington. "A terrifically right-wing clientele here," Izzy said, "but they do the most wonderful pancake things." There was a samovar. Was it the samovar that set her off, with its shades of Dr. Kellett? It would seem absurd if it was. They had finished their tea and Izzy said, "Just hang on a sec, I'm going to powder my nose." "Ask for the bill, will you?" Ursula was waiting patiently for her to return when suddenly the terror descended, swift as a predatory hawk. An anticipatory dread of something unknown but enormously threatening. It was coming for her, here among the polite tinkle of teaspoon on saucer. She stood up, knocking over her chair. She felt dizzy and there was a veil of fog in front of her face. Like bomb dust, she thought, yet she had never been bombed. She pushed through the veil, out of the Russian tea room onto Harrington Road. She started to run and kept on running, onto the Brompton Road and then, blindly, into Edgerton Gardens. She had been here before. She had never been here before. There was always something just out of sight, just around a corner, something she could never chase down, something that was chasing her down. She was both the hunter and the hunted. Like the fox. She carried on and then tripped on something, falling straight onto her nose. The pain was extraordinary. Blood everywhere. She sat on the pavement and cried with the agony of it all. She hadn't realized there was anyone on the street, but then from behind her a man's voice said, "Oh, my, how awful for you. Let me help you. You have blood all over your nice turquoise scarf. Is that the color, or is it aquamarine? My name's Derek Oliphant." She knew that voice. She didn't know that voice. The past seemed to leak into the present, as if there were a fault somewhere. Or was it the future spilling into the past? Either way it was nightmarish, as if her inner dark landscape had become manifest. The inside become the outside. Time was out of joint, that was for certain. She staggered to her feet but didn't dare to look round. Ignoring the awful pain, she ran on and on. She was in Belgravia before she finally flagged completely. Here too, she thought. She had been here before. She had never been here before. I give in, she thought. Whatever it is, it can have me. She sank to her knees on the hard pavement and curled up in a ball. A fox without a hole. She must have passed out because when she opened her eyes she was in a bed in a room painted white. There was a big window and outside the window she could see a horse chestnut tree that had not yet shed its leaves. She turned her head and saw Dr. Kellett. "You broke your nose," Dr. Kellett said. "We thought you must have been attacked by someone." "No," she said. "I fell. A vicar found you. He took you in a taxi to St. George's Hospital. But what are you doing here?" "Your father got in touch with me," Dr. Kellett said. "He wasn't sure who else to contact." "I don't understand." "Well, when you arrived at St. George's you wouldn't stop screaming. They thought something terrible must have happened to you." "This isn't St. George's, is it?" "No," he said kindly. "This is a private clinic. Rest, good food and so on. They have lovely gardens. I always think a lovely garden helps, don't you?" "Time isn't circular," she said to Dr. Kellett. "It's like a palimpsest." "Oh dear," he said. "That sounds very vexing. And memories are sometimes in the future." "You are an old soul," he said. "It can't be easy. But your life is still ahead of you. It must be lived." He was not her doctor, he had retired, he said, he was merely a visitor. The sanatorium made her feel as if she had a mild case of consumption. She sat on the sunny terrace during the day and read countless books and orderlies ferried food and drink to her. She wandered through the gardens, had polite conversation with doctors and psychiatrists, talked to her fellow patients, on her floor, at any rate. The truly mad were in the attic, like Mrs. Rochester. There were even fresh flowers in her room and a bowl of apples. It must be costing a fortune for her to stay here, she thought. This must be very expensive, she said to Hugh when he visited, which he did often. Izzy is paying, he said. She insisted. Dr. Kellett lit his meerschaum thoughtfully. They were sitting on the terrace. Ursula thought she would be quite happy to spend the rest of her life here. It was so gloriously unchallenging. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries, and all knowledge, Dr. Kellett said. And though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing, Ursula provided. Caritas, of course, is love. But you will know that. I'm not without charity, Ursula said. Why are we quoting Corinthians? I thought you were a Buddhist. Oh, I am nothing, Dr. Kellett said. And everything too, of course, he added, rather elliptically, in Ursula's opinion. The question is, he said, do you have enough? Enough what? The conversation had quite got away from her now, but Dr. Kellett was busy with the demands of the meerschaum and didn't answer. Tea interrupted them. They do excellent chocolate cake here, Dr. Kellett said. All better, little bear? Hugh said as he helped her gently into the car. He had brought the Bentley to pick her up. Yes, she said. Absolutely. Good. Let's get home. The house isn't the same without you. She had wasted so much precious time, but she had a plan now, she thought, as she lay awake in the dark, in her own bed at Fox Corner. The plan would involve snow, no doubt. The silver hair, the dancing green leaves. And so on. German, not the classics, and afterwards a course in shorthand and typing and perhaps the study of Esperanto on the side, just in case utopia should come to pass. The membership of a local shooting club and an application for an office job somewhere, working for a while, salting money away, nothing untoward. She didn't want to draw attention to herself, she would heed her father's advice, although he hadn't given it to her yet, she would keep her head below the parapet and her light under a bushel. And then, when she was ready, she would have enough to live on while she embedded herself deep in the heart of the beast, from whence she would pluck out the black tumor that was growing there, larger every day. And then one day she would be walking down Amalienstrasse and pause outside Photo Hoffman and gaze at the Kodaks and Leicas and Voigtlanders in the windows, and she would open the shop door and hear the little bell clanging to announce her arrival to the girl working behind the counter, who will probably say Guten Tag, gnädiges Fräulein, or perhaps she will say Grüß Gott, because this is 1930 when people can still address you with Grüß Gott and Scuss instead of endless Heil Hitlers and absurd martial salutes. And Ursula will hold out her old box brownie and say, I don't seem to be able to spool the film on, and perky 17-year-old Eva Braun will say, let me have a look for you. Her heart swelled with the high holiness of it all. Imminence was all around. She was both warrior and shining spear. She was a sword glinting in the depths of night, a lance of light piercing the darkness. There would be no mistakes this time. When everyone was asleep and the house was quiet, Ursula got out of bed and climbed on the chair at the open window of the little attic bedroom. It's time, she thought. A clock struck somewhere in sympathy. She thought of Teddy and Miss Wolfe, of Roland and little Angela, of Nancy and Sylvie. She thought of Dr. Kellett and Pinder. Become such as you are, having learned what that is. She knew what that was now. She was Ursula Beresford Todd, and she was a witness. She opened her arms to the black bat and they flew to each other, embracing in the air like long-lost souls. This is love, Ursula thought. And the practice of it makes it perfect. Be ye men of valor. December 1930. Ursula knew all about Eva. She knew how much she liked fashion and makeup and gossip. She knew that she could skate and ski and loved to dance. And so Ursula lingered over the expensive frocks in Oberpollinger with her before visiting a cafe for coffee and cake, or an ice cream in the Englischer Garten where they would sit and watch the children on the carousel. She went to the skating rink with Eva and her sister Gretel. She was invited to dinner at the Braun's table. Your English friend is very nice, Frau Braun told Eva. She told them that she was improving her German before she settled down to teach at home. Eva sighed with boredom at the idea. Eva loved to be photographed, and Ursula took many photographs of her on her box brownie, and then they spent their evenings sticking them in albums and admiring the different poses that Eva had struck. You should be in films, Ursula told Eva, and she was ridiculously flattered. Ursula had mugged up on celebrities, Hollywood and British as well as German, on the latest songs and dances. She was an older woman, interested in a fledgling. She took Eva under her wing, and Eva was bowled over by her new sophisticated friend. Ursula knew, too, of Eva's infatuation for her older man whom she made sheep's eyes at, whom she trailed around after, sitting in restaurants and cafes, forgotten in a corner while he conducted endless conversations about politics. Eva started to take her along to these gatherings. Ursula was her best friend, after all. All Eva wanted was to be close to Hitler. And that was all Ursula wanted too. And Ursula knew about Berg and Bunker. And really she was doing this frivolous girl a great favor by inserting herself in her life. And so, just as they had got used to Eva hanging around, so they became accustomed to seeing her little English friend as well. Ursula was pleasant, she was a girl, she was nobody. She became so familiar that no one was surprised when she would turn up on her own and simper with admiration at the would-be great man. He took adoration casually. To have so little self-doubt, she thought, what a thing that must be. But, ye gods, it was boring. So much hot air rising above the tables in Café Heck or the Osteria Bavaria, like smoke from the ovens. It was difficult to believe from this perspective that Hitler was going to lay waste to the world in a few years' time. It was colder than usual for this time of year. Last night a light dusting of snow, like the icing sugar on Mrs. Glover's mince pies, had sifted over Munich. There was a big Christmas tree on the Marienplatz and the lovely smell of pine needles and roasting chestnuts everywhere. The festive finery made Munich seem more fairy tale-like than England could ever hope to be. The frosty air was invigorating and she walked towards the café with a wonderful purpose in her step, looking forward to a cup of chocolate, hot and thick with cream. Inside, the café was smoky and rather disagreeable after the sparklingly cold outdoors. The women were in furs and Ursula rather wished that she could have brought Sylvie's mink with her. Her mother never wore it and it was left permanently mothballed in her wardrobe these days. He was at a table at the far end of the room, surrounded by the usual disciples. They were an ugly lot, she thought, and laughed to herself. Ah. Unseer English Freundin, he said when he caught sight of her. Guten Tag, gnädiges Fräulein. With the slightest flick of a finger he ousted a callow-looking acolyte from the chair opposite and she sat down. He seemed irritable. Es schneit, she said. It's snowing. He glanced out of the window as if he hadn't noticed the weather. He was eating Palatzschinken. They looked good, but when the waiter came bustling over she ordered Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte to eat with her hot chocolate. It was delicious. Entschuldigung, she murmured, reaching down into her bag and delving for a handkerchief. Lace corners, monogrammed with Ursula's initials, UBT, Ursula Beresford Todd, a birthday present from Pammy. She dabbed politely at the crumbs on her lips and then bent down again to put the handkerchief back in her bag and retrieve the weighty object nesting there. Her father's old service revolver from the Great War, a Webley Mark V. She made fast her heroine heart. Walked auf, Ursula said quietly. The words attracted the Führer's attention and she said, Es Nahage en dem Tag. A move rehearsed 100 times. One shot. Swiftness was all, yet there was a moment, a bubble suspended in time after she had drawn the gun and leveled it at his heart when everything seemed to stop. Führer, she said, breaking the spell. Fur C. Around the table guns were jerked from holsters and pointed at her. One breath. One shot. Ursula pulled the trigger. Darkness fell. Snow. February 11, 1910. Rap, rap, rap. The knocking on Bridget's bedroom door wove itself into a dream that she was having. In the dream she was at home in County Kilkenny and the pounding on the door was the ghost of her poor dead father, trying to get back to his family. Rap, rap, rap. She woke with tears in her eyes. Rap, rap, rap. There really was someone at the door. Bridget, Bridget? Mrs. Todd's urgent whisper on the other side of the door. Bridget crossed herself, no news in the dark of the night was ever good. Had Mr. Todd had an accident in Paris? Or Maurice or Pamela taken ill? She scrambled out of bed and into the freezing cold of the little attic room. She smelt snow in the air. Opening the bedroom door she found Sylvie bent almost double, as ripe as a seed pod about to burst. The baby's coming early, she said. Can you help me? Me? Bridget squeaked. Bridget was only 14 but she knew a lot about babies, not much of it good. She had watched her own mother die in childbirth but she had never told this to Mrs. Todd. Now clearly wasn't the time to mention it. She helped Sylvie back down the stairs to her own room. There's no point in trying to get a message to Dr. Fellows, Sylvie said. He'll never get through this snow. Mary, Mother of God, Bridget yelped as Sylvie dropped on all fours, like an animal, and grunted. The baby's coming now, I'm afraid, Sylvie said. It's time. Bridget persuaded her back into bed and their long, lonely night's labor commenced. Star. Oh, ma'am, Bridget cried suddenly, she's all blue, so she is. A girl? the cords wrapped around her neck. Oh, Jesus Christ and all the saints, she's been strangled, the poor wee thing, strangled by the cord. We must do something, Bridget. What can we do? Oh, Mrs. Todd, ma'am, she's gone. Dead before she had a chance to live. No, that cannot be, Sylvie said. She heaved herself into a sitting position on the battlefield of bloodied sheets, red and white, the baby still attached by its lifeline. While Bridget made mournful noises, Sylvie jerked open the drawer of her bedside table and rummaged furiously through its contents. Oh, Mrs. Todd, Bridget wailed, lie down, there's nothing to be done. I wish Mr. Todd was here, so I do. Shush, Sylvie said and held aloft her trophy, a pair of surgical scissors that gleamed in the lamplight. One must be prepared, she muttered. Hold the baby close to the lamp so I can see. Quickly, Bridget. There's no time to waste. Snip, snip. Practice makes perfect. The broad sunlit uplands. May 1945. They were at a table in the corner of a pub on Glasshouse Street. They'd been dropped in Piccadilly by the American Army sergeant who'd given them a lift when he saw them hitchhiking at the side of the road outside Dover. They had crushed themselves onto an American troop transport ship at Le Havre instead of waiting 2 days for a flight. It was possible that, technically, they were AWOL, but neither of them gave a damn. This was their third pub since Piccadilly and they were both agreed that the two of them were very drunk but had the capacity to get a good deal drunker yet. It was a Saturday night and the place was packed. Being in uniform, they hadn't paid for a single drink all night. The relief, if not the euphoria, of victory was still in the air. Well, Vic said, raising his glass, here's to being back. Cheers, Teddy said. Here's to the future. He had been shot down in November 43 and taken to Stalag Luft 6 in the east. It hadn't been bad, in that it could have been worse, he could have been Russian, the Russians were treated like animals. But then at the beginning of February they were roused from their bunks with a familiar rouse. Rouse. In the middle of the night and made to set out on the march west, away from the advancing Russians. Another day or two and they would have been liberated, it seemed an especially cruel twist of fate. There followed weeks of marching on starvation rations, in the freezing cold, -20 degrees most of the time. Vic was a rather cocky little flight sergeant, the navigator of a Lancaster shot down over the Ruhr. War made strange bedfellows. They had kept each other going on the march. It was a comradeship that had almost certainly saved their lives, that and the very occasional Red Cross package. Teddy had been shot down near Berlin, only managing to escape from the cockpit at the last minute. He'd been trying to keep the plane level to give his crew a fighting chance to bail out. A captain didn't leave his ship until everyone on board had left. The same unspoken rule applied to a bomber. The Halifax had been on fire from end to end and he had accepted that it was over for him. He had begun to feel lighter somehow, his heart swelling, and he suddenly knew that he would be all right, that death when it came would look after him. But death didn't come because his Aussie wireless operator crawled to the cockpit and clipped Teddy's parachute on his back and said, "Get out, you stupid bastard." He never saw him again, never saw any of his crew, didn't know if they were alive or dead. He jumped at the last minute, his parachute had barely opened when he hit the ground and he was lucky to fracture only an ankle and a wrist. He was taken to a hospital and the local Gestapo came and arrested him on the ward with the immortal words, "For you the war is over," which was the greeting that nearly every airman had heard when he was taken prisoner. He had dutifully filled in his capture card and waited for a letter from home, but nothing came. He was left wondering for 2 years if the Red Cross had him on their list of prisoners, if anyone at home knew he was alive. They were on the road somewhere outside Hamburg when the war ended. Vic had taken great pleasure in saying to the guards, "Ist so, mein Freund, für der Krieg ist zu Ende." So, Ted, did you get through to your girl? Vic asked when Teddy came back from sweet-talking the landlady behind the bar into letting him use the pub phone. I did, he laughed. I'd been given up for dead, apparently. I don't think she believed it was me. Half an hour and another couple of drinks later, Vic said, "I up, Ted." By the smile on her face I would say that woman who just came through the door might belong to you. Nancy, Teddy said quietly to himself. I love you, Nancy mouthed silently to him across the din. Oh, and she brought a little friend along for me, how thoughtful, Vic said and Teddy laughed and said, "Watch it, that's my sister you're talking about." Nancy was clutching her hand so hard that it hurt but the pain meant nothing. He was there, he was actually there, sitting at a table in a London pub, drinking a pint of English beer, as large as life. Nancy made a funny choking sound and Ursula stopped herself from crying out. They were like the two Marys, dumb in the face of the resurrection. Then Teddy spotted them and a grin split his face. He jumped up, almost knocking over the glasses on the table. Nancy pushed her way through the crowd and threw her arms around him, but Ursula stayed where she was, worried suddenly that if she moved it would all disappear, the whole happy scene break into pieces before her eyes. But then she thought, no, this was real, this was true, and she laughed with uncomplicated joy as Teddy let go of Nancy long enough to stand to attention and give Ursula a smart salute. He shouted something to her across the pub, but his words were lost in the hubbub. She thought it was thank you, but she might have been wrong. Snow. February 11, 1910. Mrs. Haddock sipped a glass of hot rum, in what she hoped was a ladylike way. It was her third and she was beginning to glow from the inside out. She had been on her way to help deliver a baby when the snow had forced her to take refuge in the snug of the Blue Lion outside Chalfont St. Peter. It was not a place she would have ever considered entering, except out of necessity, but there was a roaring fire in the snug and the company was proving surprisingly convivial. Horse brasses and copper jugs gleamed and twinkled. The public bar, where the drink seemed to flow particularly freely, was an altogether rowdier place. A sing-song was currently in progress there and Mrs. Haddock was surprised to find her toe-tapping in accompaniment. You should see the snow, the landlord said, leaning across the great polished depth of the brass bar counter. We could all be stuck here for days. Days? You may as well have another tot of rum. You won't be going anywhere in a hurry tonight. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank the following. Andrew Janes, the National Archives in Kew. Dr. Juliet Gardiner. Lieutenant Col M. Keach BEM or Signals. Dr. Purdy Ahonen, Department of History, Edinburgh University. Frederick Arnold. Annette Weber. And also my agent, Peter Strauss, and Larry Finley, Marianne Velmans, Alison Barrow and everyone at Transworld Publishers, as well as Camilla Ferrier and everyone at the Marsh Agency. To know more about the writing of this book, including a bibliography, please visit my website, www.kateatkinson.co.uk. Kate Atkinson won the Whitbread, now Costa, Book of the Year prize with her first novel, Behind the Scenes at the Museum, and has been a critically acclaimed international author ever since. Her four most recent bestsellers featured the former private detective Jackson Brodie, Case Histories, One Good Turn, When Will There Be Good News? And Started Early, Took My Dog. She was appointed MBE in the 2011 Queen's Birthday Honors List.